Yo. Yo. Fucking internet issues. But here we are. Hopefully it'll hold up now. What up, Midas? Let's see. You tried a few interactions, you're not sure if you should even play? Why wouldn't you play? You trying to save it for the release or not have time, or why would you not play? It's like a new league, right? I think it looks, so far I'm excited. But I also haven't really seen anything, honestly. I've kept myself unspoiled. It's just, I think the main reason I'm excited is because I've seen that it's the last one before they go live, and it's gonna be the last one in like 6 months or so, right? So I think it's gonna be good, bro. I need to. Is that better? Maybe. I need to fix my setup. I need to move it around. It's just the internet cable comes from there. So yeah, I probably need to buy a longer. Maybe not. I guess. Oh right, it was because the TV didn't fit. So I guess I can just move it around. Fuck, I hate moving my setup, man. Yo, God, Joe. Welcome. Did your stream streak get fucked by the... Because I started stream like 45 minutes ago, but I had internet issues, so it disconnected. Do you still have it? Because technically, I think you missed the stream. Technically. Still fine? Cool. Nice. Okay, not this guy again. You don't like Jonathan Rogers? I think he's pretty cool. It counts as a single stream if you have a short pause. Ah, okay. Okay. All right, let's get into the interviews. I'm really excited. I've seen a bit of this, but not a lot. I was traveling when this was happening, so I barely got to catch anything. So I'm pretty excited. I'm really interested in seeing what we're gonna see. So let's see.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, game director on Path of Exile 2, and welcome to GGG Live. We have a huge amount of stuff to share today, so it's going to be a good one. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream.
Holy!
So you'll be able to claim the Red Queen's font hideout decoration by following the instructions below.
Those are some titties.
Okay, so with that out of the way, time to roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2, Return of the Ancients.
Okay, let's see. I haven't seen this actually.
Those in darkness.
Nah.
Once lay dormant. Now return.
Oh. What? Okay. Is that a tower?
We who
That's
came
more than a
before
tower.
rise again.
Oh shit, it's the burning monolith.
Behold,
Oh crap, I didn't hear
the
what he said.
first eating.
Try again.
Return.
I got too excited, I didn't hear what he said.
We who came before rise again. Behold, the first edict.
Oh, he looks cool. The origins of divinity. Oh. Okay, cool. Ooh. Ooh. Mage Blood. Oh. Oh, that one's cool. Oh, the Genesis tree. Let's go. Oh, that looked nasty. Ooh. Oh, that's the right. The hand, the raven. Ooh, delirium.
You are completely alone.
Oh! Was this the league? Was expedition? Oh!
I remain loyal to the king.
Oh, that hammer job, man. Explore the ocean? Cool. The fuck is that? Ooh! Dude, that looks straight out of fucking
Hunt like it's your last.
StarCraft.
Continue
Or
the search. See what you can find.
Atlas classes, okay. All temple go core. Oh! 15 bosses and pit. That one's nasty. Let's go. We got a proper Atlas tree. Oh, but dude, it's so much. What the fuck? Dude, that thing is nasty. Also, I have a 4K screen now and I'm watching it in 4K. That's nice. So 50 new bosses. Atlas passive, exciting. It doesn't look as good as the first one. Crafting systems. So you got rune forging, Spirit Walker. I have seen that a little bit. It seems miniony, and I'm not too much into it, but it's cool otherwise. Martial artist could be fun. I like the monk. Ooh. Oh yeah, face breakers. Ooh. Oi. I didn't read, I just looked at fucking things. What were they saying? 40 new uniques. Oh, that's okay. Dude, this looks massive.
Us is to face oblivion.
So as you can see,
That's pretty fucking
there's
cool.
just so much going on in Return of the Ancients, it's hard for even us to keep track of it all. Now, we promised that this one was going to revamp the in-game.
Okay, let's see. So, Origins of Divinity, that's the new storyline. This is where the Flaming Arbiter guy is, and apparently he's just the fucking gatekeeper, bro. That's what he does. He holds the door, and we need to get to this fucking place to fight the big one. The Hare and the Raven, that was Delirium. Waking the Dreamer, that's what's it called? Breach. Rite of the Nameless, we got Ritual. Masters of the Atlas, I'm not sure what that is. Atlas Ascendancy or Atlas Classes or whatever. I'm not sure what that is, but I guess we'll see. 2 Ascendancy, Spirit Walker and Martial Artist. A little bit disappointed in the amount of class stuff so far. We're not getting a new class, which means we're not getting a new weapon, right? That is disappointing so far, but I was looking forward to something new and cool. But Ascendancy classes are cool, and as far as I'm aware, they do some pretty big reworks of Gemling Legionnaire that gets something really cool that I'm excited about. And I don't remember the... Oh, it was the Chronomancer, right? So yeah. So we got SMI. This is the league, right? So it is expedition, right? Basically, Essamite remnants. You get crafting runes. I wonder what that is. You get Kalguran skills. That's exciting. More skills, more cool. And you get to explore the sea. So that's cool. And the 15 bosses and pinnacles. I'm excited about that. 400 plus node Atlas tree. Maybe it is better than the last. It just looked a little underwhelming compared to PoE1. 30 new uniques. That's always cool. Build planner. Oh yeah, I saw. That's so cool, man. You can import your guide and follow it in game. That is so good. This guy looks kind of badass, not gonna lie. Dude, my eyes are itchy.
And I'm very excited to talk about it. But first, we've got to talk about the league. So to do that, I'm going to hand things over to Mark.
Hi, Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. Now, for those of you who are new to Path of Exile, each time we release an update, we also release a new league. Not only do we have a new economy, but we also introduce new content through the campaign, which gives you a fresh play experience right from the start of the game, as well as new mechanics, storylines, and in-game bosses. In the Runes of Eldur League, you will encounter a man being attacked by the undead in Clearfell. After saving him, he introduces a man being attacked. Introduce new content through the campaign, which gives you a fresh play experience right from the start of the game, as well as new mechanics, storylines, and in-game bosses. In the Runes of Eldur League, you will encounter a man being attacked by the undead in Clearfell.
Okay.
After saving him, he introduces himself as Pharaoh, a young blacksmith trying to bring back the ancient art of Ezamite runesmithing. He has been collating his discoveries in a tome and is keen to show you how runesmithing works.
Okay.
By inscribing symbols on these ancient Ezamite remnants, you can create all manner of old magics. Unfortunately, on doing so, the corpses of the nearby undead are revived and infused with some of the latent power, making for a difficult fight.
That's a big worm thing.
After defeating these monsters, Pharaoh realizes that runesmithing is a dangerous business, and he is going to need the help of someone a little more martially inclined to discover these secrets. He lends you his tome and asks that you note down anything you discover when you return to him.
Okay.
In each area in the Runes of Eldur League, you will find a remnant, and as you approach it, you will notice that some symbols are already present, and some are waiting for you to fill them in. Depending on which symbols are already present, you will have different options for which items you can create using this magic. For example, if you combine Tempest and Lightning, you can create an Orb of Augmentation.
Okay.
But be careful. The symbols used to craft the items also empower the monsters around the remnant, who will be revived as undead to fight again with different properties depending on what runes you used. So, if you use a fire rune in your recipe, the monsters will be empowered with fire.
Surprise.
Or if you use a moon rune, lunar beams will rain down as you fight the monsters.
Okay. But they look annoying. Oh wow, boom.
After the fight, break the remnant to receive the item you crafted.
Oh god, where is he?
As you get higher level, you will start to find remnants with more slots for more runes, allowing you to craft rarer items.
Ooh.
As the number of slots increases though, more waves of monsters will be added, with each wave being empowered by more and more of the runes.
Okay. So persistent
And
ground
this
effects is going to be good.
Because some of the runes can have powerful effects.
So you can kind of prep. Well, I guess just instant blast, but At least in the campaign. Oh, what?
Like the Oath Rune, which will cause one monster to be nominated as a leader, spawning waves of minions. The leader itself will be invincible, but killing its minions will deal damage to it.
Oh. Okay. Man, it looks good. Fuck, I'm looking forward to seeing this on my new screen. I hope my PC is gonna hack it.
Some recipes can get pretty large, requiring 6, 7...
Was that an uncut guild gem of level 20?
Or even 8 runes.
Cadigan's Epiphany, Astrid's Creativity.
But don't worry, you won't have to remember them. Pharaoh's runecrafting book will record all the options, allowing you to simply pick which one you want to craft, given the existing runes that are already on the remnant.
Okay.
To expand your knowledge and to allow you to craft more items, Pharaoh has asked that you keep an eye out for signs of runic magic around Neclost. He wants to document anything you find in order to rediscover the secrets of Ezemite runesmiths of old. The first of these can be found in Ogham, and reveals to you an ancient secret, buried deep underground.
Ooh. A boss
The
fight?
runic magic which the Ezemites believe to be their own is actually of Kalguran origin.
Oh, so maybe it's no expedition.
Thousands of years ago, the Kalgurans came to Rayclass to find sources of Verisium, a metal on which engraved runes allow control over reality. Pharaoh is determined to learn these ancient ways and gain mastery over them. If you can bring him more Verisium, he'll be able to use it to smith power into any armor, granting you Runic Ward, the power harnessed by the Kalgurans since ancient times.
Oh, Ward, okay.
Runic Ward is a new resource that protects you from death. Should you run out of life, your Runic Ward will kick in, sustaining your body until your life can return. It effectively acts as an extra life pool. Of course, should you take enough damage to run out of that, you will still die.
Okay.
Every single piece of armor in the game can be upgraded this way.
So it's
Even
just extra
uniques.
defense.
Some are just a strict upgrade, giving Runic Ward with no downside. Others are more extreme, sacrificing defenses to get a much larger amount of Runic Ward.
Oh!
There are even some that add new modifiers to uniques entirely, making them much more viable for higher level play.
Okay.
But the Kalgurans use Runic Ward for more than just a defense. It can also be used to power many other magics.
Ooh.
Instead of using gems created from corruption, the Kalgurans used runes of power and fueled them with Runic Ward. Many of the options available from Remnant crafting are new types of Kalguran skills that exclusively spend Runic Ward to wreak havoc. An example is Triskelion Cascade. Using it will cause your next spell to be triggered multiple times in a Triskelion pattern. You can use it with skills like Ice Nova that you cast from yourself, or with something you target at a distance, like Comet.
Wow.
There are also skills to modify existing effects using runic magic, like Frost Flame Nova. Using this skill on a pack of burning enemies will transform the Ignite into Frostfire, both burning them and building up freeze at the same time. You have basic buffs like Hollow Shell that guards all nearby allies,
Fuck that.
to more complicated mechanics like the Mark of Repulsion that creates a mark capable of pushing away all nearby enemies.
Okay.
Instead of spending mana, like skill gems do, all these skills cost Runic Ward, and unlike gems, they don't have a color. This means that they don't care about attribute requirements, or what kind of weapon you use.
Ooh.
These skills are designed to be used on any class, and so often interact with mechanics that apply across many characters.
Oh, wow.
By combining different runes together, the Kalgurans were able to support their runic abilities, and you can as well.
The Frostfire thing
There is
with
also
Burning
a set of
Ground
runic
seems
supports
insane.
that can be combined with regular
Ooh.
skill gems in interesting ways. Concussive Runes allows you to add these concussive shockwaves to any skill that stuns.
Okay.
while Runic Infusion lets you spend ward to directly empower the damage on any skill. Now, there are other quests during the campaign that unlock even more interesting crafting methods. Buried deep in the jungle in Act 3, you can find the Mystic Refuge.
Okay.
Containing even more secrets for Pharaoh to learn from. Using this knowledge, he gains the ability to reforge unique weapons.
Oh, unique
weapons. With this
weapons.
technique, many low-level unique weapons can be upgraded to do significantly more damage.
Okay.
Now, we've been able to take a bunch of unique...
Okay, let's see. So it goes down in damage? But up here, where are we getting? It's just baseline that gets more, or it's just the additional here that gets less? This is the same, hindered. Oh, okay, so it's just, okay.
Techniques that had interesting modifiers, but were not in-game viable, and give them a bit of a boost to get there. And it's not just low-level uniques. All Kalguran uniques are able to be runeforged this way too, and they can do some pretty interesting things. Like Searle's Grit, a new unique, which when...
Skills which empower an attack have 40% do not count that attack. Physical thorns, damage per active protective rune. Okay. A runic plate. I don't know what a runic plate is, I guess. Maximum quality is 40, okay.
Runeforge can get one of several different outcomes. Now, there is still so much more that you can craft with remnants. There are also 100 new runes, as well as many other new crafting currencies.
Okay.
This is the runes of Eldur after all, and some of these runes have quite powerful effects. For example, this elemental conversion rune will convert all the existing mods on a non-unique weapon from one element to another. Using it, you could combine a weapon with all 3 elemental damage mods into a single element, making a weapon with massive amounts of cold damage.
Wow.
There is also a rune that lets you destroy your rune sockets to turn them into a dual socket on your item.
Okay.
And there are even crafting meta runes that can unlock new types of mods when used with regular crafting. For example, this Rune of Chronomancy will unlock a set of time-related mods to be crafted on your boots. Once placed inside, use regular crafting orbs to attempt to get new mods like cooldown speed or increased skill effectuation.
Okay.
You can also create a new type of currency called alloys. Using regular metals alloyed with verisium, new modifiers not normally available can be directly crafted onto your items.
Oh shit.
Using imbued alloy could improve your ailment damage, for example. There are honestly so many options here that unlock all sorts of crazy crafting projects. So I think people will be experimenting with these for a long time.
That's really cool.
Once you get to King's March in Act 4, Pharaoh finally meets Danig, a real Kalguran runesmith. And riddled with excitement, he wants to learn how to merge modern Kalguran techniques with the ancient knowledge that he has found. From here on, Pharaoh joins in the Kalguran expeditions that Danig has been leading.
Oh, okay.
With the ancient knowledge that Pharaoh brings to the table,
so it is
the Kalguran expeditions that Danig has been going on will change significantly. For those of you who haven't played it, the Expedition League mechanic involves carefully placing explosives, uncovering the buried dead, and recovering verisium from them. By choosing where to place the explosives, you can choose which kind of challenges you would like to face, or rewards you would like to claim.
Okay.
But unlike before, expeditions now contain the remnants from Runes of Eldur, allowing you to do some specific crafts along the way using the new League crafting mechanic.
Oh.
One very important difference from the simple remnant encounters, though, is that the empowerments that the remnants grant apply to every monster down the explosive line for the rest of the encounter, stacking together.
Isn't that how it always works?
This can lead to some pretty extreme situations. If you stack too many remnants, you might be in for a fight beyond your abilities, but the rewards can be very worth it. Each mod on the monster is improving the items that they can drop. Once you get to the endgame, you will find that the atlas has changed
I don't think
substantially.
that's that different.
To the south, you will now find the coastline of Rayclast.
Oh shit!
With the ocean beyond. Kingsmarch has not fared well after the Cataclysm, and lays in ruins.
Oh.
Rog's shop has been destroyed, but he is much more concerned about his wife, Gwennon. He would like to launch an expedition deep into the ocean to find her, and this begins a new major mechanic for expedition, exploring the ocean. Previously, a logbook was a single encounter. Now, using a logbook, you can send ships to explore an area of the ocean to the southeast, uncovering a range of islands to begin your search for Gwennon.
Okay.
You can hop from island to island, doing many new encounters. There are islands with expeditions, grand expeditions, new bosses, and all sorts of other unique things to find.
Okay.
Eventually, you will find the island that Gwennon has been holed up on.
Oh.
It turns out that she has found the tomb of an ancient Kalguran, Medved. While she appreciates you coming to her rescue, she is still keen to blow open the doors of the vault and take whatever you can find inside.
Oh yeah, that seems like a good idea to jump down there. How are you gonna get up?
It's just a shame that Medved isn't as dead as you previously assumed.
Oh. No, he's not. The Fallen Scryer, he's massive.
Now, after you have defeated Medved, you will find another logbook. And this time, you can use it to choose which direction you want to explore.
Oh.
The ocean is vast and contains a huge number of new islands to find. With each logbook, you can explore one sector and you can go as deep as you like. There are all sorts of interesting objects to uncover and dungeons to explore. Many of the islands have expeditions with totally new mechanics. So for example, here is a volcanic island with voltaxic sulfite.
Okay.
Blowing up the sulfite will unleash extra waves of enemies. But there is also this wall with a suspicious light coming from behind it. On blowing it open, a giant ogre comes out, and he is determined to eat as much sulfite as possible.
Okay.
The more sulfite mounds that you have blown up, the more empowered and the more rewarding he will become.
What if you just murder him before he eats anything?
These islands contain all sorts of little secrets that you can find and blow up. Free trapped wisps, blow open root doors, even raise ancient precursor technology.
Oh shit.
And of course, more bosses. There are more and further vaults to blow up, and one of them in particular is pretty important. The Tomb of Uhtred, the Star Drinker.
He's not so cool.
Uhtred was responsible for calling down the meteors of Verisium, which the Kalgurans used to power their ancient magic.
Okay.
And upon defeating him, he calls down a truly gigantic one into the ocean nearby.
Oh. That's cool.
On visiting it, you find that it is shrouded by a strange energy emanating from the Verisium core of the meteor within. There is something growing in there, and it can't be anything good.
Is it a spider?
In order to gain entry, Danik suggests that the Triskelion Flame, an ancient Kalguran artifact that can absorb and cancel the effects of Verisium magic, could be used to enter.
Isn't that
But
the
to
thing?
find it, you will need to locate the Tomb of Olroth, leader of the Knights of the Sun.
I was about to say, isn't that the thing they've been looking for?
Defeat him
all of PoE
and gain
1?
access to whatever eldritch nightmare is growing inside. Now, we're not going to spoil the boss, but one thing you should know is that the Verisium that makes up the core of the meteor is of a quality that has not been available for millennia.
Oh wow. It's the spider.
Bringing this to Pharaoh and Danik should allow them to forge some objects of power, the creation of which has been lost to time.
Oh wait. For fuck's sake, I'm so slow.
Forge some objects of power.
Max resist. Armor, energy shield, 100. I need to sneeze. Maybe. I just yawn. Okay, got it. The fuck? Spell damage. Nice, I guess. On a chest? Damage taken from hit bypasses energy shield. If energy shield is below half. Wait. 70% of damage taken from hits bypass energy shield if energy shield is below half. Does it continue, or lose all runic bindings when you shapeshift to gain an equal amount of unbound potential? Okay. Okay.
The creation of which has been lost to time. So that's the League, and there is a lot going on. To sum all that up, there is a new encounter with over 30 new monster types and over 30 new rune modifiers to enhance them. You can create more than 100 new runes to craft your gear, as well as dozens of other new currency items. And there are new quests added to the campaign to unlock even more new crafting options. Rune forging armors, upgrading uniques.
That's really cool.
Dozens of new Kalguran skills and supports. Tons of new islands to discover by exploring the ocean. 5 new bosses, including a new...
I kind of wish the ocean had other mechanics on there as well. Like, it seems like we'll be needing to do multiple different types of atlasing, right? Like, you go to the ocean, you're just doing expedition atlases, right? Like, but maybe they're enough. And that's the big boss from the meteor they just spoiled, I think. It looks like the meteor, at least. That is definitely the guy. It seems like if you want to do ritual, you have to be on ground, right? Like, which...
New pinnacle boss. And a bunch of new uniques to top it off. But there is still a ton more to come. It's time to talk about the massive changes to the in-game. But for that, I'll hand it back to Jonathan.
Now, as Mark hinted at before, the in-game atlas is very different now, and the ocean to the south is the least of the changes. The entire area around your starting location is now teeming with new questlines and things to discover.
Cool.
Will you investigate the strange forest to the west? The cracks in the earth to the east?
Ooh,
or perhaps visit the ruins of a vile city in the north?
So it's...
The atlas now has fixed points of interest at specific locations.
Oh, cool.
Giving you specific objectives that are easy to find. Like before though, no matter which objective you choose, going to towers to see what's out there is always a good idea. The first time you do that though, something new happens. The earth shakes.
Oh.
And a gigantic fortress rises from the earth.
Oh shit, okay.
A remnant of the ancient precursor civilization.
What's the burning monolith?
The cataclysm of the beast has caused an ancient protocol to be invoked. Should corruption ever take hold to this degree, the world must be scoured and purged of corruption.
It's not bad.
You will need to make your way into the fortress and activate the gates. Gain the keys to reach these ancient precursor weapons and disarm them. But this will be no easy task. The fortress has many areas to explore and many new things to find.
Oh, a train.
You will power up ancient machines. Fight new and deadly foes.
He looks very familiar.
Discover many new areas. And uncover some dark secrets. Now, the Fortress is the first of the new full in-game storylines that we're adding in 050, and there's a lot going on with it. But not only that, it has some pretty cool new mechanics as well. The areas inside the Fortress are special. Many of them have new mechanics or rewards that they grant. Okay. Like this map, where all the rares are contained in essence crystals.
Oh, okay.
Or this one, which replaces all monster packs in the area with strongboxes.
Okay.
Or this one, which spawns an Asmeri spirit that always moves on from a rare after you kill it, allowing you to chase it through the entire map.
Oh. It sounds a little bullshitty, but like it sounds annoying.
Now, just like the normal areas of the Atlas, you'll need to fight the map boss of each area to complete the map. But unlike a normal map, The ones in the fortress each contain precursor nodes after the boss, and activating these nodes will give you points for the new and improved Atlas passive tree.
Oh, okay, cool. So you want to go there quick.
Now, we had an Atlas passive tree before, but it was one of the areas of the endgame that just wasn't up to scratch. The Atlas tree now works quite a lot differently. We have significantly upgraded the kind of mechanics that you can find on the Atlas tree. Like this one, that gives a chance to make rogue exiles you fight retreat from combat and move to an adjacent map.
Oh!
Before you fight them again, they'll upgrade their gear and come back with a grudge this time.
Okay, that's kind of cool, so you just get better rogue
There are
exiles.
also a lot of nodes that combine mechanics together in new ways.
You have to kill
like
them
this
twice.
one, which lets Asmeri spirits possess strongboxes. All the regular monsters that come out of them are touched by the spirit, and the rares are all possessed, giving you some incredible loot potential.
Okay. Okay, I kind of just want to go fucking Marauder or whatever
You
it
get
is.
points from every single area
Bam,
you
bam.
complete in the fortress, and unlike
Warrior.
before, that means you can allocate the entire Atlas tree.
Wait.
Yes, this whole tree can be yours. This change is pretty important, since it allows us to be able to create many types of bonuses that we wouldn't have been able to create before. Like this one,
Nah, that's
which gives
boring.
a chance for cities to be invaded by another faction.
No,
and
I
can
don't
even
like
allow
this.
it to contain 2 faction leaders,
Why do we get all of
Zest,
it?
giving you some incredible loot potential.
No. Really? We get all of it?
You get points from every single area you complete in the fortress, and unlike before, that means you can allocate the entire Atlas tree.
Bro, this is some Blizzard shit. Where's my choices? All of it? I'm not sold on this. Then it just turns into a checklist. It's cool. They added lots of decider nodes. So you get to pick between a couple, or this is bullshit though. No. No, this sucks. I don't like that. No. I don't like that. Part of the cool about PoE 1 Atlas is you actually have to decide. You actually have to pick things. You actually have to go around like the tree, try and find a good path, get things fit together. Here you just get fucking everything? Nah, that sucks, man. That sucks. You have to constantly respec the tree, but you have, in PoE 1, you have 3 trees. If people are respeccing too much, just give us 5. Like, no, I don't like this. I mean, I'll see how it goes, and it'll be fine because you get a bunch of bonuses and it'll be good, right? But it's not. You're gonna lose out on some decision making. You're gonna lose out on some cool shit. You're gonna lose out on some individuality. You're gonna lose out on some like discovery, right? Like, I get it for a lot of players that just follows an Atlas guide. It's just, yeah, okay, I just plug in everything, right? Like, now I guess you kind of have to plug in the right order. So rather than the right things. Now, this is shit. I don't like this. It's better than before, because the Atlas tree before was dog shit. But this is no. I don't want to pick everything. I want to choose. You have several trees now? Yeah. I don't like it. I don't think it's good. Wait for the choices? I mean, it's like, I get that there's choices, and I get that the Atlas can have a bunch of cool shit, right? The thing I don't like is I get everything rather than I have to pick between the things. Now, I understand that you're saying there's choice nodes, right? But that is still limiting the amount of choices that I have, right? Like, whereas before I had to pick I had to pick between, like, I don't know how many nodes there are, right? But I couldn't even pick half of them, or maybe I could pick about half of them, right? And I had to pick a direction. I had to pick, well, not half of them, right? Like, you didn't get half. But you have to pick a direction. You have to pick some things to focus on. You have to pick which one to take, which ones to leave out. You have to pick what to exclude, what not to exclude, what to bring up, like all of those things, right? Whereas now, I can just get everything. And then it's like, oh, do I want this or that? Right? Like, it's not a, oh, but then I go here so I can grab this while I get this. I want to get to here. Moving through here gives me these things that I want. Like, that's the cool shit. Here it's just pick everything and then, oh, do you want A or B? Like, no.
Yes, this whole tree can be yours. This change is pretty important since it allows us to be able to create many types of bonuses that we wouldn't have been able to create before. Like this one, which gives a chance for cities to be invaded by another faction, and can even allow it to contain 2 faction leaders, allowing you to get 2 crisis fragments.
I mean, that's cool.
If we'd done this kind of thing on the old tree, we would have wanted to spec into it before running a city map, then unspec out of it before running anything else. With full allocation, we can have cool bonuses like these. Now obviously we still want to make sure that you have choices that define your in-game Atlas build. So many nodes in the Atlas tree are now multi-choice. Everyone will get the node, but which bonus you choose to use is up to you. Do you want your powerful boss map?
Nah, bro, this is, I mean, it's better than before. I'm just disappointed because it's not as good as PoE 1 in my opinion. But I mean, it's like, if you want these things where it's like, oh, then you want to spec into it before running a city, and you wouldn't want to run a city until you spec into it, and then you want to spec out of it afterwards, just fucking make it baseline then, if it's that cool, right? Just make it baseline. This entire tree is just baseline, right? Like, that's what it is. It's like everything is just baseline, and you're shit until you reach the baseline, and then you got X amount of choice nodes. That's what this is. It's just this is what a map does now. But you have to go through allocating points for no fucking reason. Like, they could just give us a fucking Mist of Pandaria WoW talent tree then, whereas like, you get like, I don't know how many, like 6 rows of things, right? And there's a choice between 3, and you pick one, and then you pick the next, and you pick the next, and you pick the next. There you go. Those are your fucking talent trees. That's literally what this is. I don't like it. I don't like it. It's just all of these nodes that you're allocating. Oh, you're traversing the tree. You're getting all of them. It's just the fucking baseline. They could have just added them in. So it's like, oh, if you run a tier 1, these are active. If you run a tier 2, these are active. Right? It's worse. I don't like it.
Maps to contain more essences, summoning circles, or rogue exiles. But there's also nodes that contain more unusual things. So for example, on this node you can choose. Do you want to give a chance for shrines to instead be given to the map boss in the area, making them more challenging but dropping special loot?
So he can get.
Would you rather give a chance to be given a shrine buff before entering boss arenas, making for an easier fight? Now, I could probably nerd out about cool stuff in the tree all day, but we should probably get back to the fortress. Now, one of the really important things we wanted to do was make it so that all the boss fights in the endgame are now accessible with a quest line. That means that to fight the Arbiter of Ash for the first time, you don't need to get lucky by finding keys. They will be in fixed locations and there's a quest to get them. But the Arbiter of Ash is no longer the pinnacle of Path of Exile 2. For that, you'll need to travel into the very center of the fortress. An incredible challenge awaits you should you choose to go there. After the storyline, you still unlock keys for pinnacle bosses in the usual way, exploring the world and finding the keys required to get to them. But we have added a lot more interesting things to find out there as well. There are now all sorts of mechanics that can spawn on maps in the wilderness. For example, some maps might spawn as a rogue exile hunting ground, containing multiple rogue exiles who are there to hunt rare beasts. You might come upon them in the middle of a fight and be able to take out both of them. Or a map of champions that makes all the natural inhabitants of the area into magic monsters.
Oh.
Or this one that causes all shrines in the area to release as merry spirits when used. Once you have explored and found your keys, you can return to fight the Pinnacle in the fortress again. But this version of him will be harder, and not only that, he will have new unique rewards as well. Each time you fight him, you get the ability to activate one section of the fortress, and any maps that you didn't finish there will be automatically completed, giving you all the Atlas points. So if you're the type of player who doesn't want to explore the fortress, and instead just race out into the infinite Atlas, you still have a way to get all those points. So that's the Origins of Divinity storyline.
But you probably want to just you probably want to just start doing all of those, like, fucking in the fortress. Right? Like, and maybe they have special things. I mean, if you don't want to just bum rush the fortress, it's going to be dog shit, because then it'll be because they have certain things that you want to use for, like, gaining stuff that you can't get anywhere else, and that would suck ass.
It's a huge amount of new content with a ton of new areas, 5 new bosses, including a pinnacle, with a bunch of new unique items. But not only that, it also completely revamps the Atlas tree and includes a ton of new map mechanics that you can find both inside and outside the fortress. But this is just one of the new storylines. So let's talk about the next one now, Masters of the Atlas. Now, earlier we talked about how the multi-choice nodes in the tree allow you to still have an in-game Atlas build, but we didn't think that was quite...
You think all the League mechanics are outside the fortress? Like, fortress is up, League is left and right, and down is ocean? Yeah, but... Isn't there... You use those waystones, right? Or those things. You use the things you used to put in... You use the things you used to put in towers to force things on, right? Or did they take that away? Use waystones to open the map, and the more mods, the more, like, tablets you can apply, right? And the tablets have the League stuff, right? Isn't that still a thing, or did they remove that? If they removed that, then sure. Tablets are also changed. Okay, I guess we'll get to it. I'm gonna be honest. This Atlas tree, it's better than the last, don't get me wrong. It's definitely an improvement, but I still think it's dog shit. Why do I have to go scurry around for points to just have a baseline? It's not I don't get to pick anything. I don't get to like specify what I want. I don't get to specialize into anything. I just get a baseline increase that until I get the entire baseline increase, my maps are just worse. Whereas before, I could steer it in the way I wanted, in PoE 1 being before. I could steer it into the way I wanted. Like, I don't like this. It's just, they could have just given us all these favor of the hero choice nodes as like a Mr. Pandaria WoW talent thing, where you got like just rows of things and you press one and then you can't press the other ones. It's better than before. It's worse than what they had in PoE 1. It's better than PoE 2's last Atlas. It's worse than PoE 1 Atlas, I think. And I think it's boring, and I think it's lazy, and I think it's a waste of time that I should sit and grind out for points to just get everything. Don't like it.
Enough. You have an Ascendancy class for your passive tree. Why not an Ascendancy class for your Atlas tree? Well, that's where the Masters of the Atlas come in.
Okay.
Throughout Rayclast are many opportunities for those with the skills to find them. Atlas Masters are willing to train you in these skills if you're able to help them in return. One such master is Jado, a member of the Order of the Jinn, an organization that secures powerful artifacts to prevent them from falling into the wrong hands. Jado will send you on missions to investigate strange occurrences on the Atlas and recover the artifacts causing them. And for each one you recover, he will gain more trust in you and teach you more ways of the Order of the Jinn. At level 1, you could choose to massively increase the chance for rare and unique chests, or make it so that all map bosses drop an additional unique item, or make corrupted waystones have an additional modifier, but at the cost of making them send you to a totally unknown location. Each mission you complete for Jado will unlock another row of abilities, and
I just said this. Like, this is literally what I just talked about. You pick one of three. 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 This is shit. This is dog shit. Like, I mean, to be fair though, this is like a little extra, right? Like, if they had the regular Atlas and you got like these rows of things where you pick stuff, that's fine as like an extra thing. But like, now you got two versions of this, and one is just disguised a little bit. Like, the Atlas tree is literally this. It's like all of the points you put in that are just everybody gets them. They're just baseline. That's what they are. I don't care about any sort of like, oh, it's a tree and you pick the points. And no, you don't pick anything. You get all of them. It's just about grinding out the points. You have everything. It's not a fucking talent tree, right? Because you get everything. So it's just, that is your baseline. And you need to spend the first, 20 hours of gameplay just getting to your baseline, right? That is where where the game starts. That is where maps are balanced around. So it's just the fucking baseline that you need to work for, which is fine in a way, but I feel like you should do it in a different way than points that I need to allocate, because it feels dog shit to sit and put in points on a tree where I don't have any fucking say in it anyways. Just they might as well just had a fucking point timer, like a thing that goes up. I get a point, let me press a plus button. And I got a little bar that goes up, and ooh, I reached 30 points. Now I get this bonus. That is literally what it fucking is, by the way. It's just, oh, but you can kind of pick the order. Bullshit. And then you have the choice notes, which is literally this, right? It's the same shit. It's a node everybody gets, and you pick one of three, one of two, whatever. You can't pick the other ones. Everybody gets it. So it's literally this. And then you got this on top. It might be cool. It is better than what PoE 2 had before, but it is lazy and it's shit design. It might still be fun, but it's still dog shit.
Give you another point to allocate, letting you choose how you want to specialize. But there are other masters too. For example, Hilda.
Not happy.
Hilda is a member of a guild of monster hunters. She will send you on missions to assassinate specific deadly creatures around Rayclass and harvest their parts. In exchange, she will teach you her monster hunting skills, like this one, which adds a 25% chance to upgrade any map boss to a powerful version. Or this one, which makes his Marian spirits no longer possess rare monsters, making them go for the unique bosses in the area instead.
Oh, shit.
You might notice that many of the effects on these are both upsides and downsides. So Hilda, for example, can make it so that you only get one attempt when fighting pinnacle bosses. But in exchange for that, they always drop 2 uniques.
Okay.
Because of that, we wanted it to be easy to swap between them depending on what you're doing. As you unlock each master, they will appear on the side of the screen. Simply click whichever one you want to use to run the map, and all the bonuses you have selected for that master will be activated.
So instead of having Atlas trees from PoE 1, we got World of Warcraft Mist of Pandaria talents for our maps. That's literally what we got, but less. There's less things, but it did seem like, wow, bro, how the mighty have fallen. Holy shit, this is lazy dog shit. Wow, it's bad. And they've already announced that early access is ending, so they can't go back on that. This is shit. This is real bad. The game might still be fine, the game might still be good, but this is shit. Like, this is trash. This just completely killed a bunch of cool shit from PoE 1 that is now just not in PoE 2.
This allows you to have a few different strategies that you can quickly pick between, depending on what you're running at the moment. Now, one thing that's been pretty obvious is that the endgame leagues we created when launching Early Access in 010 were not really up to the standard of the leagues we did since then. Fate of the Vaal and Rise of the Abyssal just have a lot more going on than Delirium or Expedition, for example. We wanted to do a serious upgrade to all of these mechanics before we do our 1.0 release, and so that's what we've done. All 4 of the leagues we launched in Early Access have been upgraded with not only new quest lines, but new mechanics, new crafting systems, new uniques, and new pinnacle bosses. One of the really important changes we made to all the leagues is that you can now find them on the Atlas in specific locations, and each one has a quest line that will lead you there to being able to complete the league, along with its Atlas tree and its pinnacle boss.
Okay.
This is true even for the leagues that we didn't do major redesigns to. So let's use Abyss as an example. When you first encounter one in the endgame, you'll get a quest that leads you to the east, where you will find these mega abyss cracks in the earth leading away from the Well of Souls. All the maps along the cracks will contain abysses with special properties, and mapping along these cracks will close the Atlas scale abysses, giving you points for the Abyss Atlas tree.
Okay.
At the end of each Atlas abyss, you'll find an Abyssal Depths, with the boss fight for one of the Abyssal factions, giving you a guaranteed way to fight them. And after completing all 3, you'll get a key for the Well of Souls, allowing you to fight the Vessel of Kulamak.
Cool.
This kind of thing makes an in-game league so much more friendly for new players,
that
giving people
cool.
obvious goals and a guided experience to complete them. Alright, so let's talk about the first of the upgraded leagues, Delirium, and its new storyline, The Hare and the Raven. As you may remember, during Act 4 you were tricked into releasing an ancient entity from a Karui prison known as Tangmazu, the Raven Trickster. Tangmazu delights in breaking the minds of those who step through his mirrors, and when touching one, he will attempt to destroy your mind with twisted abominations generated from your worst fears. In Return of the Ancients, the first time you approach one of his Delirium encounters in the endgame, you will find Elder Maddox locked in a trance. His mind is trapped in one of Tangmazu's delusions, and you will need to free him.
Okay.
Once free, Elder Maddox demands that as you caused this problem, you should put it right. He asks you to travel west to the Withered Willow, the location he believes that Tangmazu first gained his powers. But be careful. As you travel there, the Raven Trickster will attempt to break your mind. Each map around the Withered Willow features Delirium encounters.
Okay.
Now this is more than a simple quest upgrade. The mechanic of Delirium has been overhauled and expanded. At the bottom of the screen, there is now a bar that indicates how deep into Delirium you are. You can see which direction leads deeper by looking at the fog, and the deeper you go, the more challenges you will face. By looking at the bar, you can see how long you have until the Delirium ends. And you can also see special encounters that you will face if you're able to go deep enough into the fog. At the end of the bar is always the boss of the map, but we now have a variety of other encounters that you might find as you explore the horrors of your own mind. For example, you might encounter a purple mirror shard that when shattered will cause all the enemies to become more nightmarish. After hitting this, you'll notice the Delirium demons are enhanced, significantly more powerful, larger, and scarier in general, along with more rewards. Or should you encounter a red mirror shard, you'll be sent into the depths of your mind.
Isn't that where we were in the first place? Oh!
And must escape it while fighting off hordes of your worst fears.
This looks like a PoE 1 boss zone. Holy.
If you are able to do so, you will gain a powerful amulet with 2 instilled notables on it. Once you reach the Withered Willow, Elder Maddox discovers that a shard of the mirror is missing. You will need to track down Tangmazu and restore it if you have a hope of discovering how to defeat him, and that means entering the Raven Trickster's mirrors in an attempt to locate him. Each area around the Withered Willow contains Delirium encounters, so that's a good place to start. As you do Deliriums, some of the special encounters will drop liquid emotions. Normally these emotions can be used to install amulets to add notable passive buffs to them, but in Return of the Ancients, emotions have a new function as well.
Okay.
Each one now has the ability to add crafted mods to jewels, allowing you to add specific mods to an item slot that can be quite difficult to roll.
Oh shit!
For example, Liquid Despair will allow you to add critical hit chance, while Liquid Suffering will allow you to add movement speed or Air of Effect to your jewels, but there are many more. Once you've done enough Delirium encounters, the location of a Grand Mirror, an entrance into Tangmazu's realm, is revealed, but it won't be that simple to enter. Using his powers, he reflects the map boss for a ridiculous empowered fight, then destroys the entrance into his realm of madness.
Okay.
In order to find him now, you'll need to let the insanity fully into your mind. A strange fruit is left behind which you can consume to fully embrace the madness in an attempt to reach the Raven Trickster's realm. Consuming the fruit will cover an entire area of the Atlas in fog, and every map you do in the fog will get progressively harder and harder as you explore the deeper reaches of your mind.
Okay.
At some point you enter a new layer. A simulacrum of your memories, twisted and perverted by the Raven Trickster.
Just campaign.
Should you be able to complete the simulacrum, Tangmazu will believe that you are worthy of a true challenge, and will let you take the remaining shard of his mirror, allowing you to enter his realm of madness back at the Withered Willow. If you dare to face him, it will be a fearsome challenge.
Oh wow, I thought that was
So, that's the new storyline of Delirium.
That's really cool.
As you can see,
I thought that was
it's
the
not only a
ritual
quest
boss.
line, there are new mechanics, new crafting options, and new boss fights. But one question you might have is, what happens after? Well, once you've completed the story, grand mirrors will start appearing on the Atlas sometimes after completing Delirium encounters. After doing the grand mirror, you can select where on the Atlas you want to do your fruit-induced drug trip and get another key to fight Tangmazu. But this time, the fight will be quite a bit harder. And not only that, the fight will be able to drop a bunch of new uniques that were not available in the questline version. We'll show some of those later.
That's
After
really cool.
doing a grand mirror, the decision of where to spread the fog can be important, because there are some potent emotions that only come from certain map bosses affected by Delirium this way.
Oh,
Like all emotions, they can craft special mods onto jewels, but these potent emotions can create mods that you can't get any other way. So for example, potent liquid melancholy is an emotion that can only come from human bosses, and allows you to add a variety of on-hit effects.
okay.
Also, you might want to try instilling amulets with these emotions. They could have some interesting effects, with some powerful notables that do not normally exist on the tree. Like Storm's Rebuke, which makes armor break boost your cold and lightning damage.
Okay.
But also notables from a clearly deranged mind, like Calm's Blessing. This skill allows you to ancestrally boost fire spells after using a Warcry.
Okay.
How about using an ancestral Flame Blast? Now, just like before, you can also upgrade the League by getting points for a dedicated Delirium Atlas tree. But this now works in a much better way and has much cooler effects. The maps in the Delirium area of the
Don't
Atlas
tell me
give
we
you
get
Delirium
everything.
passive points for completing them,
Yeah.
so it's easy to see how to progress.
Mm-hmm.
Some nodes will add new types of mirror shard encounters to your Deliriums. Like this one, which will pause the Delirium for some amount of time, allowing you to more easily get to higher depths. Or this one, which adds extra Delirium modifiers to monsters when you pick it up. There are also nodes that can add new types of drops, like this one, which modifies Simulacrum encounters to add special liquid emotions, which can craft time-lost jewels. And nodes that apply to the Atlas mechanics of the League, like this one, which causes the Grand Mirror to spread Delirium fog over a larger area of the Atlas, potentially containing multiple simulacrums. Alright, so that's the changes to Delirium. The core mechanic now includes a bunch of new things to find, new monsters to kill, and has new mechanics on the Atlas. It also has new crafting system for jewels, and over 20 new unlockable notables for amulets. Not only that, but you have a new pinnacle boss with a bunch of new unique items,
He looks cool
and a
as
massively
fuck.
upgraded Atlas tree just for Delirium. But there's still a lot more to come, so let's talk about Breach next. When
I
you
like
first
Breach.
do a Breach in the endgame, you will find Aelith, one of the Keepers of the Flame,
Oh, it looks like they upped the amount
an
of
ancient
monsters.
order of monks dedicated to preventing the Hiveborn from entering the world. As you seem to be a keen slayer of demons, Aelith would like to recruit you to the order and asks that you travel to their monastery to the south. On the way there, you'll start to encounter more breaches, and will notice one of the first changes to the breach mechanic. You still have to kill monsters as fast as you can to keep the breach open, but now you can visibly see how much time you have left to keep it open, and how each kill extends its duration.
That's nice.
Once you've reached the monastery, you will learn more about the Keepers. In the 25 years since the events of Keepers of the Flame in Path of Exile 1, the war with the Hiveborn has not gone well, and they have managed to establish a foothold in the world nearby.
Ooh.
A gigantic area has fallen to the Scourge, and the Keepers are unable to get inside. Inside the monastery is the Genesis Tree, a powerful asset to the war effort, stolen from the enemy and gifted to the Keepers by the Dreamer himself. Using the tree, Aelith could create a breach stone and penetrate the Hiveborn foothold, but without Hive Blood, the tree has withered. To get Hive Blood, you will need to take advantage of another new mechanic of Breach. If you can keep the otherworldly portal open for long enough, the Breach will stabilize and will enter a new phase. The Hiveborn will send their toughest miscreations to defeat you, and the Breach will not close until you can annihilate them, dropping Hive Blood that you can use to restore the Genesis tree.
Yeah, so that's what it was in Period 1. That's pretty good.
In some cases, you may even attract one of the deadliest foes the Hiveborn can offer.
It is exactly what I said, that the reworks to mechanics in Period 1 for the League is test runs for Period 2. And here we are. It's exactly that.
A Marshal of Zesht. These monsters also drop womb gifts, and if you take these to the Genesis tree, they can be used to craft items to help you in the war against the Hiveborn.
I hope it's powerful.
Given that 25 years have passed since the beginning of the war, the tree has grown and withered many times, but with each cycle it learns and expands its abilities. When you first open the Genesis tree, you will notice these holes into which you can place your womb gifts. Each womb gift can be used to create a different type of jewelry, and must be fertilized with Hive Blood.
Only jewelry? Okay.
So for example, you can place this amulet womb gift into the tree, and it will give birth to a random rare amulet. But the Genesis tree is capable of much more. As you continue to feed the tree, its branches will regenerate and allow you more and more control over what kind of items it will birth. So for example, this branch of the tree will allow you to control which base types of amulets can be birthed. And as you go deeper, it will even allow you to create new base types that you can't get anywhere else.
Ooh.
Like this one, which gives you an entire spirit skill for free. Or this one, which has a rune socket in it.
Okay.
To the left and right are branches that will let you control which mods the amulet can get, including making sure that they're higher level, or controlling which specific mods that they will always have. With 15 points to allocate, you will have to choose wisely how you want to specialize your crafts. But it's worth noting that this tree doesn't have any cost to respecking it. You can enable or disable the nodes at any time by clicking on them. On rings, we've also added some really interesting new crafting options as well. You have a bunch of new base types like these, but you also have entire new classes of mods that can be added.
Oh.
The right-hand branch of the ring tree adds an entire new set of caster mods to rings. From basics like extra elemental damage for spells.
Really?
Or more niche options like this mod that increases the rate you gain seals for Unleash.
Okay. That's cool.
And on the left-hand side, you can unlock an entire new set of mods for minion characters.
Oh. Who cares?
This stuff is actually pretty important, because casters and minion builds didn't have as many slots with interesting item crafting compared to attack builds. The Genesis tree narrows that gap. There are also trees for belts and currency. I won't go over them too much here, but there are all sorts of goodies in these too, like being able to create new catalysts for jewels.
Okay.
Or a belt that gives lightning damage. Once you've done enough breach encounters, you may finally get a womb gift capable of birthing a breach stone.
Ah!
And you can then use it on the Hiveborn incursion.
Okay.
Once used, the true extent of the Breach Demon's foothold becomes clear.
Oh wow.
They have not only transformed the land, but constructed huge sky hives as well. When you enter the outskirts of their realm, you will discover breach hives. Using the power of the Keepers of the Flame, these otherworldly structures can be burned away when walking through them. But for each one destroyed, more of the Hiveborn will attack when you attempt to purge the hive.
Oh, so destroy all of it. Got it.
These encounters are particularly rewarding for womb gifts, so you'll want to do as many of these as you can. But your real goal are the sky hives deeper into the domain.
Yeah.
These twisted creations are securing the demon's entry into our world. Inside the very center are the Breach Lords Tool and Ash, and you'll need to defeat them if you want to get rid of the foothold once and for all. Now, once you've completed the questline version, there is still more to do. You will find other breach domains on the Atlas randomly in your travels.
That's cool.
For each one, you will need to find a breach stone, destroy the sky hives, and defeat the breach lords.
I like this. This seems cool.
And doing these encounters is what will give you access to fight Zesht, the existing breach pinnacle boss, which you can access by communing with the Dreamer himself inside the monastery.
Oh, he's cool.
While completing the questline for Breach, you will also be gaining points for the Breach Atlas tree, and there are a lot of cool new options here. This node will cause breach hives to spawn outside of the hiveborn domains on the Atlas.
Okay.
And this one will give Aelith additional abilities that you can use while attacking a hive. Like this one, which causes all hiveborn in the next wave to be magic, drastically increasing their difficulty in exchange for way more items.
I was about to say, why the fuck would you want more things to make it easier? Well, that's why. Because
like this one, which adds a set of new lineage supports to the Marshal of Zesht.
Ooh. I want lineage supports. Or
cool. This one, which lets you control which womb gifts you will get.
Yeah. If you're looking for a specific thing, then
There's also some nodes that affect the Genesis tree, like this one, which will cause Zesht to drop his head, which when returned to the Genesis tree, will grow a grasping orchid on the side of it. You'll have to experiment to find out what this thing is good for. Putting rings on its fingers seems to make it happy. So that's a rundown of what you can expect from the new Breach questline. There's a new stabilization mechanic for breaches, hive encounters, and hiveborn incursions on the Atlas. But you also have a huge new crafting system and new bosses as well. Alright, so let's talk about the Rite of the Nameless storyline next. When you first complete a ritual in the endgame, Aoife, a lost spirit, will appear. She appears to need your help, but isn't able to communicate more than a few words, beckoning you to come to the Wildwood. Like the other leagues, Ritual now has a place on the Atlas to call home. The Wildwood could be found to the west. When you first arrive there, Aoife's spirit will guide you in, where you will discover that inside the Wildwood, spirits can take physical form.
Ooh, the Morrigan.
Aoife has been bound to this place by the King in the Mists, and requests that you free her. But in order to do so, you will need her body, currently in possession of the King. To reclaim it, you will need to gain an audience with him. Inside the Wildwood, there are many ritual encounters to complete. Like before, in each area, triggering rituals will resurrect the nearby bound monsters to attack you, and killing the monsters will give you tribute. In addition, each ritual you do in the area will add the monsters from the previous ritual, making the encounters much more challenging the more rituals you complete. Once you've completed them, spend your tribute to get items. Now, an important change to the rewards of Ritual is that all the items in the reward window are now uniques or omens, making this league's rewards much more valuable than before.
That's cool.
In order to gain an audience with the Nameless King, you need to sacrifice tribute to him. Any remaining tribute you don't spend can be sacrificed this way to fill up this bar.
That's cool.
Once you have enough tribute for an audience, return to the Wildwood to divine his location with the Nameless Shrine. His location will be revealed deeper in the Wildwood, and you will need to make your way to him, kill him, and get Aoife's body. Using her body, you can attempt to release her spirit, but this is when you learn about the true threat of the League. The Wildwood is built on top of an ancient prison. The King in the Mists didn't gain his power out of nowhere. He was granted it by an ancient being of darkness known as the Bodark, and the Nameless King's use of this power has been causing the prison to weaken. In order to prevent the Bodark from entering the world, a champion will need to enter its prison and beat him back, but those with a name are unable to survive there. In order to do so, you will need to transfer your name to another with a new mechanic in the Ritual League, the Rite of the Nameless.
Okay.
The rite will begin in a nearby forest. At first, it appears to be a regular ritual encounter, but that will soon change. The final ritual of the area will include the map boss. And defeating him will give you a piece of the effigy onto which you will transfer your name.
Okay.
But the ritual is still not complete. Once the map boss is defeated, the Atlas will open, and you will need to pick another adjacent map to continue the ritual. During the rite, each adjacent map will have different rewards to tempt you. So for example, if you go in this direction, you gain significantly more tribute. But if you go in this direction, the uniques in the reward window will turn into currency instead.
Okay.
You can also sometimes get offered specific items that will be added as rewards. So in this case, you'll have to choose if you want to get 5 Chaos Orbs or a Mage Blood. A difficult decision, I'm sure. Now, as this is one continuous ritual, the encounters in the next map won't start from scratch. They contain all the monsters that were gathered from the rituals of the previous map as well, making them harder and harder.
Oh, from the
and
previous
that includes
maps?
the map boss too. You will need to defeat both map bosses in the final encounter for your next effigy piece. And it still doesn't end there. Pick another map, another reward, and add another map boss to continue until the ritual of the Nameless is complete.
Wow.
It will take 5 maps in all, and will be an incredible challenge.
Bosses. Jesus Christ.
But once complete, you can return to the Wildwood to perform the final rite. Transfer your name to the effigy, adorn the crown of the Nameless King, and enter the prison.
Oh wow.
Now, of course, once the Pinnacle boss is complete, the League doesn't end there.
You go again.
As you do rituals on the Atlas, you can continue to give tribute to the King in the Mists for another audience. Pick another forest to begin the Rite of the Nameless once more, and this time with a harder Pinnacle boss and new unique items to find.
Oh.
Of course, we've also significantly upgraded the Ritual Atlas tree. Get points by completing maps in the Wildwood, and you'll be able to unlock some pretty cool nodes. Some of them affect the Rite of the Nameless, like this one, which extends its duration. You thought fighting 5 map bosses at once was hard? How about 6? Or this one, which makes maps during the Rite have more reward mods, often having 2. You also have nodes that allow things to combine with other content, like this one, which gives a chance for rituals to be created inside summoning circles, adding a random boss to the ritual encounter.
Oh, did you want another boss?
There is
No,
even a
6
node
wasn't
which
enough?
adds a new type of possible ritual, the Audience with the Queen, which causes the Bride of the King to sometimes appear.
The Bride of the King, okay.
Okay, so that's ritual.
That's cool.
But let's have a look at what this means for endgame content as a whole for Path of Exile 2. When you include the expedition changes made by the League, we have a total of 5 new in-game storylines, each of which has a hub, crafting systems, areas to explore, NPCs, and a pinnacle boss as a capstone. Not to mention the Masters of the Atlas storyline as well. But more importantly, you now have immediate quests as soon as you arrive at the endgame, and goals with obvious progressions that you can see how to finish. Each in-game questline has a progress bar that you can pop out from the side of the Atlas screen at any time. This shows you how far through you are, and buttons that will take you to the hubs for them.
Okay.
Overall, it's just a way better in-game experience with a significant number of fun objectives to complete. But just in case you didn't have enough goals, we did have one other thing that you might want to complete this league. These are called challenge leagues after all.
Oh.
Where are all the challenges?
Okay.
Well, players of Path of Exile 1 will be used to the fact that each league comes with a series of challenges that you can complete in order to prove that you are indeed the best. We haven't done these yet in Path of Exile 2, but it's time to change that.
Oh, that looks
If you're able to complete them, you'll earn pieces of the Knight of Alder armor set. Opening the challenge screen will show you a series of 8 challenges. After completing each one, anyone in chat or in the forums will be able to see your prowess.
Might be.
In addition, you'll get a statue to put in your hideout showing anyone you trade with how many challenges you've completed. You'll earn the first piece of the armor set after doing 2 challenges, and the full armor set after completing all 8. So that covers all the content you'll encounter in Return of the Ancients. But what about some new tools to fight against these new pinnacles with? Well, we also have some new Ascendancy classes as well, but to introduce them, I'll hand you guys back to Mark.
As Jonathan said, we have 2 new classes to show you today, the Spirit Walker and the Martial Artist.
Okay.
Let's start with the Huntress's new class, the Spirit Walker. The Spirit Walker has developed an affinity with the Asmerian animal spirits.
She looks insane.
She is able to infuse the power of multiple spirits at her choosing.
Wow.
On the bottom part of the class, you will find paths for each wisp you would like to commune with, be they primal, vivid, or wild. Each one can give you different abilities that align with the stag, owl, or bear. Each ability gives you a method to become possessed by wisps of that type, and a new ability when you spend them. The stag allows you to summon stampedes when you attack.
Okay.
The owl grants boons in the form of their feathers, which adds extra projectiles and enhances the projectile speed of your next skill. And the bear simply summons a giant bear companion to your side. The bear will maul, slam, leap, and do intimidating roars to debuff your enemies.
The bear is just a rampaging monster.
Now you can specialize more into each of these wisps, but if you want to combine all 3 of them, then a new hidden power will be unlocked. The power of the Sacred Wisps.
Okay.
This node is free and enhances the quality of all 3 of your spirit animals. Your bear will take some of the damage you take and grant you life regeneration. Your stags will become more aggressive, leaping towards enemies. And your owl-empowered skills will leave a trail of soaring ground behind them. But that's not all. The Spirit Walker has other powers beyond wisps.
Wait, did you get
Such
40% increased damage?
Then a new hidden power will be unlocked. Ground behind them.
30% increased evasion rating, 40% increased damage while in full life. Okay. Wow. 2% max life, regenerate per second, 8% damage. Okay. So 8%
but that's
DR.
Not all. The Spirit Walker
regen.
has other powers beyond wisps. Such as Idolatry, which can give you large bonuses for using idle socketables in your equipment.
Companions deal 10% increased damage per idol. 2% increased reservation efficiency of skills per idol. Minus 4% to all elemental resistance per non-idol augment. Ooh, okay.
And this one, which is my absolute favorite.
Tame beast can capture unique beast? Is that bosses? Can have up to 1 unique tame beast summoned. Unique beasts have 30% increased movement speed. Tame beasts are possessed by random Admiri spirits changing every 20 seconds. To engulf a rare beast. A rare beast, okay. If you defeat the beast while it's engulfed in a wisp, it will be captured by this gem.
The Spirit Walker, having attuned herself with nature, can gain the ability to tame beast bosses. Opening up a whole suite of very cool options for your build. Maybe you tame the mighty Silverfist in the jungle depths. Or maybe a 3-headed chimeral beast in the chimeral wetlands.
Bro, are you kidding me?
Or then there's a giant frozen owl beast, Rakar, the Frozen Talon. There's so many choices. You're going to have to experiment a bunch with this one, and I'm very excited to see what bosses you all choose to have as your trusted boss companion.
I kind of want the Chimera.
Next up, we have the Monk's new Ascendancy class, the Martial Artist.
Yo, Square
After decades of training, he has mastered 3 of the 7 hollow techniques.
Only 3?
Channeling hollow form technique allows the martial artist to create illusions of himself, which then use a skill of your choosing. Perfect for turning skills with less area of effect into ones that can obliterate packs with ease.
That's really cool.
Should you find yourself overly vulnerable while channeling, you might want to take Way of the Mountain, which causes you to be covered in stone when you immobilize enemies, mitigating large amounts of damage. This can even enhance your attacks too. By hardening your weapon in stone, you can deal even more damage. After taking Hollow Focus technique, you can manifest your spiritual energy into objects.
This, okay, we had internet issues at the beginning, so that was shit, but I'm really excited for this. There's some really cool shit. There's also some really shit, but the shit is at least better than the shit that was before, but it's just much worse than the shit they should have done. But these new Ascendancy classes look interesting, at least. Wait, Hollow Focus. While active, ghostly bells appear near you. Okay. Oh, so you just get the bell all the time?
In this case, bells, which will appear around the martial artist and can be shattered by any of his attacks.
Okay.
Even ones from the Hollow Form technique earlier.
Oh.
Hollow Resonance technique furthers that by adding a manifested bell to your back.
You get it on
which rings each time you deal a critical strike, damaging all enemies around you. Through all the martial artist's thorough training, he has mastered the flow of internal spiritual energy too, and has engraved runic tattoos around his meridians. By doing this, he can gain the benefit of extra runes.
Oh?
Just open your inventory and add the runes. There is one that counts as a helmet, 2 as a body armor, 1 as gloves, and 1 as boots.
But none as weapons. Damn.
Finally, your hands. The ultimate expression of a master of the martial arts. Taking Way of the Stone Fist will cause your gloves to become a new base type when equipped.
Okay.
Each modifier on the original pair of gloves has an equivalent, more powerful, and more impactful modifier.
Oh?
For example, these gloves add some physical damage, cold damage, lightning damage, some resistances, and life gain on hit. Now, when I equip these, they become literal fists of stone, and not only grant me a bunch more evasion and energy shield, they now also grant a lot more damage, some maximum resistances, and a significantly higher amount of life gained on hitting enemies.
Okay.
With all the different rune combinations you could do, and the different modifiers and gloves, there's a ton of different build options.
I wonder how that
and
works
we're
with
looking
unique
forward to
gloves.
seeing what you can come up with. Now, with so many new bosses in Return of the Ancients, of course we want to have a huge number of unique rewards.
Well, this should sound like gibberish for a beginner like you. I don't think so. So what they did was... So, okay. PoE 1 has an Atlas tree. And that Atlas tree is really interesting, and it kind of shapes your entire end game as well as your beginning into the end game. So every map, there are X amount of maps. Every map gives you a point, right? So once you've done every map once, you have all the points. So to begin with, what you want to do is you want to do all the maps in tier 1, then all the maps in tier 2, all the maps in tier 3, etc., right? That's the way you kind of move on in the end game in PoE 1. Now the Atlas tree, then you can allocate the points and you decide, like a talent tree, oh, let me go do this league mechanic. So all of the league mechanics are on the Atlas tree, and you pick which ones you want and which modifiers to that thing that you want, right? Like there are strong boxes there is Abyss, there's all of these things, right? And you get to pick, oh, maybe you want to do Abyss with, what's it called? What's the thing called? Whatever. You want to do league mechanic Y with league mechanics X, right? You want to take those two together because they complement each other, or they kind of same pace, or whatever. Or maybe you just want to focus on league mechanic X, and then you modify it with a bunch of like little just generic bonuses, right? But that is your choice. You pick. You take the points you want. You influence the maps in the way you want. Now, PoE 2 had an Atlas where you did the same, but there were the specific league mechanics were not on there. It was generic bonuses, and instead of having 150, 200 points, I don't remember exactly how many, something in that, you had like 30. And the points, again, not only was there less of them, they were also far more boring, much more generic, and seemingly a little less impactful as well, right? So it was just completely washed out. And now they changed it again. So now, instead of doing, because they have like a different endgame style, you can't just do, they don't have all the maps like separately as they do in PoE 1. So they found a different way to do it. You have to clear little nodes inside of a fortress, which is fine. But the Atlas tree is now, looks like it's still the generic one in the that they introduced in PoE 2, but it's now much, much bigger. But instead of choosing which ones you want, you just get all of them. So it's just like, instead of you having like an interesting way of earning the points, sort of like you gotta, because the maps in PoE 1 are items that you have to acquire, right? You can't just go A, B, C, D, right? Like you have to find A, you have to find B, right? Like, so it's not just do A, B, C, D. It's like do whatever one you have available and hope you find the other ones, right? And there are ways to do it faster and more efficiently than just RNGesus take the wheel, but you had to complete all the maps. and with certain amount of mods, but that doesn't matter. Now all of the maps are just laid out for you. It's just, here they are. Just go to this, go to this, go to this, go to this, go to this. It's completely just all available for you. You just go. And there's no what's it called? There's no needing to find the maps. There's no anything. They're just there and you just go. And then once you get the points, you just click something. It might as well have just been a bar you fill up, and as you fill it up more, you get bonuses. But instead, you have to sit and click nodes in a tree with pathing that doesn't fucking matter because you get all of them. So I'm very unhappy with that. But the rest of it looks cool, and the game is still going to be fine, and it's better than before, but it's just worse than what I think it should have been.
There are some pretty cool things in here, so we wanted to show you a few of them. Twisted Empyrean is a two-handed mace made from the purest of Verisium, combined with the beast's corruption.
Oh.
It converts all of your mace's skills fire damage to cold, and
cool.
Visually does so too, turning your volcanic fissures into glacial ones.
I wonder if it's
This
strong.
mace also comes with its own built-in skill, Starborn Onslaught.
Okay.
Using Glory, you can leap backwards, throwing your mace at the ground, creating Verisium fissures, before calling behind it a storm of cold metallic bolts from the stratosphere.
Oh, so it's the hammer combined with
Next,
Storm.
we have Eventide Petals, an amulet that not only grants runic ward, but also comes with its own reservation skill, Midnight Zenith. This skill causes your critical hits to grant Arctic petals that hover around you. Once you have acquired enough of these petals, they will be consumed, creating a floral ice crystal near an enemy. Then, destroy that crystal to do devastating cold damage to everything around it.
Okay. Kind of cool.
The Raven's Flock is a staff perfect for minion characters. Not only does it grant spirit reservation efficiency and minion damage, it also allows your minions to inflict grueling madness on hit, slowing enemies and making all other slows on them more powerful for maximum crowd control. That's not where this item shines though. It grants a skill called Spiraling Conspiracy. This skill causes a flock of ravens to circle you, dealing damage over time to anything near them. Killing enemies, or just by standing near unique enemies, causes the flock to grow, getting larger and larger.
Oh wow!
For your PoE 1 players, you can think of this just like a raven righteous fire. That's not all, however. These ravens are also minions, so they fully scale with minion damage and come with their own command skill, Mad Flight. This
cool
command skill causes your flock to create a tunnel of deathly damage between a set of illusory mirrors, obliterating anything in between.
Snowballing? Yeah, kinda.
Horror's Flight is a pair of gloves instilled with the purest
Dude, I might
of
go
fear.
for that. That's cool.
Equipping these causes your enemies to become terrified of you. These gloves cause you to gain stacks of fear incarnate when you cull enemies. To aid in your culling, these gloves also come with the skill Crushing Fear. This is similar to the monk skill Killing Palm, except it deals chaos damage, and the amount of damage and area of effect scales drastically based on the power of the enemy. As you use this, gain your stacks of Fear Incarnate, which increases your culling threshold, meaning enemies become easier and easier to cull, even to the point of being able to instantly kill some monsters from full life.
What the fuck? That just sounds like a cheat code.
Sylvan's Effigy is a scepter for those wanting to run companions. It allows you to have any number of companions of different types, instead of the normal restriction of just one per type. But what makes this cool is the Asmerian Wolf companion it comes with. This is a persistent minion that bites foes to maim them, leaps to cause bleeding, and even howls to buff nearby allies. Additionally, it comes with the command skill Eternal Hunt, which when used it will howl, calling on the spirits to manifest spectral wolves to ambush all foes around you.
I'm not much of a minion guy,
Liminal
though.
Coil is a crazy wand. It allows you to apply as many curses as you please, but those curses will have no effect.
Oh.
What's the point then? 2 reasons.
Oh.
Firstly, your spells gain a bunch of extra physical and chaos damage for each curse on enemies. Secondly, is the skill it grants called Coiling Bolts. This skill is a projectile spell that fires coiling physical and chaos projectiles with every cast. What makes this skill truly special though, is that it will split and chain through every cursed enemy, causing an absolute ruckus. See for yourself.
That's fucking cool.
Periphery is a unique bow, which utilizes all the powers of the Asmerian spirits by dealing damage of all elements.
Wait, I need to write this down. It's notepad time, boys. Okay. So, PoE 2 build ideas. Let's see. So, Raven, Righteous Fire. It's a unique... Was it a unique staff? I think it was, right? Yeah, unique staff. The Raven's Flock. And then... What else was
Minions.
cool?
These
Horror's Flight. AoE Cull. Gloves. I don't know if I want to go for that. It seems like a cheat code, but I'm not too into the whole wolf thingy. Okay, there it is. Liminal Coil. Unique... Fuck. Unique wand. Chains and splits through every cursed enemy. Are all those skills and spells available for any class? Yes. So these are unique items, right? So you gotta equip them, and you can do so on any class, any ascendancy, any everything, and you get the skill, the Coiling Bolts. Now, for regular skills, you get a little gem, and that gem has the skill. And in order to use that gem, you need to wield a weapon of the right type. So a gem will fit a mace skill or a mace, right? But it won't fit a spear. It won't fit anything else. Even where it should make sense, which is a fucking pet peeve of mine. Like, there is no fucking reason that a lot of the mace skills shouldn't work with the axes, but they don't. And I don't want to get worked up about it because I've talked about this to death and I can keep going. But mace skills, use mace. Okay, there are a few exceptions where things will allow you to use, where items will allow you to use skills of a different weapon types. I think there are gloves that let you use slam skills and such, but that's the rule, right? Like, spells are a little different. You can use them with most things, I think. I'm not entirely sure exactly how it works. They overlap at least between wands and staffs and stuff. Do you have to equip? Their spells might be a little different. There are certain spells that you don't need a weapon type for, but for the most part, skills require a weapon. But every class, every ascendancy can equip any weapon. It's just, depending on where you are in the tree, it's going to be harder for you to build into it. So whereas in PoE 1, which is one of the things I thought was so great about it, it didn't matter where you started in terms of just, you weren't like kind of pigeonholed into a certain weapon or a certain skill type. Obviously you were a little bit, because ascendancies have things that work better with other things, right? But for PoE 2, if you want to do quarterstaffs, right? A lot of the quarterstaff nodes are in the monk area, and say the warrior is on the opposite side of the tree, right? Where am I? Oh, here. So if they're up here, the monk things, and you start down here, you have to go all the way around to get all the good quarterstaff notes. And down here in the warrior area is all the mace skills. And they don't work with the quarterstaff. So you can do whatever you want, but it's a little bit harder.
Enemies. Secondly is the skill it grants called Coiling Bolts.
This thing is
This
fucking
skill
cool.
is a projectile spell that fires coiling physical and chaos projectiles with every cast. What makes this skill truly special though is that it will split and chain through every cursed enemy, causing an absolute ruckus. See for yourself.
That's really cool.
Periphery is a unique bow, which utilizes all the powers of the Asmerian spirits by dealing damage of all elements.
Okay.
And all elements can cause all ailments.
Oh.
The coolest thing about this bow, however, is the Asmerian Swarm skill.
Yeah.
These are minions that are summoned when you kill enemies. They will pursue all nearby enemies, damaging them and inflicting a debuff on them that boosts your elemental damage even further. Watch as you mow enemies down, and the swarms of Asmerian wisps aid you, melting enemies one screen at a time.
I guess lightning arrow is gonna be pretty good with that. But they won't even reach if you do lightning arrow.
The Ordained is a new spear, mastering in physical and lightning damage, with high critical strike chance too.
Ooh.
This spear allows you to leech life not only from physical damage,
that's
but lightning
nice.
too.
What's the fragment
it
of
also
divinity?
creates a fragment of divinity nearby periodically. What are those?
What are those?
This spear has the skill Righteous Descent,
What the fuck?
which is an epic, divine leap, aided by angelic wings.
Wow.
If you use the skill when a fragment of divinity is nearby, it will become empowered, dealing significantly more damage, gaining massive area of effect, and bypassing its cooldown. When fighting a boss, let a bunch of the fragments spawn, and then just unleash your divine havoc, obliterating them.
What the fuck?
Last but not least, we
Okay, I wanna note down this spear because maybe becoming a paladin from D4 could be kind of cool. The Ordained. Unique spear. Paladin, D4 paladin. Angel crash. That's fucking cool.
unleash your
Okay.
divine havoc, obliterating them.
Boom.
Last but not least, we have a new unique jewel. Voices. Voices is simple. It consumes one jewel slot to add more. There are versions that add 2 jewel slots, 3 jewel slots, and for those who are absurdly lucky or rich, one with 4 jewel slots.
So basically every jewel
Equip
slot
it
you want this.
And notice the slots appear next to your character's portrait in the center.
Wow.
One of the things we are concerned about...
So basically everybody need like 3 voices or however many because you naturally pass through the jewel slots and you're just kind of an idiot if you don't just use that, I guess. Or maybe, can you only use 1? Is there a limit? But I mean, you'd want at least 1.
Is how long it takes for experienced players to replay through the game in each new league. As we learned from Path of Exile 1, one of the things that can really help is having elements in the campaign that tell you where to go, if you know what to look for.
Oh, this is the yellow
We'll
paint
cover
that isn't
just
yellow
one
paint
example per act
thing,
for
right?
acts 1 to 3, but there are many more than just these. For example, Hunting Grounds in Act 1 is a large, sparse area, containing multiple entrances and landmark encounters.
Yeah, that one's a little
Here's an example
annoying.
of some of the changes we've made here. Finding the ritual encounter in this area isn't too difficult.
No, it's right in the beginning.
Now, after completing it, a trail of locusts will lead to the entrance to Freythorn. Just follow it and find the source of the evil.
So if it persists, then it's kind of yellow paint. If it's just, it goes there and then it's gone, so you see it whenever, that's cool.
You may also find corpses of dead animals, killed and pecked at by the crowbell. You'll notice a trail of blood leading away from them. Follow the trail and it will lead directly to the boss.
It's a little too much, but that's cool, I guess.
We even put a signpost on the road to tell you which way to go to find Ogham
See, that's
Village.
cool. I like that.
In Act 2, in the Mastodon Badlands, you need to find the lightless caverns and track down the abyssal. Now to make this quicker, in the level you'll find these cracks.
Oh, that's pretty
Just
yellow
follow
painty.
them, and it will take you right to their lair, allowing you to find and unlock the Well of Souls.
If
In
it's
Act
that
3,
often.
the jungle areas have camps of explorers to sell you items.
Yeah.
However, they are now even more useful.
Okay.
By talking to the explorers, they will point towards the next area.
Oh.
Not only that, but it will also reveal it on the minimap, so you can know exactly where to go.
Oh, that's cool.
These are just some examples. We plan to do more and more of these over time in order to streamline the experience.
Little
Now,
subtle hints are
As this
good.
is an in-game expansion, it
If it's
makes
too
sense that we
obvious,
would
it's
work
annoying.
on Atlas QOL.
Oh.
We've added a search box that updates live as you type. Have
Oh,
a specific
cool.
map you want to run? Now they will be much easier to find.
That's cool.
If there are multiple maps, hitting enter will move you from map to map.
Oh.
Now, making a character build in Path of Exile 2 can be
Oh,
pretty
this
complex.
is fucking dope, by the way.
And instead of designing a build yourself, many players enjoy following online build guides.
I have yet to follow an online build guide in any Path of Exile. I was thinking about doing it, but I have yet not to do it. I have yet to do it, I mean. This thing might actually get me to try. Because one of the things I hate is having to stare at the other screen and like compare and, oh, is this what I do? This might actually
We
get
have
me
a
to try.
pretty awesome community that has built many tools over the years for designing builds, but we wanted to improve the experience of following them. So, we are introducing a new build guide system directly into the game client. Here's how it works. Community creators who write build guides can now create a new file format, a build file. Once downloaded, the builds appear in the in-game client, and selecting one will show you everything you need to
This
know
is so
to make
cool.
that build. So you can see all the passives you need to allocate, ascendancy points you need to take,
That's really
skill
cool.
gems you need to equip, and
Okay.
recommendations for all the support gems you need to use as well.
Wow.
For items, the build designer can specify which uniques to use in each slot, or if needed, just add some notes to the item slot to say what kind of item you need.
That's cool.
In fact, build creators can add notes to just about any of these areas, allowing them to explain different trade-offs in context, or just give more info about how these things should be used. They can also give level ranges to each element, allowing recommendations
really?
to change over time. Great for builds that need to respec after they reach a certain level.
Oh, wow.
Now, all of this is written in a standardized build format that creators can use, and we imagine that a lot of community build tools will be updated to add support for this format.
That's really cool.
Now that we have trade market searching built into the in-game client, we have added the ability to price check items you can find more
Ooh.
easily. Control-Alt-clicking an item will now search for it on the trade market, showing you the current prices.
Let's go.
For rare items, it's handy to exclude some mods, so we added the ability to enable and disable each mod so you can see what effect each one has on the price.
Let's go.
Next up, we're going to be talking about the new supporter packs for Return of the Ancients.
Okay, we'll see.
Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs.
Oh, Vampire Guy.
The Blood Reaver and Divinity packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions.
Oh,
As
wow.
always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Blood Reaver series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
Okay.
Let blood fuel your bloodshed. The Exsanguinator weapon effect draws the blood of enemies you've slain and funnels it into your weapons. Turn the appearance of your endurance, frenzy, and power charges into orbiting globules of blood with the Blood Reaver charges. While your charges are active, these blood orbs will grow in size when you absorb more blood from nearby enemies. There are options to have pure blood charges, or charges that still display which kind of charge they
Oh,
are
that's
at their
kind of
core.
cool.
A taste for blood doesn't negate a taste for style. The Elite Blood Reaver armor features crimson leathers and golden accents to set yourself apart from uncivilized leeches. It also features a back attachment fashioned out of the wing of a colossal bat. Alongside every Blood Reaver is their trusted gargoyle pet. In true gargoyle fashion, they take the form of a stone statue when you are idle, leaping into action when you're on the move again. What good is immortality if you don't have a vast mansion to come home to at the end of the day? The Eternal Blood Reaver supporter pack contains the Blood Reaver Manor Hideout. This
I like how the NPCs were placed around the table.
Features an organ, a grand dining table, and cages for your visitors. You can alter the walls to create as many or few rooms as you like.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Last but not least, the Servant of the Manor, eternally bound to the Order of the Blood Reavers. This henchman will manage your store, so you can spend more time spilling blood.
Stop that. We won't disappoint you. But if we do, you've our permission to beat us most violently.
The Divinity Pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Call on Divinity to aid you in eluding enemy hits with the Divinity Dodge Roll effect.
Jesus.
As you sprint, actual divine lightning wings will form out of your back, leaving a trail of radiance as you engage or escape from combat.
That's really cool.
For situations that are too dicey, call on the gods above to send down the Storm of Divinity portal to create a safe passage for you to retreat through.
I like that.
Adorn yourself with the Knight of Divinity armor set, a highly revered attire only bestowed to those deemed worthy for the divine cause.
Why is it so dirty?
Equipping the Divine Surge character effect empowers you with a storm of divine energy. Using skills causes the storm to burst from your character, spilling raw divinity into the area around you. The Arbiter of Divinity wings are the final piece remaining to emphasize the force divinity has over this realm. This ancient precursor machine was found locked away in a highly guarded vault. Its original purpose is unclear, but it has been altered to fuel your maps using the pure, everlasting divinity within the statue.
Kind of like that she's sort of pregnant and it's the
represent
womb.
how many portals you have
really
left
cool.
for your map. This map device also tracks your progress as you complete the new Origins of Divinity storyline, added this expansion. Additionally, all microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1. On release weekend, we will also be releasing the Return of the Ancients mystery box, which will contain 2 armor sets, a set of map devices for your in-game adventures, a new tracking scroll that records the amount of currency you've gained from the currency exchange or your shop, and much more, like a set of finisher effects and affinity stashes. That's not all, however. The Fragment Stash tab is finally coming to Path of Exile 2, and with it comes some tabception. Inside this one tab, there's a tab for your various boss key fragments. There's also a tab for all your precursor tablets, with each type of tablet getting 6 tabs of storage.
Jesus.
Finally, there's a tab for your Djinn barriers and inscribed ultimatums.
Nice, man.
Both of which get their own 6 tabs. That's a lot of tabs.
So that's everything in 050. This is by far the biggest update we've ever made to PoE 1 or 2. New in-game storylines, pinnacle bosses, crafting systems, items, ascendancy classes, and so much more. Now, because this update contains so much in-game content, we're doing significantly more testing than usual. For that to happen, we're taking a little longer than usual between the announcement and the release. 050 will be released in 3 weeks on May the 29th. With the patch notes being released on the Friday before that, on May 21st. But there's just one more thing to talk about. Now that the endgame is up to scratch, we have to start talking about our plan for 1.0 release. The feedback we've had during early access has been critical for making all the improvements that we'll be making to the game. At the same time, we had to create enough in-game content to make an ARPG that can call itself a successor to Path of Exile 1. Well, with 050, we now believe we have reached that point. And so this is going to be the last full-size league during early access. That's right, the next big update is going to be 1.0. Now normally we would do our next big content release in August, but in the run-up to full release, our plans take a little longer on this one. As big as 050 is, 1.0 is even bigger. So we'll be launching 1.0 this year sometime after ExileCon. But that doesn't mean we won't be doing updates in the meantime. In this final phase, we have a lot of things to polish throughout the game and balance to improve. I'm sure there'll also be feedback about the new endgame that we need to incorporate too. The difference is that the focus is not going to be on adding more content like the previous updates, it's going to be on improving what we already have. But we still want to encourage people to try out all the balance changes and improvements that we're making. So we're going to be running a few event leagues during this phase alongside each update. Think remixes of existing mechanics or features. And speaking of ExileCon, don't forget to pencil it in on the weekend of November the 7th in New Zealand. ExileCon is a gathering of our players, and a chance for us to showcase everything we'll be working on for both Path of Exile 1 and 2. And this one will be particularly important for us, since we finally get to unveil some of the coolest content that we've been working on for a while now with Act 5 and 6. Tickets for the in-person event are currently sold out, but don't worry, all the announcements and talks are going to be streamed online for all of you to watch.
Okay. So I think it's a little bit wild that they're going to go into out of early access, I mean, without having all the classes and all the ascendancies and all the weapons in there. That it's a little wild to me that we don't even have Marauder yet. We don't have Duelist. Right? Like, those are classics. Right? We don't have the Trickster. Right? That's a little bit iffy, I think. We don't even have a Templar either, right? Like, we're missing some of the like key things from PoE 1, and they're going out of early access. That's a little wild, but I guess it is what it is, right? I assume that they've stopped selling early access keys, and now they need to get more people into it so they can start selling more microtransactions. I think that's what's happening, but it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Whether it's early access or it's out, it doesn't really matter, right? Oh, my headset's dying. Okay, so I'm looking forward to it. It looks cool. It's time for the Q&A. That usually gets us a bunch of extra information and stuff. So it's the official Q&A with Siggy D. And usually it's Mark and Jonathan, and I think it will be this time as well. I think Jonathan is only not doing PoE anymore, at least for now. So let's see. I'm thinking I might need something
we just had
other than
a
water.
Teaser for Return of the Ancients expansion and its complete overhaul to just every single thing in the endgame, complete endgame overhaul. The Runes of Aldor League with a frankly somewhat confusing amount of crafting and systems and things in it. It kind of keeps going. And then we've got like the Kalguran skills that work across weapons, the extra looking ascendancies, and some insane uniques and all that sort of stuff. But honestly, it's kind of easy to talk about what's not part of 0.5. So with that very elegant segue, let's do that first. So I think some people definitely had an expectation or a hope that there was going to be a new class or a new weapon type here, swords perhaps.
Unfortunately, it's just the case that making a class is something that takes longer than a single cycle. It was never going to be on the cards for 050, unfortunately. But
so it wasn't even that it was moved in this case.
No, it just wasn't. It just isn't something that we can do in that short amount of time. So it's going to have to be the next one before we're able to get.
Well, last time you guys teased like the.
Oh, so we get at least a class for 1.0. It would be kind of nuts, especially how they say classes are so big, if they'd actually release all of the classes, right? Like, it's Templar, it's Duelist, it's Marauder, it's Trickster. Are those it? Is it 4? Are we only missing 4? I think so, right? Because we got Witch and Sorcerer. So that's done. Monk, missing 1. Which one's here? Is that Archer? Is that, yeah, right? Wait. No. What's to the right? We don't have anything in the Trickster, actually. We're missing the Trickster Shadow and whatever the... No, wait, the Shadow's the Monk, right? So the Monk is missing the Shadow. What's to the right? Because we got... What's directly to the right? Is there nothing? Because we got Ranger and we Hunters or whatever, and we got Amazon, whatever it is, Spear Lady. So those are check. Is it not? Oh, maybe it's because there's nothing straight right, yeah? Yeah, because it's here. Yeah, okay, there's nothing straight right, so I'm not missing anything there. So we're missing the Shadow in the Monk area. The Ranger area is full, and then the Mercenary area, we're missing the Duelist, and then Marauder area, we're missing the Marauder, and then Templar area, we're missing the Templar. So yeah, we're missing 4 classes, right? Kind of wild that they aren't in. I really hope they're gonna let up a little bit on the gem. I'm not saying that every gem should be used with every weapon, but at least make a few overlaps where things that are used with daggers can be used with swords. Certain thrusting things might be able to be used with swords and spears. Like slashing things could be used with axes and swords, right? Like quarterstaffs could use some of the mace things, right? Like the maces could use some of the quarterstaff things, maybe. Like the Falling Thunder, there's no reason you shouldn't be able to do Falling Thunder with maces and axes, right? Like stuff like that would be cool.
And the Huntress beforehand.
Exactly. Right? So it's kind of funny seeing everyone like this. Like, probably the mistake we made was having a sword in the teaser for the Breach stuff.
I thought it was a fishing rod.
yeah. So no one thought about that, but it's just kind of funny.
It is a shame, but it seems like you guys have kind of... Well, you keep raising the bar on yourself as far as class design is concerned. Like,
and it's not like we're not working on it in the background, right? Like that is definitely happening.
I've been seeing a little bit of work going on there.
We're simple people from New Zealand. Like swords, they're advanced technology that we haven't gotten yet.
So we just don't understand.
We're trying to learn how they work.
Just about to get on the map, aren't you?
There's like a straight line. There's like some metal. These are complex things.
There's a lot to figure out there. But do you care to speak at all, like kind of what your plans are in that regard as far as like classes and?
I really shouldn't, just because it'll spoil the reveal for that will come.
Not exactly,
some of the time,
but like, what are you kind of hoping towards getting, like from 0.5 onwards, in the lead up to ExileCon in terms of that? Are you hoping to get like all of the classes in the game, just 1 or 2 more or something like that?
Well, so I think that what the main focus is going between 0.50 and 1.0 is going to be more about like improving what we have, like polishing everything, and 1.0 is where you're going to get the like the big new content update, like that's going to include the Acts 5 and 6. It's going to include like class stuff. It's going to include like all that sort of thing, because really ultimately the main goal
there's no way they're getting 4 classes
of early access is like make sure that all the systems that we have in the game are good. Right, so we need to make sure the end game is good. We need to make sure that all of the the skills, just the way that combat is good, and like all the various things, like like even stuff that isn't good yet. Like Ascendancy Trials, right? Like there's going to be stuff that we need to do before 1.0 to get good, and so like that's kind of as long as we can get that stuff, then I think people trust that.
This fucking EU directive with the caps needing to be fucking on is pissing me the fuck off. Last time I didn't get it on properly because it's crooked. And now, when I tried to do it, it fucking slipped for me and there's soda everywhere.
We know how to create an act at this point, right? Like, so that isn't exactly something we need to test per se. So really what we need to do now is like assuming that people are happy with the end game that we've released in 0.50. That will mean that we've kind of checked all the boxes of stuff that we need to know, and there's still stuff that we need to improve, and like that'll happen between 0.50 and 1.0. But like that's the main thing we need to be sure of. And then once we've got that, it's like now we can get the big update, the ridiculous update that is 1.0 ready.
And I heard you mentioning that recently as well, that you don't feel like you really need to get the last acts in for testing.
No. I mean, like, we know how to do that. It's one of those things that look, people saw in for like we know what we're doing when it comes to that stuff. It's just
the plan's obviously to get like those last acts in, then finish the story and have all that come out at launch
in 1.0 exactly. And look, that'll be the launch
conclusion to the story then. Exactly. So you have done though one extremely gigantic update here for Endgame, and it seems like you've done a lot all in one expansion.
Yeah.
and you've got this plan to like kind of do a little bit of like some other stuff in the interim. So why did you go for this route of trying to do so much all in one instead of spreading it out over, say, a couple of expansions?
So in retrospect, maybe we should have spread it out, but honestly the reason is because we wanted to actually make it so that like we wanted to deliver a patch where like this is what we expect the end game to be, like this is the template for what leagues look like when they're in end game, and that kind of thing. And I feel like if we'd just done a couple of them, it wouldn't have really got that across. Like it needs to be like once again, this is what end game is, you know, and it really is fulfilling a lot more of what we had hoped for in terms of feeling like a world that you can explore, you know, that there's things everywhere and that kind of stuff that we had wanted for. And the other thing as well is there were just like a few things about the current end game, right? It just didn't really give you goals in the right way. Like you get to end game, you don't know what the hell to do, and a lot of players just leave right there. You know, there needs to be the case that when you get there, like there's objectives, there's things, you know, that feels like there's actually a storyline there, this kind of stuff, in order to entice players to actually go further than the campaign and actually get into end game. So I think that if we hadn't have done all of the leagues at the same time, it just wouldn't really have kind of gotten across what we're really going for there.
And it sounds like the plan now is to be able to focus on a little bit more polish in the lead up to ExileCon as well.
So, I mean, we plan to have some more leagues, but they won't be like...
I don't know if I agree with him that it wouldn't come across if they didn't do all of it at the same time, right? But I do think it's pretty cool that they're... I think it's correct that... Well, obviously it is because they have the data, right? Like, that players are quitting when they reach endgame because it's just... As cool as it is to be dropped into a place with just endless possibility and open, you just do what you want, in a game where whatever you do when you're then dropped in there is kind of little to no consequence, right? Because you'll be inefficient, things aren't dropping the things they can, all the items are worse than like at the end game. So having some direction and goals helps like alleviate the sense of, well, what I'm doing right now doesn't fucking matter, right? Like, because when you reach the end game of an ARPG, unless it's your first time, right, you know every map I run is gonna drop like 2% of the loot that they will when I reach endgame. Every fucking creature I slay is going to give me like a 0% chance of doing anything good, right? Like, so having the, go here, do this to advance is something that keeps driving you towards that end game instead of just being left in the hopelessness of, well, I'm not getting anything. It was one of the things with the PoE 2 endgame was like, I just kind of felt like I was doing nothing, like just treading waters until something happened, right? Like I was just kind of hoping for the RNG to drop me the thing I needed to progress or drop me the item that I needed to progress. When you have direct goals, it's like, okay, go here, right? But just looking for strongholds, right? It's just,
content,
so I think
like
it's going to be really good.
Expansion type leagues. Like it's more like kind of like the 1 month event type things that we've done, and that's really just because we want to be able to. We still don't want to do mid-league nerfs, and so to be able to do all the balance changes we want to do, because there's a huge amount of balance still to do. You know, in order to do all that stuff, you still need to have an economy reset. And so what we'll probably do is like more event type stuff, like remixes of existing content, but also adding stuff where stuff's missing. So for example, like we still have a lot more uniques we need to make, especially like mid-game uniques, so that kind of stuff. Like we now believe we've got the standard of where a unique needs to be in PoE 2 in terms of like, you know, and it's like way more than what you need in PoE 1 in terms of being like to reach the standard. And so now that we've got that, we can expand on that, get more uniques, sort of, you know, mid-game ones, that kind of stuff. You know, so there's stuff like that that'll be coming in the sort of the updates between now and 1.0. But like it isn't going to be the kind of like, you know, mega content craziness that we've got for OFOBO here.
We have a lot to dive into as far as endgame things.
I'm looking forward to this.
While people watching live, get your questions in the chat for all of that. In the meantime, I want to ask you folks about the new league, the Runes of Aldur, which this is like an expedition rework, but it's also its own separate league. This encountering remnants, uncovering these runes throughout this storyline in the campaign, and then into endgame. And I was like, really, like, it's a lot. There's a lot of like crafting and items and reward types and systems and stuff going on here. In fact, Jonathan, you showed me this rather unhinged looking spreadsheet. Like, I was like, oh, so these are just like random rewards or something. But then you showed me this spreadsheet, like that's like the recipes of all how different runes combine together to make different things.
Yeah. We probably put too much thought into it that it honestly needed. But like, like we have to make sure that like if it's an iron rune, like what kind of stuff would be, creating that, like, that's just something that like the recipes have a lot more structure to them, and I suspect a lot of that players won't even think about. Like they'll just see list pick item, like there's something I don't really think about. Yes. But there is some thought into that of like what things go to what recipes.
One way to look at this is this league has the most spreadsheets we've ever made.
Like that's a title line, right?
The other day I was looking through all the. We have this gig. It's called like Verisium crafting or something.
Yeah.
I was looking through all the tabs. And I was like, I was on like the 60th tab, and I was like, the heck is this? I was reading all this stuff, and it said like Mark's ideas, and I was like, I don't remember coming up with any of this. I did. There's just like pages and pages and pages of crafts and stats, and just like honestly, I've lost the plot a little bit with respect to how many like different things we've made, and like it's honestly just been crazy.
Idea writing.
Some of the rune stuff is like also super bizarre. Like, what's like? I don't even really understand that rune that's got to do with uniques. Like, what's going on with that?
It's called Olroth's Legacy. And it's a rune that you can place in Ezomite and Kalgurin uniques to destroy the unique, and it takes one of the mods off of it and creates a unique rune.
What?
With a slightly modified value sometimes, because obviously, and then you can put that in the same item class of a. I
don't even know about this system. What
the systems? Excuse me? That's really fucking cool. D4 actually has that in this season as well. So, kinda. So you have a Kalgurin unique weapon, and you can take the modifier off it and put it on something else? That is fucking cool.
There's just so many crazy crafting things going on, but it was kind of like, well, when we were designing the league, we're like, okay, we've got Kalgurins, like what kind of crazy crafting and magic systems would Kalgurins have, like that would be different than the stuff that's going on in Rayclast? And so their whole magic system is based around like this star metal that they have Verisium, and then they like the words give it power and so on. So we're just kind of thinking, we're using that as inspiration for all the different crafting things you have.
Blue shapes.
Yeah, all the blue runic shapes and everything. So it was just
little nuts on this.
Yeah, we went definitely. So there's so many crafting things. Like in fact, there's even more crafting stuff we had. Like, there were entire crafting benches that we have designed and practically like 80% implemented and then discarded. Like, there's just like a huge amount of that stuff.
We can do this or some other way, some
exactly.
cool way. Yeah, so like because I saw that there's like, oh, you can bench craft a thing and then it changes the unique and it has a new modifier, but now you've also got a rune that steals modifiers off uniques as well. I had no idea.
Why not?
Why not? You like making it work for yourselves these days. That seems to be a running theme. I keep saying this to you. Like, why do you do this? Like, why do you do this? Yeah. Why do you make it so you have to like from now on you always have to look at all the modifiers on gloves?
100%. So yeah, because of that monk ascendancy, now every unique we ever make that's a glove unique, we have to design extra mods that it changes to.
One other axis on that. All these new runes we've added, all of them. Remember that shaman that has that whole bonded modifier on every rune that we need to also add?
Yeah.
Oh,
does that apply to the ones that come from uniques like that?
TBD. We're going to try. We are going to try to do it.
It has.
Yeah, the idea is all of them will work. Yes.
So that's like there's some really unusual ones too, because there's runes that are designed to just be put into an item to metacraft, and then
I mean they could just double it, right? Like I get that it might be a little bit lazy, right? But they could just if the shaman uses it, it doubles, or it 1.5, or like something, right? Like you just get a more powerful version of it. Maybe double is too much, right? But 20% or something. Right?
Yes. I'm really proud of that one actually, because I really like the way that it's like doing metacrafting in a more understandable way, I reckon, than what PoE1 had. So you put the item in, you can start rolling different mods, but then you can take it out again by putting another rune on top. So
and I guess there's going to be maybe some process where you put one of those in, do a craft, and then put another one in, do another craft.
Almost certainly.
Together.
That one's pretty cool. We got like chronomancy mods on boots. You got like a berserking themed one for helmet. There's like a kind of decay, damage over time one for gloves, and there's a few others there. So we've kind of tried to theme them as well.
Yeah, that's like even a different thing to what we've had in the past with meta mods. Like that's not just shaping how we access the current modifiers, but rather new modifier pools entirely.
Didn't they say you can't
we
take
also have
the rune
that
out?
new modifier pool thing going on with Breach as well, where with the new minion set of mods.
He set the modifier, right? Like, let me see.
100%. So yeah, because of that monk ascendancy, now every unique we ever make.
We're going to try. Yes, we are going to try to do it. Yes, but the idea is all of them will work. Yes.
So that's like there's some really unusual ones too, because there's runes that are designed to just be put into an item to metacraft and then be replaced. Right.
I'm really proud of that one actually, because
and be replaced, because I feel like.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, game director on
that you can't do that.
Additionally, it comes with the command skill Eternal Hunt, which when used it will howl, calling on the spirits to manifest spectral wolves. Then a new hidden power will be unlocked.
Goal are the sky hives deeper into the domain. After doing a grand mirror, these mechanics before we do our 1.0 release, and so that's where Arium ends.
Where was it?
Can be directly crafted onto your items. Using imbued and there is a lot going on. To sum all that up, there is a new encounter with over 30 new monster types and
where was it?
You can also create a new
must be here,
into
right?
a single element, making a weapon with massive amounts of cold damage. There is also
maybe it was this one that couldn't be.
After all, and some of cold damage.
Let's see.
Single element. You could combine.
Place into an empty socket in non-unique applies effect to that item. Transform modifier upon socketing. Further added modifiers will not be transformed. Once socketed, it cannot be retrieved or replaced. So this one can't. Okay, so it's the Breath of Elder that can't be. Here it is. Look, once socketed, it cannot be retrieved or replaced. So you can't do the whole slotted in craft and then. God damn it. Dude, I pick up more than I should, huh? So what they're talking about here is just you can't do.
Really like the way that it's like doing metacrafting in a more understandable way, I reckon, than what PoE1 had. So you put the item in, you can start rolling different mods, but then you can take it out again by putting another rune on top. So
no, you can't. It says you can't. But I guess they changed it. But it says you can't.
Going to be maybe some process where you put one of those in, do a craft, and then put another one in, do another craft.
Almost certainly. Yeah.
Together.
Am I crazy? It says you can't.
One's pretty cool. We got like chronomancy mods on boots. You got like a berserking themed one for helmet. There's like a kind of decay, damage over time one for gloves, and there's a few others there. So we've kind of tried to theme them as well.
Yeah, that's like even a different thing to what we've had in the past with meta mods. Like that's not just shaping how we access the current modifiers, but rather new modifier pools entirely getting added to items.
I mean, we also have that new modifier pool thing going on with Breach as well, where with the new minion set of mods and the new a set of mods on rings and stuff like that. Like, yeah. But the thing is, part of the reason for this is because we really wanted to make sure. So one of the things we're in the sort of early design phase of this is we're kind of like every league needs to have something that you're going to keep, like, if you want to grind Justice League, that there's a thing that, like, a reward that, like, you can keep on, that keeps on giving, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
That there's, like, a reason to keep on doing this, like, economically. So therefore, every league has to have some kind of crafting system that you can engage with for a very long period of time. And like, we didn't quite have that, because like some of the leagues sort of had that a bit before, but now we want to make sure that every league definitely has something along those lines.
That makes sense.
That, just
you need a currency sync,
Yeah,
so
people
that
can absolutely
you can
find like a
run
niche
one
thing,
thing.
a service they provide the community or whatnot, which I quite like to see, especially the Breach Tree getting real deep cuts on some of those things that you can do there, and now with the runes and everything as well. So for the back to the runes of Eldor, you're not actually needing to like find those runes that you're inscribing on those encounters, right? Because I wasn't quite clear on how that works.
Thematically, that's how it works, but in reality, the way that you'll engage with it is when you find a rune that's sort of inscribed on a thing, then like all the recipes that relate to that rune will be displayed, except for that there's a few hidden ones that you have to do some quests to get. So there's some more quests throughout the campaign, and also some stuff in endgame that you can do to unlock a few more recipes.
Yeah, but you're not having to like physically like cart these sorts of things around.
No, there's nothing like that. So effectively, like, you're just picking from the book every time. So like, if you want to just look at this as like, you know, walk up to the object, there's some recipes, just pick which item you want. That's effectively how you can engage with it. But thematically, there's kind of more stuff going on with the way that the recipes form and what we decide to put and stuff.
So you showed that these remnants, then this new remnant system, obviously it shares the name with remnants from expeditions themselves, and in endgame it actually replaces those remnants. So you are still finding these standalone remnants from the league mechanic, like in maps as well as expeditions.
Correct. So yeah, every area there'll be a remnant, and you do the sort of standalone remnant mechanic. But then when you do expeditions, all the what used to be called remnants there have been replaced by these remnants, which serve a similar purpose, because they both give you an extra reward, but also make the monsters harder. And even just making the monsters harder in itself, by the way, does add more.
What did you miss? You missed them saying that the runes that you can use to craft special mods, like they showed with boots, where you put the rune in, roll for a chronomancer mod, and then you get that mod, right? They talked about you replacing that rune to craft another mod on top, and the rune in the preview says it cannot be retrieved or replaced. So they said that you could use multiple of these crafting runes on the same item, but the item itself says you can't. So either it's changed or they're wrong. The way I saw it was that you have to give up your rune slot to get this stronger thing on the boots, right? Could you befriend the Atlas Tree Lightning Mod? No, the Atlas Tree is full-on dog shit, and it will be the thing I dislike the most about PoE 2, I'm sure. But overall, I mean, even the shit Atlas Tree is still a good change, right? Like, it's still better. It's still better than what they had before. So yeah, I'm excited about the potential of the rune that takes Kalguran uniques and make them a rune, so you can socket it into other uniques or other weapons and get like an extra effect. That I am excited about. That is going to be really cool, I think. But yeah, anything is better than the current Atlas Tree, so that one sounds crazy. Well, yes and no, right? Because it depends on what's available, right? Like, that one is only as crazy as the Kalguran uniques, right? And then only as crazy as they allow the uniques to roll on it, right? So if there are Kalguran uniques with really cool effects, that thing's gonna be really cool. Unless when you then steal the effect, it completely waters it down, right? Because Mark did say specifically that they're not just going to have the same range necessarily. They might be watered down. So yeah. But it sounds really cool.
More rarity to the monsters, so like the more runes that you are adding to the fight, the more rewards you're going to get. So it's worth doing, even aside from the reward that you're picking. There's still like extra juice that you're adding to the monsters as well.
We've effectively got a more unified monster mod system now, and so anytime we're pretty much...
You can choose between fracture orbs and exceptionals. And what is exceptionals? Bro, I'm so pissed about this. Like there's this, after I fucking spilled it, there's this little bit of stuff in the lid or whatever. So every time I drink of it, I just get that, and the rest of it tastes worse. Exceptionals are over 20 quality or extra socket or both. Oh, cool. Nice.
Adding mods to monsters, be it now runes, and we've even updated delirium mods to apply to the same system. They all go through the same. They all add. There's like a rarity, XP, life, etc. columns, and so we're just trying to make sure that there's a whereas before it's like system over here, system over here, system over here. They're different reward axes, and we're just trying to make sure it's all difficulty equals reward.
Right, and that's the key thing. Like, we always want to make sure that whatever the difficulty we're adding, we're always adding rewards in kind. And a lot of the stuff in PoE 2, I mean, it's been quite hard to balance it, but it's one of those things that, if you get it right, then it feels right. And if it doesn't, then you kind of don't know why things feel off, and like why things is like, this thing's too hard and that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So on that topic, actually, so each of these runes has its own different
job,
modifiers that it does to make monsters harder. Is that something you can kind of engage with? You're like choosing the recipes?
So when you're choosing the recipe, you're also choosing what mods effectively go on it, because each rune that you're inscribing effectively comes with like, the thing that the monster's going to do. So there are definitely situations where you might want to decide to like pick something easier because you don't particularly like this mechanic or whatever, but it means you're missing out on whatever item is in that recipe. So like the goal there is that the harder, like the rarer the item, the harder the runes are that will be, the rune modifiers that will be added to the monsters.
Makes sense.
There's some pretty, like in expeditions and what we're now calling grand expeditions, because as what people knew as logbooks before.
The logbook is
the logbook is now is exploring the ocean. So,
it's actually this thing,
You get the cool things where, okay, let's say there's like 12 remnants and you want to get them all in the detonation chain. Each remnant you do the fight, and then one of those runes is passed on to be additive with the next. So it doesn't manipulate. So effectively, the monsters have the mods of the remnant, and then all of the next remnant's monsters have one of those runes as well as all the ones they had. So every remnant's harder than the next, getting more and more and more mods. And you can imagine if you go down 12, you can have technically up to 22 extra mods, which you'll notice the reason why we don't display a whole bunch of lines of text on it, and we instead have the bar of actual runic symbols.
So you can mouse over those or something, can you? Like to see the modifiers?
You were meant to be able to, but probably not right now.
There's this thing that we'll do later, which is this pause rework. Yes. I'm going to just spoil it now because it's like one of those things that we're going to do. But effectively, the intention for frickin' ages has been, we just haven't had time to do it yet, that when you pause the game, you can mouse over all of the different things and like find out information about them. So the intention would be to like be able to expand all of that stuff, like so look at all buffs and explore like what exact stats they give and that kind of stuff. If you want to do that, we've just been planning on doing it for ages, but we didn't get around to it. But
I've been really keen on that.
Do note when the runes do say what they do on the remnant, and when the one that moves onto the next remnant has an extra icon above it.
It's not actually moving on all of them, because I was going to say, because it's kind of like each remnant has a lot of modifiers. So it's not. Is it?
So let's say you have a remnant with 5 runes.
Yeah.
One of them will have a symbol above it, and that one forwards onto the next remnant. And so you can do a little bit of.
You can have a crazy encounter, but the next one is maybe not as bad. You're like, maybe if I just make it through that, it'll be okay in the next part of the expedition.
Yeah, but then so the order of them kind of matters as well. And then, like, okay, let's say obviously each remnant gives a reward. There's a little bit of a more. If you're a juicer, so to speak, you're going to want to do a thing where you're like, okay, I want to get as many runes as possible. And so you want to kind of do things like avoiding overlaps. You want to make sure the last remnant has the most amount of runes, probably. And there's all these like different little things you can think about to try and
expedition. Then
there is, yes, and it's the kind of thing where people are like, I'm going to try and squeeze the most amount of rewards out of these out. Or if you just want to just go blow up a bunch of stuff, also that's completely fine.
On that note, extreme archaeology is still a thing with this new system, then. The giant explosion?
Not in the direct sense.
How do you mean?
Well, not with grand logbooks.
Right. Well, with the regular encounters and maps.
I believe it's on one of the master nodes.
Oh, yeah, cool.
I need to double check that because I can't be sure, but I believe it is. Yes, we are.
Yeah, that was always the thing for regular expedition encounters anyway, right?
But like, obviously, you don't want that in a grand expedition because you're just like, well, okay, I'll get 1% of the island, I guess. Yeah, for the regular ones, it should be there.
Awesome.
But
cool.
If it's not,
it's funny though. Like there's also a sort of hidden amount of work that we sort of glossed over there as well in all of the like logbook islands, like what used to be called logbooks, but now the Grand Expedition Islands.
Yeah.
Like we put a lot of effort into like making a bunch of unique islands with weird shit. Like you know, like every one of them has got like unique things to find and blow up that like are kind of weird.
So it's not just a bunch of generic maps with expeditions in it.
Yeah. They're actually got a lot of effort put into them in terms of, you know, every one of them has 2 to 3 things that only spawn there, that you know that are interesting. So yeah, there's quite a bit there too. Like it's kind of like we didn't want to spoil too many of them because it's quite fun, like finding out, oh, maybe this will explode, maybe that'll explode. There's like things like that you can do, but yeah, it's quite a fun one.
There's even like there's like special logbooks you can find. Now that a logbook is just you click it to you know, reveal a section of the ocean.
Yeah.
We have one that you can get that you can turn on, and then when you click it, all of the islands revealed have extra modifiers on them, like expedition themed modifiers, so like more explosives, more radius, and a whole bunch of stuff like that you can get late game.
Yeah, I guess kind of somewhat filling the role of how towers work in the rest of the Atlas as well, but for the islands. Like but an AoE craft of maps.
Well, but then you also have ones that reveal, like, guarantee, you know, Olroth will be there, for example. So it's like a little bit, which is a way to trade for like then getting Olroth kills.
Spicy,
of course.
Nice.
And you can always, of course, just trade for like the pinnacle boss keys themselves.
Anyway,
so,
yes.
Yeah, but you know,
he's not the fake pinnacle anymore.
Right.
And you are actually using regular Waystone, so you can kind of juice up the expedition maps, the grand expedition maps now.
Yes, you can.
Potentially quite a bit. That's pretty juicy. It seems. I think you kind of mentioned, Jonathan, that it feels a little bit like Delve in some ways.
Yeah, it is a little bit. So the Exploring Ocean is sort of supposed to feel that way because it's one of those like sort of infinite expanses that you can go down.
Delve the ocean.
Yeah.
Delve sideways.
I still want to make proper Delve one day, but at least we've got this.
You also don't have to run around the islands reading all those giant blocks of text anymore, hoping to not get some...
Oh, you remind me, actually. So... with the runes, is there modifiers like immune to fire damage and can't leech from them and stuff like that? No, they're just gone.
Yes. Just more traditional modifiers, and then there's a set at the top. Like there's one called Power Rune, which is the rarest. It takes every mod and makes it tier 2. You know, so there's some meta-y ones, and then there's the ones we showed, and there's one that causes all monsters spawned by the remnant to share a life pool. So. Which is actually crazy and also very satisfying.
Like, sounds fun, yeah.
The funny thing about this is that if we had been a normal live stream where we were just doing a league, like so much more of the stuff we probably would have delved into. Yeah, but instead, because we had so much in-game stuff as like other things as well.
You're doing like 5 leagues.
Yeah, exactly.
So you can't really show any of this stuff.
Yeah. There's tons of like hidden stuff.
Like, I can't believe you glazed over this thing where like a rune steals a unique modifier.
Yeah, exactly.
Core system
that one's insane.
Yeah, exactly.
Just like, oh yeah, we didn't have time. We had to cut it for time.
Well, I mean, you know, another one of those we cut for time was the ability to upgrade runes there's a thing that will upgrade a rune that's already in your in your gear.
Yeah, you can get like a perfect.
So you get a perfect rune of any rune can be upgraded past the normal level that it could normally go to using one of those. Like it's called the Masterwork rune.
Rub your runes.
So there's something like that as well. Like, there's all sorts of stuff.
Which you can then do incursion, extract, and trade. By the way, just to be clear.
Yeah. Because there's the incursion room lets you extract stuff.
That thing.
Yeah, so you can actually trade those, the upgraded ones if you wanted to.
Oh, yeah. And you've got another category of ones that absolutely can't be removed, and I assume not with that either.
Yeah. Like, so that's like the dual socket thing and stuff like that.
It's almost like vialing an item that's done.
Yeah.
This is where you're going to get the weird economy where the upgrader item is for some reason cheaper or something than the rune that's taken out of that. There'll be some weird, someone's extracted a perfect rune because that's like an abnormal thing you got to do incursion, and the upgraded item is like for some reason going to have a weird price it's always
going to be a wild economy. I mean, not to mention just like 100 new runes in general. That's kind of like rather a lot, isn't it? It's a lot of runes.
It's a few. I think it's 160.
Yeah. 160 nowadays.
But it is the runes of Elder, like, you know.
That's right.
If we didn't have some runes in it,
exactly.
Yeah, it would just be Elder League otherwise.
And that's not even all. Like, there's the alloy crafting too, which is like we're going to make a version of their essence crafting because, of course,
exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Yeah, so Do you view this league just as like it was a crafting focused league from the outset? But
we knew that, the Verisium stuff, like they're known as like a whole culture of blacksmiths and like doing stuff, right? So they're gonna they're gonna do some crafting.
Do you think there is like a too much for crafting options, or is there some way that this is like kind of segmenting out that makes it feel like it's still manageable?
Well, I'd like to think it's manageable. Honestly, I find the rune stuff. I mean, you can always add more socketable type things like this, because every time you find one, it's just a thing in itself. And by the way, this is one of the reasons why we steered away from like too many crafting bench type things. We've got like mega lists.
Yeah.
It's honestly way cooler to find an item and then like, okay, now this is a physical thing that I've got. So yeah, like that.
Yeah, I mean, if you'll notice the Verisium Metallurgy one we have, the rune smithing, rune forging, whatever the names we ended up going with, it's just here's your input, here's your output.
Exactly.
That's it.
So that one can be simple. You don't need to have the giant. And I think that the giant lists are part of what scare people off from crafting as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think doing it the way we've done it here is honestly more new player friendly than the kind of than the giant list you feel like you need to understand when you see it.
Yeah,
But of course, as these things go core, we'll see what works, we'll see what doesn't work, we'll see what worked in endgame and didn't, because again, once the things are core, how they appear in the campaign, you don't know. Maybe these things work really well in the campaign and need to be pulled into a system that's more campaign friendly without having to have remnants in every area and stuff like that. So it's always nice to keep an eye on that and see what works, what's good for onboarding, what's good for campaign progression, what's all of that kind of stuff. I mean, honestly, all of this stuff, if you're using it all, you're going to be significantly more powerful in the campaign. We have a bunch of, those kind of purple runes, those powerful runes appearing throughout the campaign that you can get from the remnants as well, and like they do.
Was that even in the live stream? The purple.
Some of them were, I think. Okay. But like there's the rune for bows that gives you 50% chance for an additional arrow, and like that. It's not like that's end game. That's just early. Now, of course, you're going to get the thing of like, do I want to use it early or do I want to save it till late? Because it depends on how many you get and all of that. But like, the power is there if you need to use it and if you want to use it. So it's kind of up to you. And if they're abundant enough, go free.
But to go back to your original question as well, we do sort of want to make sure that each of the crafting systems does like have specific domains most of the time. Yep. So in the case of the breach one, again, that's about jewelry crafting if you're into like these specific things, and in particular you've got the caster and minion stuff as well. So you're kind of looking at that and you're like, okay, like if I need to cast create some minion jewelry, then like this is the league I'm playing. But then if I'm not having to create that, then I don't have to necessarily understand that one. So we do try to we're trying to make sure that it's not like for every single item slot or every single use case you have to know about every crafting system. Like there are specific ones that can help with specific areas.
Yeah. Okay, and you can look into that, and that does divide it down a little bit more. Make it a bit more.
That's kind of the intention. This was actually one of those things we discussed way back in the early days of PoE 2 about how we would differentiate crafting from PoE 1. Is like try to have a little bit more segregation of the different crafting.
Yeah. It does sound like it's going to be really, really, really difficult to figure out all the shopping too. No, I'm just cooking. It sounds like it's going to be really difficult to have a complete overview of all the crafting things. I liked the omens whenever they were really, really strong, because it was like an overview of what I could do, right? And it kind of... It's nice to have this one overarching feature that kind of... What's it called? Dictates down the line, right? Like this, because, like, let's say you have these runes and they add a thing, right? And then you have this other thing that then also adds a thing. Like knowing when to do what can be a little bit difficult, right? So yeah, it's... How deep did you go into PoE 2? So far I feel you're very good at that. I appreciate it, man. I've played a lot in terms of... So for PoE 1, right, I came in very late. I didn't play until like my first league was Butthole in the Ground, Forest Butthole in the Ground League, King in the Mist League, and you came in and there's just all of these things. So getting an overview of it has been quite hard. But the thing I do is I don't follow guides, right? So if I just go at it blind, basically. And then you got to figure things out, right? So if we compare me to like the real big ones like Ciceran or Steel Mage or all those, I am a noob. But I think I might know more than your average guide follower. But it also depends, right? Because if you follow a guide, you're going to have more currency and you're going to get deeper, I guess. But in the patch note, they have an items can only have one crafting mod. Oh, okay. And Abyss doesn't count for that, so far we know the crafted mods refers to new stuff and mods from essences. Oh, essences count as crafted mods as well? Ooh, okay. So basically, well, that's the same as PoE 1, right? With the bench, right? So it's just that. So the crafted mods are probably just going to be the crafted mods are probably just going to be the ones where you guarantee it. No more multi-essences. I feel like the essences should not be a crafted mod, but maybe I'm wrong. They probably are. I feel like they shouldn't be, though. I feel like the essences should be special. I think it also depends, right? Because if you add a mod, like take a if you do Exalt style, right? You add a mod. You have the item, it stays the same, and you just add something exalted, right? Then it makes sense, right? Like that's the runes, for instance, right? That makes sense. But if you re-roll the item to get, say, I don't know. See, the thing is, I can't really remember what essences do in PoE 1 and what they do in PoE 2. In one of them, they re-roll the entire item, and in the other one, they add one. And I think there's also some that just adds some that re-rolls the entire item, depending on which ones. I'm super confused about it. Rerolls for PoE 1. So in PoE 2, they just add the thing you want, and everything stays the same. Then maybe they count. Take one, give one is PoE 2. Oh, they take... Okay, so shouldn't that mean that it doesn't count as a crafted mod? I think it should. I think it sounds like you should be able to Abyss craft and Essence craft and then add a crafted mods. That sounds like it will make sense. Oh yeah, the perfect ones. Yeah. It's been a while since I played PoE 2. I killed all the bosses in like the first or the second season, and then I haven't really gone too hard since. I just try to get a moderate understanding of the crafting stuff they add so that I'm not completely lost whenever the next one comes out. That's basically where I'm at, because I wanted to use PoE DB. I think crafted mods might be non-native mods. I do use it for certain things, but I'm not sure. I think I use it. I'm not sure. I gotta go check on my eggs. Non-native mods. Well, Abyss is also a non-native mod then, right?
Systems and different item slots.
Yeah, exactly. So you've also got this other crafting system in this, because we're not finished through that list yet. But, so you can use rune forging to upgrade items, including unique items to like increase their base damage, or give maybe some armors new rolls with ward and things like that as well. This is like another route to modifying uniques, which you've been doing a little experimenting a bit more with over time. And this has an ability to change affixes on uniques as well, right?
Correct. So the changing affixes part, I believe, is mostly the Kalguran uniques where it does that. Is that not correct?
Can you tell what is a Kalguran unique?
We are going to add a way for you to tell what's Ezomite Kalguran, because Val for the other one as well.
For the weapons, it's mostly about increasing the base damage to make it so that a low-level unique can actually be something you can use in endgame. Because there's obviously a lot of uniques there that are interesting, but not viable for endgame because they just don't have the damage. So that's kind of like one of the main things we're solving. And then for the armors, it's all about like being able to make that ward versus other defense trade-off as well.
For the Kalguran uniques, what we've tried to do is have that, because most of the Kalguran uniques are in-game, right? That's just, drops from Olroth, drops from the new Pinnacle, a few others. And we've tried to have multiple outcomes for them, and you don't get to pick. So, for example, there's a new shield being added, and it is a strength dex shield, so armor evasion, and it comes with raised shield, and it has some mechanics around that. in the Verisium bench, you can put it in, you can craft, and it can turn into a full ES base, a full evasion base with parry, or a full strength base with Ray Shield. So you can, if you want to get away from it being hybrid, and like that's just one example. Now you might have to get a few of them to get the one you want. Deal with it. But for all of them, that's kind of the idea. Is like some are just mods, some are a bit more transformative. You know, there's just like, okay, there's a weapon, and one of the outcomes might be that it's just higher damage, slower speed. One of it might be that converts all of its damage to lightning, like it's got a Tempest theme. One of it might be that, you know, there's like just a whole bunch of different stuff like that, and like some of them are a bit more niche, some of them are a bit more spike. But the idea is that there's generally we're going to try and aim for 3 different outcomes for every Kalguran unique. There are some other niche cases. I don't want to like spoil them because by the way, there's more crafting things. I'm just not going to tell you because they're secret.
Okay.
I'm getting all my secrets in, but I hope people can find them out and enjoy it. But yes, there are some other things as well that are a bit more out there. You know, one that isn't so secret, but like there's the kind of the questions of like what happens if you know, try and add Runic Ward to something that has no defenses to begin with. Tabula rasa. You know, like there's like weird things where it's like, what happens when you convert nothing into something? I don't know, you know. So, and then there's some other weird cases as well. So yeah.
Interesting. Well, there's going to be a lot of exploration and tinkering, and it seems like a long tail of discovery for this league as well.
Yeah.
Months in, people might be still discovering stuff. So that's it's pretty exciting to hear. With the uniques in general, like I think this crafting, the ability to modify uniques, change how they work a little bit, has been pretty popular. Do you feel like, are you worried at all about like losing the identity of uniques, or what makes them uniques, or what is the feel of a unique, or do you have kind of like an idea of how you can maintain them?
I think that it'll be possible to break that, but I don't think that we have here, because at the end of the day, the uniques are still like each serving a specific purpose, and that is different from rares and how they work. You know, like so. I think it is okay. Like what I wouldn't want to do is just be like, oh, now a bunch of rare mods can spawn on uniques. Like I'm not a fan of that at all. So as long as we're not doing that, I think it's okay. I mean, like we do push the boundaries. Even just the fact that uniques have socketables that go in them kind of changes things a bit. But I think a lot of the time when you do that, you're not really looking at that as like the unique has got random mods. It sort of feels more like it's just an extra place for things to go in your character. So I think it still works in terms of the flavor of what a unique is supposed to be.
Yeah, it feels like a separate layer. I guess a lot of the time you are changing one unique modifier for another unique modifier that's like a twist on the original concept, so it still retains that identity for sure. Quite a lot there as well. So kind of like transitioning. Oh wait, first I did want to ask about the Runic Ward thing. So Runic Ward obviously has undergone a bit of a redesign, a bit of a concept change here. It's now a layer under your life. How did you arrive at this design? Kind of what's the reason for it?
Well, once again, we're thinking, okay, we want to be able to make a magic system that feels.
I think the changing of the Kalguran uniques is so cool, man. Like the fact that you get a unique and it can turn into something slightly different. It's like, in a way, you just get instead of 3 uniques, or sorry, 1 unique, you get 3, right? And instead of having 3 different uniques that do kind of the same, you just get to do it with 1. I think it's a really good idea. I'm really excited about taking the unique powers out of them. I think it's going to be really cool. And I don't think it's going to be an issue with losing the fucking identity of the unique at all. I forgot what they were talking about now. I had a point to it. The fucking, when you have to do stuff in the kitchen, things get away.
Feels like it's fundamentally different than what you'd have on Rayclast. We were trying to think like, okay...
it's the Runics thing. It seems a little bit like power creep, right? Because now you're just going to have that on all your things, aren't you? Because why not, right? It would be stupid not to, right? It's like, now everybody just gets kind of a cheat death, right? The Runic Ward, yeah. Like, there are some uniques where it changes them, right? Like, was it a Brass Dome or whatever? Where you just got a crap load of it, but you lost all defensive? You wouldn't do it on that. But for every rare item, there's no reason not to, right? Because it just gives you cheat death life thing. And then also you can spend it, I guess. So in that sense, it's a little bit just like, well, everybody has to have it now. It's a little but It'll probably be fine. It's just an extra resource.
How do I say this? So, I feel like I've lost myself here, but yeah, like I guess it is really just coming, something that feels a little bit different. And we wanted to make colorless skills, right? We wanted to make a thing where these skills can be used across classes. So all of those skills we want to be used. But we didn't really feel like we would be able to use an energy system that wasn't independent of the existing ones that we had.
Right. Yeah.
And so then we're like, okay, if we make something here where you get to be able to trade some level of defensiveness for offense because you're spending effectively part of your life pool, then we'd be able to make.
You like more HP as life character? See, the thing is, it's also more HP as an energy shield character, right? It doesn't. The only thing is, if you're a life character, I guess you protect it better if it works just like life. So I guess that will do it, but. It's in the ES nerf? No. The picture's not moving, Puppeteer. I paused it. Yo. You think armor and evasion characters need more max life? I mean, I agree. I honestly don't think... I don't feel like Energy Shield was as busted as people made it out to be, because I don't feel like they were that stronger than characters in PoE was comparing to the content. But there definitely was an issue. Is the pinned message still there? Because I don't see it. Or is it still there? I timed it for 20 minutes. Is it not gone? What the fuck? Okay, my bad. Thank you. I appreciate it. Dude, it was... So usually I see the pinned message in OBS. Usually I see the pinned message. It wasn't in OBS. It wasn't in my stream dashboard or whatever, and it wasn't on my phone. So I thought it was gone, but I had to refresh, I guess. I appreciate it, man. You have so much influence. You help, at least. ES recovery got recovery nerfed quite hard. Oh, that sucks, man. That's the worst kind of nerf, man. It just forces you to stop, right? Like, it's one of those things that slow you down. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like ES was ever that strong in comparison to the content. I feel like it was more just life. You just got too little, right? Like, it's just, or DR, I guess you could say. It's just, you weren't able to mitigate. So the difference between the life pools of an ES character and a life character was larger than what you could mitigate, right? Like, so the thing is, if your life is 30,000, right, and the ES is 3,000, I mean, if life is 3,000 and ES is 30,000, then in order for the damage to be the same, then the life build has to mitigate 90% or whatever, right? Like, so that whenever it's 1,000 damage, then the life build will only take 100, right? Like, it's like, that's just a rough thing to balance, right? But it's not that, because the thing I really hated about this whole the whole like talk about this, where people were just like, it's just blah, blah, blah. They can get like 30,000 life or whatever, and life characters can only get like 3,000 or whatever, right? You gotta take the DR into account, right? Because then they're like, oh, if I'm a life character, then I can only get 3,000 life, and these guys, they just get 3,000 life and 30,000 ES, right? It's like, yeah, but you also get like 100,000 armor, right? Like, if you put the same investment into armor as they do into ES, you're gonna get that, right? So it's not that they have 30,000 and you have 3,000. It's more like you have maybe, I don't know, 9,000, right? Like, because DR or whatever, right? And then ES is probably a little bit too good in the sense that it mitigates everything. Whereas armor and evasion only some things, right? Like, so there's I remember the discourse around it was just really poor, and I hated it.
We probably couldn't have used life, because if we'd done that, there's so many other things that like are going on with life that wouldn't have really been able to, that wouldn't have been able to work. So hence, ward. I mean, it's just a completely different thing than what ward was in PoE 1. We just sort of used the term, but it means something completely different in PoE 2.
I think it's just a significant upgrade from PoE 1's, just like kind of one-shot energy shield. I mean, that was like hard carried by uniques. Whereas this is a way more just applicable system. You can just have a little bit of it, and you're just happy to have a little bit of extra life. Effectively, works way better in the campaign. Works just as more of as an isolated system, and doesn't need to have like, okay, here's now 4 unique mechanics, and now my ward is a build, which is fine. If it's all in game, that's fine. But like you were talking about having something in the campaign here, a full league and a system we want to engage with and get some, borrowed power out of via these skills and whatnot. And so, it just works a lot better.
You have no clue if you play what you want to play? I mean, what I usually do is I pick something that interests me, right? Like, for this time around, I'm looking at the what's it called, the Gemling Legionnaire. It's getting more quality things, and I really like that. That sounds super cool to me. So I might go that route. But I also noted down some really cool uniques. The question is if I can get those. But I just also gotta be honest, I think it was last season, it was the season before. I played like Slam Warrior or whatever. That shit's just cool, so I might just go with that again. I don't know. I'm not sure. Right now, I'm leaning towards Gemling Legionnaire for me. I usually just find an ascendancy that I think is cool, and I try to build something around it. Thought about Tactician, Armor, Deflect. If they're buffing Deflect, then it could be good.
One thing I should mention with the ward is that in the early base types, it's usually strict upgrades. Like if you're during early in the campaign, you're not trading off anything, you just get extra bonuses. But as you get into the end game, that's where those bases start to be like, okay, in order to have more ward, we're going to be trading off your other defenses. And that means that when we finally do potentially move it into core, it's going to be like, it'll be a question of like, do I want to go for, like, it's not going to be something mandatory, because if it had just been always additive, it would have been that every single person needs to put ward on every single base type, and we don't want it to be that way in the end game. We want it to be, once it gets there, it's like a choice of like, do I want to engage with this, do I not want to? So that's kind of an important consideration there at the end.
We've actually also handcrafted every outcome, so every single, like, generally how you would expect this kind of thing to be done. Here's the formula, it converts. Right. We've just gone and said, nah, like, let's do it manually for everything, which means it was a metric amount of metadata to add.
Every base type we add has to have the ward, the rune-crafted rune-forged version.
At endgame, you get some cool stuff where base type A might become very, very heavy on runic ward, where base type B might have just a little bit, and some are in the middle, and some sacrifice a bit more defense where others don't, and then the same with the uniques. You're getting like crazy different outcomes where, it's a similar thing where it's like, what is Calm's Heart going to do? What's Brass Dome going to do? There's like different kind of things that people are going to play around with, and it's like, is it worth it? And the good thing is you can, of course, see the outcome before you do it. With these non-random ones on armors,
I didn't realize that.
When you have both the slots, if you mouse over the right one, it will show what you're going to get, except for like those Calgary and unique outcomes, like I said. So that's a bit more special. But most of the time, you can see what you're going to get. So if you're just like, oh, no, I don't want to lose that armor, then don't lose that armor. So but there's some crazy stuff. You'll get some runic ward stackers, you'll get some people that just have a supplemental amount, just to stack, maybe just enough to use a skill or just enough to use a support, and you'll get people who are just trying to spam the skills as much as they possibly can. You'll have some people that have low amounts stacking higher regen of it, and like all kinds of stuff is the goal. All done via the metallurgy, the runes, the different skills, like the whole suite is there, so there's just all kinds of stuff you can do.
Yeah, and on the topic of the Kalguran skills, this is like, especially because this is like something that gets asked all the time, is like, oh, can we have more weapon agnostic skills? Things that kind of like blur those boundaries a little bit now that you've got those established. What's the design process or the goal, or how you're approaching?
So it's a little bit tricky because, we have to make sure that these things are going to be things that can be used across classes. Like, I don't want to just be like, okay, this one's only for like, one particular character, and it needs to kind of span them, and that means they tend to need to work with things like existing debuffs and existing buffs. We've got one that generates they've got various things that that just play with all of those different mechanics. So like the example we gave in the presentation of like converting fire to frost fire, so that kind of thing. Like there's a lot of different builds, a lot of different character classes that'll be able to play with that. And ideally that means that it can just open up the different different ways to be able to synergize between different mechanics all over the place. And then because they spend ward rather than some other resource, it means that there's no issue there either.
Yeah, potentially slot into any build and don't have attribute requirements or colors.
That's the other thing, of course. They don't have strength, dex, and attribute requirements. They just have level requirements. So that way,
the Kalgurans are a little bit more ahead of Ray class times, it seems. Oh wow.
There's a bit more of a technological magic, isn't it?
Yeah. It's cool that it's often the case when we add these things, it can feel a bit shallow. Like it can feel like, here's this whole new magic system, but only there's this little amount. Whereas here, I feel like we've actually gone, here's this whole magic system, like here's a taste of it, and like in some cases, like 25 skills now, we'll see what happens later, and like there's things to expand on, unless they're of course terrible, in which case they never exist.
I'm hoping for cool reservation skills. That's what I'm hoping for, because the ones we have now are largely shit.
You know what I mean? But I mean for the long-term health of the game. But you get this thing where it's like it really feels like, with respect to the Kalguran magic, the Kalguran technology, we're just like getting further and further and really learning more and more about how these people gain their power, how it's different from everything on Rayclast, and like it's honestly been just quite.
Have I seen the amulet that has spirit gem? That has spirit gem as implicit. Oh yeah, the what are they called? From the tree, right? The breach ones. I haven't seen what they do. They were in the preview. But that sounds really cool. Hopefully there's some cool things. I think for ES and for the monk side of things, you do have a decent cool options. You have a decent good options as well. With Evasion having one, right, and ES having one, and there's decent options there, and like you got the heralds are pretty good. Like these are good, but once you play on the strength side of things, on the armor side of things, it's just dog shit. There's nothing good there for the reservation. But yeah, the getting a reservation thing could be cool. Is the Wind Dance and Ghost Dance? Yeah, exactly. And also just the Herald of Ice and Herald of Thunder are really good. But like for armor, you get like scavenge plating or whatever, and it's just dog shit. Are the so the spirit gems on they said you get a free one. Now, does that mean you don't have to expend a gem? I'm assuming that's what it means. Or do you actually not have to spend spirit on them? Like, do they still cost spirit? The amulet base can have Herald of Ash. It's going to be super random. Sounds like it's going to be really hard to get the one you want, then. That kind of sucks, but... Oh, it's getting existing ones? It's not new ones? Oh, that's kind of sad. Oh, then it's very specific. I had hoped they would be like super cool new ones, but kind of like Prism of Belief. Okay. Is it all of them or just a set amount? All of them. Okay. That's going to be super random, yeah. What about the cost? They said free. Is it free? Or is it just you don't spend a gem on it? Like, do you still have to spend the the reservation on it? Or do you essentially get an extra one for free? Or literally, I mean. Okay, so you don't have to pay reservation cost. That's insane. Okay. I mean, yeah, you give up a prefix and a suffix for it, sure, but... Okay. That sounds really good. Fucking Spider-Man reflexes. It's a nice chase item. Yeah, and it's also a really easy upgrade early on, right? The double anointed one you saw? Yeah, that also sounds kind of... That also sounds like it could be really good. That's also a good chase item, right? But also the... Fuck, that's gonna be frustrating to go for, actually. You gotta get the right anoints. And then you gotta craft it. Fy fan. But also just, again... It's one of those things where... When you're in the early game... Just getting a good free reservation spell... And then a necklace with like 1 or 2 good mods, right? Because more often than not, you'll have like 3 good mods and maybe a decent one, right? So it's like, if you just get a fucking good reservation thing, then you're golden, maybe.
Cool, and like Runic Ward, as I said, it feels way more than just like... It feels pretty core. Like, it doesn't feel like this, like, just secondary thing. Not that you have to do it. It's not mandatory, but it feels core when you do engage with it, which is, like, yeah, very cool. And I wouldn't say we've gone this deep into, like, a extra resource system and thing, like, in any league ever before. Not in this regard, so...
Yeah, it's like usually just like some map thing, you collect petals or something.
Yeah.
Seems a bit more engaging than that, a bit more fundamental character builds. Okay. Well, it seems like that's something you would probably want to keep long term then as well, like as long as it works.
Yeah, I mean, if it works, then we will.
Yeah, if people like it ultimately. Since we're talking a lot about gear, just kind of zooming out to a bit broader picture, some outstanding issues from our last meeting. If I consult the minutes here, plus skills is often brought up as something that's has a very high level of impact on your gearing choices and can feel for some, I think, a bit restrictive as just because it's so much stronger than other.
We did have a big conversation about that. I can't remember what we finally decided on there.
Yeah, it's one of those dexterity-like conversations.
Yeah.
I think we are trimming a few levels off the top.
Yeah, that's right.
Or more so.
Yeah.
More so, we're trimming some off the top and moving some of it up so that there's still a high-level mod. But doing that for the weapon mods. But like, there's more to do here, for sure. I would say that given the like this league in particular, I remember we started it and we were like, here's all the things that we've discussed we need to fix, we need to do all this, and then it was like, oh, and here's the like 8,000 other balance runes and crafting systems and everything we want to do and new classes, and it was like new versus existing having a bit of a conflict, and we were, so I wouldn't say we got to do as much of the balance fix up to a lot of the stuff we've discussed previous that we wanted to do here, but as you were talking about at the start of the Q&A, like that is and what Jonathan said is that is a lot of what we want to do. You know, while we have the team making the acts, like that's a different kind of balance. We don't have, you know, you're not adding runes and crafting systems to the axe in the same way,
Which
right?
means that those designers
it's
are
a different team. Freed
up to be able to work on all of those kinds of larger balance concerns.
You can pretty much do some balance leagues between.
We do, exactly, and we do have a big list of stuff we want to change there. Like,
it is a list,
which isn't to say that we didn't do some balance for this.
I expected you to do almost none on this one, given the scope.
No, there's definitely some. There's some important ones too.
Which we'll cover a few of those.
Got some Chronomancer stuff. There's we're doing a bunch of stuff, but honestly, it just is as much as we can, to be honest. We're not sitting idly not doing it, but I understand that there's a few things which I assume you're going to bring up a couple others that are left unresolved, and
certainly.
Hopefully, maybe one of them's resolved. We'll see.
Well, the next one was Rarity, reprising our earlier discussions on Rarity from the last Q&A, where you were saying that you were eager to at some point remove Rarity from.
I am interested in doing that. It's still a question of what we can replace it with, but there is one other change to talk about around that is a bit more subtle, and I don't know whether it will matter or not. But one of the things we identified, look, the thing people often say with Rarity is they just don't want it to give currency.
Yeah.
That's like a common thing that they'll say. Like people who say they want to keep Rarity, they'll often say, "Oh, but it should. You could just remove the currency from it, and then it'll be okay." So what we were thinking about is like, there's this sort of market dynamic that goes on in PoE 1, but hadn't been going on in PoE 2 so much, where people couldn't really respond in PoE 2 to the market by like picking the reward type that they would like to get as much. So in PoE 1, it's like if currency is becoming more valuable, you can respond to that by farming leagues that give you more currency. And if uniques are becoming more valuable, then you can respond to that by farming more uniques and that kind of stuff. So there was like a little bit of an aim here to make it so that the league's a little bit more like by picking what league you're also picking more of what types of rewards you want to get a little bit better, which can mean that like if there's a gap in the market, you can fill it that way, and that should result in like more price. We're getting total economist here right now, but it'll mean that people can respond to the price signals that the market is giving them by farming the correct thing to like get the thing that like the market is valuing more right now.
So we're actually seeing that phenomenal difference between the two games on like the economic statistic level.
Well, I think it's not so much looking at the statistics, but just realizing that like without the ability for players to do that, it can mean that you can get endless inflation in one thing because people aren't able to respond to that by effectively getting more of that thing to drive the prices down again. So that kind of stuff actually can matter. And so one of the things we have been doing is making it so that here's a league you can farm more to get more of this thing. And like even with regard to something like Breach, because you can pick there's mods for picking what type of womb gift is going to drop more often. You can be like, okay, if currency is more valuable right now, I'm going to pick that one. That's the I'm going to have that tree be the one that I'm getting more of, and that kind of stuff. So it's like giving a little bit more control over what the rewards are, which should actually lead to a bit more price stabilization here as well. But we'll see how that works. Like I don't know whether that's actually one of the things, but it does seem related to the fact that in PoE 2, since Rarity effectively boosts everything, it meant that that mechanic wasn't letting it be one of the levers that people could use to respond to the market that way.
Yeah, exactly. You were just going to do it because it was clear.
Sorry.
There isn't really any dumps either in PoE 2, is there? Like exalts are just used for crafting, right? Chaos is just used for crafting, right? And how often do you do that? I mean, I guess it's the same. No, because in PoE 1 you got the map thing, right? You got the press this thing, pay 3 chaos to boost your map. And there's nothing for divines either. Whereas in PoE 2 you got the meta mods. So whenever you want to actually get an upgrade and stuff, then you got that, right? And I don't think there is a sync in PoE 2, right? I don't think so. Like, what the fuck do you spend exalts on? You can only add so many things to your gear, right? It's also basically trash in PoE 2. I guess they turned into that. There is the maps, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, that is true. So you do sync exalts into maps. But there's nothing for chaos and there's nothing for divines, right? But with the greater and perfect currencies. Yeah. Yeah. But Divines doesn't. Chaos can be spammed on tablets. Well, can be, but are they? Because the thing is, if nobody really has anything to spend their currency on outside of buying gear, right? Then they're just going to get more and more and more of it. And the gear is going to get more and more expensive because, well, purchasing power goes up, right? I think the fact that there's no syncs to Divines is an issue, right? Maybe there are to Chaos and Exalts, but then maybe they're not enough. I'm not entirely sure. To be honest, I haven't really interfaced that much with the economy, so I don't know enough. The only thing that got me interested in it was that I could now have the fucking guy in my hideout sell things for me, so I don't have to leave my maps when some idiot whispers me. The timeless jewels with the seed numbers can eat thousands of divines. That's stupid, yeah.
Sorry, guys, for turning into an economist all of a sudden, but it's like
I like it.
It's one of those things.
I think it's just ignoring the whole economy aspect. It just gives players agency to target what type of loot they want anyway, right?
Yeah,
How is that not just straight up just better for like, here's what I need, here's what I want, I'm going to go get it, and here's the different levers I have to be able to achieve that, be it via choosing a different league, be it by choosing different multi-choice atlas tree things within that league, be it by picking a certain master and taking a certain atlas master skill that changes the rewards of one of the leagues. Like, there's many different axes here, which is very, very cool to just be like, all right, we're going to try and get the best out of the uniques today, or I'm going to try and target farm this or that. And like, it's just a win, even if you're just like, I don't care about inflation and all of the trade and all of that. Like, it's just good. So win-win on that regard, hopefully, assuming
but
the
in
economy
saying that doesn't necessarily mean that we're like happy with how
being able to target is always good.
Stuff is like, there's still might be changes.
Yeah, correct.
It sounds like you're still eager to replace that.
Yeah, I am.
Given that you can find the modifiers.
It's one of those things that's surprisingly hard, alongside Leech, alongside decks and various other things like the forever topics that always seem to come back and to haunt us every time.
Yes, keep you awake at night. Yeah. Since we're talking economy and inflation, is that something you guys are kind of like interested in looking at in some way, like syncs for exalts or divines, or kind of managing that sort of stuff, or you just kind of like see what happens?
This is a weird one because some of the perceptions that people have about like what each thing means can be backwards from what people expect. But I do think that that's gonna come down to that sort of ability for people to respond to the market. I think that's going to help. But as I said, we'll see. If it doesn't help with that stuff, then we'll revisit it and see what happens.
More syncs for exalts is an inevitability for sure. It will occur at some. It just kind of has to. Syncs for divines. I don't know, find Mage Blood, see what happens.
I was like, you have something in the works for that one. You do.
Good luck.
Yeah, wait and see with that. On the topic of crafting, are there any, with all this new stuff, are there any changes to like the existing stuff of crafting, like how the crafting systems work, the currencies work? How happy have you been with the introduction of Greater and Perfect orbs?
I would just say that Greater and Perfect are too, especially Perfect is just too common. Like, we're probably going to have to nerf the drop rates of those.
Transmutes and orgs. Yeah.
And because effectively, it's sort of being a problem in that kind of early in the end game crafting is like probably a little bit too easy. So we'll probably nerf the drop rates of some of that stuff a little bit. I think it's probably just a little bit too far. Like, not to make them like impossible.
Mostly transmutes and augments.
Mostly transmutes and augments. So it was just making it a little bit too easy. Yeah. So
I guess the outcome of that is that they become the norm like immediately, right?
Sure. So there'll probably be a change there. Yeah, like I think that it was just making it a little bit too easy to progress in that early in game part there.
I think whenever you make craft materials more rare, you run the risk of just having people not interface with it. I think that's a bad thing, right? Like, I feel like I understand that there are items like Hinakora's Lock and stuff that they're pretty niche, right? And so you could argue you don't need to interface with that, right? And whenever you do, maybe it's once a league for one item for one specific craft, right? And if you make them too common, then all of a sudden it's like, okay, and then you just do it every craft, right? Like that is a problem. But for augs and transmutes, they're OP as fuck. They guarantee minimum level 70. Yeah, but they don't guarantee the stuff, right? Like they guarantee you a mod at level 70, right? It's not the mod at level 70, right? So how many base types? How many white items do you have to find or have in one way or another? You can't scour in PoE 2, right? How many white items do you have to find and then craft onto? The meta was to spam perfect orc and a null and blue item. Yeah. Sure. But how many do you have to go through then, right? You have to find the item with... First off, you have to find the item, right? You gotta find the good one, right? And then you gotta anoint it or augment it. Sorry, you gotta augment it, and then it has to hit the good one, right? And when it doesn't hit the good one, you have to annul it, and then it has to hit the bad one, right? So how many do you have to go through? Right? Or do you take it down to 0? Like, so in that sense, it has to be like available, right? For people to interface with it. Because otherwise, what you end up having is you end up having these fucking oligarchs that can do these kind of crafts. And then the rest of the people are just fucked, right? So I don't think nerfing orcs and transmutes is that good of an idea, because them in themselves don't really do that much for your item, right? Like, they give you the 2 first mods. That is a third of the item, right? And sure, it can be the most important 2 mods, right? Obviously, there's that. But in order to get a truly good, say, weapon, right? You need 2 implicits. Or so... Not implicit. You need 2 prefixes, right? Did you like that they removed the omen of homogenization expulsion? No. I liked what the omens did. Now, obviously, it probably was... What I would have liked a lot more was that instead of making the perfect orcs and transmutes rare, they would just make the omens rare. So it's like you couldn't just do it for every item, right? Like, but I don't know. I like when crafting is moderately guaranteed, if I'm being honest. I liked the ability to make my item. I liked feeling like I could do something, right? Like, I liked the ones where you double exalt, right? So you could save, so you didn't have to have 2 perfect exalts. You could save a bit of gold and send that one, right? I like the homogenization where it's like, okay, let me make sure I get this one mod, and then I can actually realistically get another one, right? Like, make sure that I can get the... And it would work for some things, and it wouldn't work for others, right? Because, yeah, it's fine if you get, like... Is it physical? Like, flat fizz, right? But that's just an attack mod, right? So it's not like I get flat fizz. Now I'm basically guaranteed getting percent fizz, right? No. Because you could still get flat Ellie of some sort, right? You'll probably still get attack speed and all that, right? Because they shared the tag. So it's not even that it was just completely deterministic every time, right? But yeah, I understand why they're doing it, and I probably come at this from a little bit more of an SSF lens, right? Because honestly, that's the way I prefer to play the game. I'm just not quite good enough to do it. I vastly prefer SSF. I'm just SSF have some pretty major flaws that is hard to come by, like hard to overcome for me. Like, if I don't want to do a certain thing, right? Or if I want a certain extremely rare thing, right? Like, then you can't just bypass it, right? It's like, let's say I want this Raven Righteous Fire, right? I want that staff. And even if that staff is pretty fucking common, I still can't realistically set out to do it because that thing might never drop. You used to play SSF and then it pissed you off too much. And now you have a full eco brain. Yeah. Like, what I do is I play like self-imposed modified SSF rules. I don't buy my gear. I craft my gear, but I buy uniques and I buy crafting materials and all that. That's the way I've done it, and that kind of gets me there. It also gives me the, if I find something really valuable that I'll never use, right, I can sell it rather than it just rots in my stash, right? So in that sense, self-imposing a little bit of SSF is doing it for me. But I'm gonna be honest, I would prefer to just not think about the economy at all and just play SSF. But you got things that are completely impossible to find, like if I want a Mage Blood, right? I'm never gonna get a fucking Mage Blood in PoE1 by just playing, right? And I get that you could grind out the divination cards and stuff, but I think I even moderately ran the correct setup for farming them, but I didn't try to farm them. I scried the map, right, so that I had the Mage Blood thing in there. I believe I ran strong boxes, which I think is the way you do it, but I'm not sure. And I never saw it, right? I never saw a single Mage Blood card anyways. So it's like, never gonna get it, even if I do that. I don't know if that was the right. I seem to remember thinking to myself, wait, maybe I can farm this out because I'm getting a lot of divination cards and blah 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 blah. And maybe if I make a little slight change, and I looked up and it was roughly what I was doing. I was like, I've been doing this for like 20 hours and I have nothing or something. So yeah, I don't know. It's I don't remember exactly how it is. I might just be lying to you right now. I think I farmed something that should have given... I believe I farmed something that was close to the Mage Blood strat, and I just didn't get anything. This league, you did a bunch of crazy stuff. You can get double crit damage Sapphires. They roll from 10 to 20, so you had a few and bought some more of them. And holy moly, they're like 500 days. Then you corrupted and double corrupted. I mean, doing that sort of thing is always fun, right? If you have the currency to spare, then you are just gambling, right? Did a bunch of, you can double credit, I had a few and bought some more, and then they ate? Who ate? Where is they ate? They ate like 500 days. Ah, okay. Yeah, I mean, that shit's fun. If you have the currency for it and all that. Yeah. I mean, with the game being the way it is, it's hard to play SSF if you are interested in cool shit, right? Like, SSF, if you just love the game and you are fine with playing, like, sort of basic character, then it's fine. And I will say also, the SSF makes it more challenging because you'll have less power. That's just the way it is.
Okay. All right. Now I'm going to hit you with, I usually do this at the end, but right now, a surprise.
It's also being on the trade league also means that if you are not progressing fast enough, and given that it is self-imposed rules, you can just like forego them or even bend them if you're a pussy, right? But you could just be like, okay, you know what? This is not really working out. I want to go faster. Let me buy a big weapon or whatever, right? You sold a jewel for 7,000 divines? Jesus.
QOL UX round. So you've got this in-game build planner.
That's
which is
cool.
an awesome addition. Very excited and kind of surprised that you did that as well. It's a huge leap over what you tested in the.
So the economy is cool and all right, and I think there's a lot of people that just find that the reason they like playing PoE is because they like playing the economy. So I'm definitely not for removing it, but in a lot of cases, I feel like the economy is going to be fine almost no matter what you do to it, right? Like, it'll always be there to an extent. So making it so that SSF is extremely viable also, like, I don't think that'll ruin the economy, because it will make certain things be less valuable, and then it's like, oh, but I want to amass like 20,000. Well, good luck, you have to play more, I guess. But I don't think there's much, as long as there is still an economy to play. I don't think you should cater too much to like hoarders, right? Like, or like the ones that want to flip shit, because flipping shit kind of just ruins it for the rest of us, right? But yeah, I don't know. I'm if they make changes that are more to SSF, I think it's just better for the game, and I don't think it harm. I know a lot of people are always like, oh, you're gonna ruin the economy. No. Well, I'm going to ruin the established economy, right? Like, a new one's going to spring up and form around it. It'll be fine. Like, that's what the economy does. It adapts to what the situations are, right? Like, that is what economy does. Like, if Mage Blood suddenly becomes, like, you get one in every map, right? That item is still going to be super powerful. It's just going to be not valuable at all, right? And what do you do then? You farm something fucking else, right? Like, there will be other uniques. There'll be other things. There'll be other things to do. Now, instead, oh, maybe you just fucking double corrupt them, right? Like, all of a sudden, you have an access to an endless amount of streams of Mace Bloods, and now you just double corrupt every single one of them, and then you sell the ones that roll percent attributes and percent whatever, right? Like, there you go. You still have an avenue to make money on the Mace Blood, right? And they will obviously also be less valuable, but they'll still be fucking valuable because it's fucking rare.
Pass that kind of went away for a while, which was like the ability to plan passives.
Yeah.
So I guess that was the reason why that went away, since you had a bigger project in mind. I'm curious, when you take a different angle on this, what don't you want to do with this? Like, where is the line of where you don't want this to? Because this is something that helps like players a lot. It's very in-game.
Right. Well, some people have asked us, like, you know, are you going to suggest builds? Like, is GGG going to be like, here's some builds to play and that kind of thing? And I don't want to be doing that. I do want to leave it to the community to decide what is that stuff. So that means we're not going to be like, what I don't want it to be is like, okay, you like join the game for the first time and the game's like, pick a build, you know? Like, that isn't how it should work. Like, it needs to be that that most, look, I know that a lot of players want to follow build guides, and that's absolutely fine. We want to give as good of tools as we can for that. But at the same time, like, I still want the desirable theory of the game to be that you join the game having never played it before and you just explore and find the stuff that's interesting.
That's me.
So, you know, but then, like, if you're already going to a website to find a build guide, then at the point you've done that, like, we might as well make that as easy as possible for you to do and follow and all that sort of thing. So
we've actually made sure to keep it hidden unless you know to do it.
So unless you basically
like, you don't open your passive tree and it's like load files and you're like, what the heck is going on here?
Now, I should mention that we didn't put it in the live stream because we weren't like 100% sure that it would be there, but it is being worked on right now that there's going to be like a one-click solution for getting a build from a community website, right? So the idea is, like, you know, a community website can put a link, and when you click the link, it'll just add it to your account.
Like with filters, like what?
Yeah, exactly like with filters, right? So then it can just add it to your account, and that way you don't have to screw around with files or anything. And that's important for console players as well, because they obviously can't put files on the console. Yep. So basically they'll be able to, you know, add it to their account just like an item filter, and then now it's just going to appear there. And
trust.
Stuff will work.
I know right now you have to have a real trust in your filter creator. Because they can just hide mirrors. So hopefully your build creator, hopefully your build creators,
right?
So April 1st, your build creator just completely just changes your build randomly for a day.
But the documentation for how to do the build files should be going up today-ish, and that means that what I'd expect to happen, although obviously it's up to them, like the various community projects like Path of Building and that kind of stuff, to all like adopt that and make it so that you can so that you can export a build from those tools, and then then the creators can create websites showing those off and that kind of thing, and like that kind of stuff is what we'd expect to.
Yeah, it just improves the actual like physical act of like having a build guide and implementing that and using it for people who are. That's awesome.
And if we also find that like build creators are interested in adding notes to more places, like we tried to get everything we could think of, but there might be places where you like because the idea is like anywhere where a creator wants to be able to say like here's some more tutorialization that they want to add. The idea is that they can kind of do that.
I love that.
That's really
like
cool.
that's the sort of.
I can tell people to upgrade their life flasks for life flasks that heal.
I think these insanely rare items, like where you need a specific version and a specific corrupt and the cultivate and the double corrupt, that's like cool thing PoE has, is real community effort to make those things. Oh yeah, that's fine. Like I'm completely on board with this shit. That's completely cool. I'm not saying to remove it, but like if we take your specific example, right? Let's take a unique weapon, a build defining, enabling, whatever you want to call it, unique weapon, right? Now, what can you do with that in PoE? You can add an extra add an extra socket onto it, right? And now that socket itself might mean that, now you can slot in these 3 things that work together and becomes even more build defining, or like add stuff, right? Like that's pretty cool. And then you can double corrupt it to then further push your build, right? Like that's fine. And it's like a 1 in a million chance to get there, right? That's okay. But the weapon itself being available does not ruin that, right? Like, so like take PoE 2, you got that Lament crossbow that was like I really wanted to make a couple of seasons ago, where you just ran and banged, right? Like that was really cool. Just it was lich and stuff, right? It was lich and your health couldn't move and you could just keep spamming and run at full speed with it. Like let's say you take that weapon and then the end of it is like a 40 quality double corrupted monstrosity, right? That has like extra shrapnel and bullshit, right? Like, but the weapon itself will enable the build, right? So that weapon being common and the insanity version being completely 1 in a billion, that's fine, right? Like, but the problem is when you got build enabling things that are locked behind hundreds of hours of gameplay, right? Then effectively that thing is unobtainable for 99% of the player base. And I don't like that. But I'm completely okay with stuff like Mage Blood, because Mage Blood doesn't really do anything, right? Mage Blood lets you reinvest things. It doesn't really enable things, right? In PoE 1 at least. Like, you got flasks, sure. Permanent uptime of them, sure. But the flask can't do anything that you can't get elsewhere, and you could just activate the flasks, right? What Mage Blood does is complete, free, and permanent activation, right? That's what you get. And that means that, okay, now I can get the 5 max resist from the things, or whatever. It's max resist, right? It used to be DR, didn't it? And now it's no longer. Now it's max resist, right? That means you can then take those max resist points, and either you just get 5 max resist, or you could take them out and reallocate the points. It means that, okay, if you're using the resist flask, then you get X amount of % of resistances, right? That you can just reallocate from your gear or from your talent tree and stuff, right? But it doesn't itself like apply some sort of thing your character can't do, right? It's not like the crossbow that lets you move and never reload, right? Like, it's not. It's just a higher cap for your power, right? Like Headhunter as well, right? It obviously it lets you do something that you couldn't do without it, but it's not build enabling. It's a crap ton of damage, crap ton of clear speed, crap ton of movement speed, right? Like, and it probably lets you get rid of some things, just like Mage Blood does, right? But it isn't a It isn't a unique staff that gives you the ability that you want to play. Right? And chase items are fine, but for things that are literally the build, if they are not pretty available, then a lot of people just can't interface with them. And that's where I start being like a little bit like, And especially in like PoE 1, but also in PoE 2, when you have thousands of uniques, right? Actually finding the unique that you need, even if it's super common, can be really fucking hard. Because it has to drop the correct base type that then has to upgrade to the correct unique. And it's like, if there's like, if I don't know how it works exactly, right? But let's say it decides, oh, it's going to drop a weapon. And then it decides, oh, it's going to be a staff. Then it decides what staff it's going to be, right? And then it decides if it's going to be unique, right? Like, if we just assume that's the way it goes, you have to win a couple of checks here, right? Like, it's not just, even if it's super common. And that's where I have a little bit of a, you learn the answers always going by. Yeah, exactly. Which means if you want to play SSF, you have to stay clear of those, right? Like, you can't just say, I want to play a Face Breakers. I want to play a whatever, right? You have to actually get the item first. So you got to have a build that works without it, which you'll be fine with playing. And then if you get the item, you have to re-roll, right? SSF is basically challenge mode. Yeah. And I'm going to be honest, I think SSF should be the way you play the game. Right? I think SSF should be default. I think that should be... I think SSF should be the experience you aim for. And I think you should balance around SSF rather than balance around the Trade League. But that comes with a bunch of problems, right? Because where do you draw the line between something that takes thousands of hours and something that you can do pretty realistically, right? And I think if you balance around SSF, you're going to lose out on some of the cool top-end shit that, even if it's really rare and really cool and really top-end, a lot of players will still be able to interface with through Trade League, right? So it's one of those things where I think it would be best if SSF was the way to go, but I think it's hard to do that with all the cool shit they've added. Then someone alerted you to like the four core principles of PoE. It's on their website somewhere. And economy based is literally number 2. Yeah. I mean, that's their... I mean, arguing whether or not something should be done and whether or not something will be done is different, right? Like, they have their vision, and their vision is definitely, we balance around the economy and SSF is secondary. That's the way the game is. That's a fact. There's no arguing. That's the way it is. Me thinking it should be something else is an opinion. Their vision is... Exactly. Their vision is that SSF is something that you can do and will try to make it work, but not at the expense of economy, right? And that's fine. And I enjoy the game. And I can self-impose SSF in a way that works for me. So I'm all good. Like, I don't need the tag. I don't need the e-penis extender of having done it on pure SSF. I don't need that. I did that the first time I actually played proper SSF, game enforced SSF, and I beat all the bosses except King in the Mist because I couldn't find the fucking invitation. And now I'm good to I'll just do it the way I want. Yeah, I think it was 0.1. I think it was. I will say though, I don't think I beat... I think I beat Arbiter 2. So I still have some way to go there. The problem is the fight's the same, isn't it? But maybe it isn't. But yeah, I couldn't find the invitation. Never found a Citadel in 0.1? Did I? Am I misremembering? I do remember having issues with it. But I do feel like I did. But I'm not sure. Maybe I didn't. I didn't do it on stream, at least, I don't think. I might have only done the... I did Arbiter for sure, because I have beaten him, and I one-shot him, so it was super disappointing, actually. I might have only done him once, actually. But I didn't do King in the Mists. You basically only did Zesht? Yeah, Zesht was fun. I don't remember. I don't remember. It's also not something that I need to anything. I've completed the goals that I set forward. I beat all the Ubers in PoE 1 with a build that I made myself, but like using tools available. And basically just not using a guide, just basically not being like, okay, let me see what's the best class and let me open up a guide and I'll follow that. I made all the decisions myself, but I went for information. So in PoE 1 now I'm good to go with guides if I could be bothered, but I don't know. We'll see. I like setting goals for myself and then adhering to them, and then whatever else happens.
For sure, exactly. Like the
we gotta keep moving. There's like almost 2 hours left of this, and only an hour and a half to screw it.
It's very true. People overlook it.
But I will have to continue this tomorrow.
Another one from our outstanding minutes is the mouse and keyboard and controller hot swap.
I know, and it's becoming a running joke at this point of like people promising it every league and then not delivering it. And the annoying thing about it is that it's one of those things that like someone will work on it for like there's a surprising amount of code to do to change it. But then every time it's like the guy like someone will work on it for like a month or something, and they'll be like, oh shit, we've got this urgent league UI that needs doing, and then they get derailed. But I promise this time is the time that we will get it for 1.0.
I took him for the fragment tab, sorry.
Yeah, it is actually legitimate.
But also not
legitimately
sorry. But not sorry, because the fragment tab's kind of, I want it and I need it.
Yeah, but it's like, whoops. I think there was a bingo card that you saw where you're like, so many people want this.
Yeah.
Fragment.
So
you can actually blame the bingo card makers.
I guess so.
Hot swapping was on there too. I had my hand over it. I was like, look, they want the fragment tabs.
I see.
Really what I mean is I want the fragment tab.
Another one that I haven't mentioned before, but
I'm gonna be honest, hot swapping between mouse and keyboard or freaking fragment tab, I'm picking fragment tab any day of the week.
Revisiting is visibility issues. So skills, I think, are being designed to look as cool as possible under normal circumstances a lot of the time. Like the artist, I imagine, is working on them in that situation. But then they can become extreme on endgame builds, right? You're adding like 10 extra projectiles and screen size AoE scaling and attack speed. So I think like a good example is Explosive Grenade. Phenomenal looking skill, immensely satisfying. Sounds, visuals, but now we've got like grenade nova projectiles with totems firing out multiple rapid
it can get pretty extreme. You
got to put your sunnies on, man.
I know.
It's funny when I'm streaming, you can see the face just light up whenever you toss a grenade.
It's one of those things where, like, over time, ideally, we're able to just improve the situation with regard to effects. I mean, we do have some systems for limiting this kind of stuff, like to prevent certain particles from spawning.
I was wondering if like some sort of dynamic culling effect.
We do have stuff like that, but it's one of those things that it's easy for it to get left till the end and then not done, because the effects artists are obviously optimizing for what looks good. And whenever you're if effects artists come to me and like, hey, what do you think of the skill? It's not I tend not to be like, okay, now let's see it when there's like a bajillion of them, that's one of those steps we should probably take at some point. But it's like we do have systems for it. It's just a matter of like spending time working on it, and it's the kind of thing that just over time will slowly
it
improve.
Honestly is a time problem. We do it gets tested internally. It does get reported. There are issues, tasks that are made, and they say, help my frame rate, help my eyes. It does say that, and 100%. And then it's like, I could optimize this. I don't quite know how, and a few people have to collaborate to do it.
We definitely do fix the worst cases, like when they're really, really bad. Before you see them, ideally. But there can also just be cases where it's like we didn't realize that a build would be created that could get to this level of insane.
Well, yeah, when explosive grenades were added, there wasn't a way to do all this
exactly.
Stuff.
So then,
and 3 leagues later,
sometimes it is the balance that's the problem, right? And then so that can be a bit tricky when it's like, how do you know, is this an engine task, an art task, is it a balance task? And that's
the funny thing about it as well, because all of those sorts of issues have to actually go to a game designer, because they're the ones who can decide, like, is this even acceptable in the first place? And that's like a sort of a very tricky thing. So like we did do some nerfs in 040, I believe, to some of the grenade spam stuff that you could do. But then I believe there were some other mechanics added that kind of made it come back again. So, you know.
Yeah, it was...
Massive leech nerf? That sucks. I like leech. I don't... Only one instance active? That sounds wild. I don't understand why they don't just give us a fucking slider. Like... As much as I understand that you want the build to look cool, if you could just give us a slider that says remove, right? Like, then your gameplay experience is going to be worse, but you picked it. So I can always add it back.
It was like slight enough and then way more.
It happens.
That's good.
But, you know, like we'll resolve them over time. Like, we will get it better.
And just to reiterate, because in the past we'd asked about the idea of like transparency sliders or brightness sliders.
I'm not a fan, honestly. Like, I think it does fundamentally kind of ruin something there that I'm not, you know.
So that's like
I want to try and fix it so that you don't even have to think about it, that it's not a setting you need to do, it's not anything like that.
You want to take the hard route on that, which
for sure.
is,
always, every time. The hard route, that's the best route.
Fair.
The last one I have, maybe, unless there's some extra time ones in there, is you guys looking to get full Steam Deck verified sometime soon?
Yes. Well, I was telling you about that earlier. So so this is there were a few things around the UI that made it so we couldn't get Steam Deck verified, like UI says. So we've actually added a lot of options for UI scaling in like different areas now. So pretty much everything, like like hovers versus like the like just like all these different areas are now scalable. All the different parts of the UI, and that means we can now have defaults for Steam Deck that we can now go, okay, hey Valve, can you Steam Deck verify us please, and get all that stuff. And we're sort of testing on the Steam Deck now. Like we have Steam Deck stuff internally. It's a thing we're taking seriously because we know there are a lot of people who want to be able to play it on the deck. So it is now a thing that we're doing. I really want to make sure that by launch especially that it's like a perfect experience.
Being able to take
there's still some performance issues at the end game on Steam Deck, like it's still not quite there that we need to work on. But during campaign it's fine. But
I'm not going to play grenades on Steam Deck.
So there's like a few things there we still need to do to improve.
Have a good one, man.
In terms of like the experience of like the main experience and all that stuff, it's way better now.
Great news. Excellent. I keep seeing in chat, so I'm just going to ask it. But like, people are asking, like, tell me about Mage Blood, but like, quite clearly,
we're not going to tell you about Mage Blood. You have to find Mage Blood.
You want people to find Mage Blood. I mean, you did drop some extra hints there, kind of subtly. People can maybe you can rewatch the Q&A and kind of like find out what those hints were.
I know how to tease a unique.
This is like outside of a headhunter or something. This is like one of the most like chase long-awaited items.
And the tricky thing is making sure that people actually like it as well, because we don't want to disappoint people.
Yes,
that would be sad.
It's going to be insane, though. It's going to be insane.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. When we're filming the trailer, I'm like, you make sure that Mage Blood's on the screen for a second. You put that text there.
There's one frame of Mage Blood.
But it's so rare. I'm like, I don't care. Do it.
Excellent. There's one for you to look forward to. Before we jump into the end game, let's talk a little bit about campaign leveling. So there's a pretty nice signposting trick.
It sounds like it's going to give you a bunch of random effects that you can divine through, right? Like, kind of like I hope it's not what I think it is, right? But PoE 1 just added a new chase belt, right? Like, you get 2 shrine effects permanently. I hope it's not that, but it might be, right? I really hope it's not that. But it also can't be charms, because charms are dog shit.
Additions there.
Yeah. In one case, completely literally a signpost.
Literally a signpost.
It's one of those things that I like. So we do understand that if you're a repeated playthrough, like it needs to be that it can be efficient. Yeah, we were thinking about like what is better in PoE 1 than PoE 2 in this respect, and we're thinking there's just like people have just learned a lot of tricks. But then we're like, are there even enough tricks in PoE 2 to learn? Like, you know, like we want more mastery things. Like we want it so that if you're paying attention, you actually can work out, hey, like this thing leads to that thing and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, go nuts on that.
So yeah, we are just going nuts on it, right? Because it won't actually affect the time it takes for a first-time player to play through, because like they're not going to know what it means.
And that's the secret, isn't it? That's
exactly.
That's the secret sauce there.
And like, you know, in some cases we have shortened some stuff. Like for example, at the end of Act 2, there was like 2 areas of the cart. You know, the Farragon cart. Now there's just one.
Oh, nice.
You know, like the one that there is like very slightly longer than one was before, so like it doesn't feel like a complete compromise of that, but like it is definitely shorter than what it was. There's just stuff like that all through the game, and then there's some counterintuitive things that we've done. Like in some cases, you want to take an area and that was linear and actually make it non-linear, but with wayfinding, right? Because if something's linear, there's literally only one path to go. Like it entirely depends on what your clear speed is to get from one end to the other. Whereas if something is more open, but then you've got things that point you where to go. It's like if you know what those are, now you can get through it faster. But if you don't know what they are, it's still like an area that's going to take you a little while to get through.
Giving the possibility of a shortcut.
Exactly. So things like that can actually be something kind of counterintuitive that you can do. Because a lot of people just assume, like in order to make it shorter, the way to do it is just make the level smaller, you know. But that would compromise the first time experience. So it really is about like, you know, how can I make it take you less time while also not making it take you less time if you were playing for the first time.
Yeah, even like the jungle ruins now, the silverback, the big old quadrilla is now in the direct center of the level.
Right. So that means you can always find him easily, right?
If you find him, you know, northeast, southwest, you just know.
Yeah.
And then obviously you can find the camp is another way. You know, there's all these different ways. I mean, if you find the venom crypts, you escape out the other end.
Yeah. So there's an extra exit in the venom crypts that comes out directly next to the exit of the area. So if you want to go down through the venom crypts, it's actually can be a faster way to find the exit to the zone. It's like a shortcut through there.
Cool.
So and then the venom crypt. Here's an interesting one. All the snakes. This is one people probably want to notice. I'm going to tell you. All the snakes will go towards where the venom crypts are.
Oh.
So all the snake, the little snake critters, they're going home. They're going towards it. So if you see a snake, that's the way that the venom crypts are. So there's like little details like that everywhere. Just
I think people would have noticed that.
That's so cute.
I think I would have noticed
a little bit of stuff with monsters as well. Like there's in the venom crypts again. Towards the boss room where there was the shaman making the whole venom potion, now you get more of the humanoid monsters of that tribe.
So that was an area. It was really hard to find that final place like where it was. But now you know like, oh, if I find those type of monsters, that means I'm getting near the place where the you know where
we've done that in a few places. So like a density of monsters increasing, or more so the other types of monsters phasing out as well. So an introduction of an abnormal monster, or one that's not natural to the rest of the area, or in some cases one that's natural to the area, and then you get to a section where now only those monsters are there and all the other monsters aren't spawning. For example, the snakes in Keth.
Yep.
Right around Kabbalah's section, the boss there is only Serpent Clan. You don't get the other monsters. If you want to find
Kabbalah, then you run in the direction where there's more snakes.
Yeah.
You know, like that kind of stuff. So yeah, that is it. I don't know if we'll get it all perfect in one go, but we're going to be doing a lot more that sort of stuff all through the campaign.
Definitely got more to do, and we're just going to keep
going. That's not yellow paint.
Excellent. Good stuff.
And also what we're finding is it's just adding more flavor to the areas. It's adding more identity. It's adding more interesting things, and it's just an upgrade overall and on every axis.
I had a little bit of hands-on time, and I was especially a fan of the Ogum village change, because like now you actually you come in and there's an obvious cobblestone road there, and if you follow that, you get to the blacksmith.
Exactly.
Like, that was so annoying to find before.
Yes. And it actually like it makes the zone feel a lot better as an actual zone too. Now it actually feels like a village, like a town. It doesn't feel like just a random maze like it was before. So it actually, a bit more of a, I don't know, believable, realistic area. So good stuff. On the leveling topic, something that comes up somewhat often is this idea of like, so you've got new skills getting unlocked all the way through into like late Act 4. And I always thought of this personally as like a good thing, right? Like you've got a nice steady progression of new stuff to play with. But recently I saw some interesting reasons why people don't like this. And that's the idea that you sometimes spend hours leveling a build that it just isn't your build. Like you play all the way through to Act 4 on some other build that you don't want to play until you get your top tier ice skill. there. So I have to imagine you're like a fan of having that like long tail of progression. But there are other reasons why you kind of like want this spread, and how do you feel the idea of compressing, I don't know, maybe the main...
There is definitely something about the amount of things you have available in the beginning. It feels really bad. That I think especially Warrior is terrible, because the only things you get to begin with is Earthquake that you hit, and then it takes like 3 seconds until it does damage. So who the fuck would play that? You need something to force explode it. So the only thing you have is Rolling Slam, which is a movement ability that also feels super shit to play with. And then, is it the Armor Break one that's like a single target thing? Like, there's definitely problems. Abso-fucking-lutely. Like, Monk only has Falling Thunder, I think? Or do you get Whirling Slam as well, right? No, wait, that's the spear. There's just a bunch of the weapons where it's like you barely have an ability to use, and you definitely don't have a combo. And that's just
main skills down to the first 30 levels or something.
That's actually not something that I've had come up before in terms of being a problem like that. So that's very interesting to think about.
I've seen. I prefer the slow unlocks personally. Like, that's my style. I prefer. I mean,
it's certainly as a first-time player, you want it to be that you kind of get that, like, you know, it feels like your build is still progressing as you get through the game. But it is interesting, of course, to think if you want to just speed through and you want to play a certain build. Like that is certainly something
even on like the experimentation level. So like, you know, when you respec to a character at endgame and it's like just trash, it feels bad generally to do that because you didn't have that evolution of that build over time. And I feel like it maybe if you're swapping over at level 52 to your actual build then, because that's when you get the skill, then you don't actually really have much of that progression evolution of your build to test.
It might be more of a matter of just swapping where some skills are given.
I think
like, it also can also be that we're not necessarily, like, it's not necessarily clear when we're creating the build, like what some skills might end up being ones that feel like main skills in that way.
Yeah, I imagine that needs
so
review
it's probably likely that that's like one of the issues there is just like moving things around where they start.
Yeah.
It's just that we don't want something that's like too flashy to be something you get really, really early, because otherwise it feels kind of strange in the power curve. Like, you do need to feel like that level of progression of like the skills get more epic. So
I imagine like it's pretty okay to have things like those glory skills and stuff like that right down the bottom there.
Well, certainly.
Like
the last row tends to always be those sort of ultimate type things that, like in theory, those are not things that your entire build is like made around. So it's more just sort of extra.
The examples that I get see brought up usually aren't that sort of thing, but rather like what's that ice skill that shoots projectiles everywhere? That round spinny one. Winter something.
Is it Winter Orb? Is that the name?
Or Eye of Winter?
Eye of Winter, that's the one. Yeah, Eye of Winter is an example that I see get brought up because like it is on that last tier and it is kind of a main skill and it's not really like a big cooldown skill. Point.
Yeah, that one honestly might be able to come down.
All right, so that's something to
maybe.
I suspect there's some tweaks to the levels. There's some reorganization. There's possibly. I mean, I could see a thing where also once we have the full campaign in place. Maybe there's a point where we're like, okay, you want every skill by, and then we come up with a new point. You know, like.
But I honestly suspect the rearranging is the solution there.
Nice. Okay, sure. That's good to hear. I think that would be good for these people who feel like they don't get to play their build for a long time now.
Right.
Kind of carrying on with the topic of skills, builds, and balance, we have the two new ascendancies, which you seem to be getting a little bit like with the classes. They're following a similar trajectory of getting a little bit more. A little bit extra, a little bit more high effort each time. So,
well, as we kind of learned from PoE1, like you know, we have changed some, but ascendancy classes are kind of like just forever things. Yep. You know, we obviously have a whole alternate classes league and stuff like that, which is cool. But you know, we don't. On rare occasions, we're obviously going to change the balance, change kind of what the skills are, but who those characters are and the identity of that, and most of them are going to remain fixed for like a long time.
Yep.
You'll get rebalances, you'll get changes, like obviously, right? We've done that a lot, but like, you know, I wouldn't expect the Deadeye to despawn anytime soon as an identity. If ever, just by the way, just and so like they just need to be high effort and they need to be, you know, something that we are like something that comes up a lot and you'll notice it in these two. Like now for every single beast boss, the Spirit Walker,
yes,
we have to make a tamed version.
This is what I keep saying, like
for every pair of, for every mod on gloves, of which we just added a bunch of alloys. And there's, it goes on and on. We have to. It's a maintenance, but the thing is, as I said, these are forever classes. These are identities. These are very important, and so it's like always very worth it. But now we just a bit of a rant here about those beasts, because
I can't unsee how much this stone here just looks like a massive penis rising up. I just noticed it, and I've been staring at it for a bit, like. That image is ruined for me now.
It's come up a bit recently where I'm like, what is a beast?
And now for you as well.
Are the new pinnacle bosses beasts? And I'm just like, oh no, what's going on here? What are we doing? Like, there was
the shapeshifted one who turns into a werewolf, a beast when they're in shapeshift form.
Wow, exactly. So,
Well, you're going to tame the count? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, only in second form.
Only in second phase, yeah, maybe. Or maybe because he's...
cool.
Or maybe specifically... No, I don't know. I don't know where we're getting with that. I don't know. The point is, it gets a little bit complicated. It's like, where does it end? And how much you're talking about, visibility. How much of your screen are you willing to have be a gigantic pinnacle boss? And thing is, like, changing the scale is not actually as trivial. Like,
I was like, I thought you make them smaller, but then I saw like the giant bird boss. I'm like, nope, that looks like a normal size boss right there.
I think that's fun, but we did limit it to 1. We did internally have it that people were running around with 5 for a while, and it was a little bit off, a little bit out of control. But it's quite fun. But I'm so excited to just see how honestly, it's such a weird thing to say. I'm so excited for how much work we've created for ourselves in the future.
I'm very glad to hear that. That is good. That was the right mindset, I think. Excellent. So with the Tame Beast thing, like when you get your first ascendancy, that Tame Beast gem is actually a higher level, though. Like, is this something you?
We do have a thing that we're going to do about that.
Okay.
There's a solution, I believe, that we had for that one.
Yeah, all right.
But
and with this being the idea of being a big single beast, and a lot of the time, like, I don't know that bosses compared to say like aura beasts don't have a bunch of utility stuff on them. Like, I'm sure there'll be some, but not as much exactly. So I imagine you want these to actually be things that kill stuff. So how do you make the big single minion work?
We have, like, honestly, I think it might have even been, we've tripled the damage, I think, of tamed beasts. Just FYI.
Cool.
Tripled?
We're doing a few changes around that because we want, like, damaging companion builds outside of obviously just Wolf Zerg to be more of a thing. So, we're doing a bunch of changes to... For example, we're trying to give them a longer revive time. The idea behind the revive time on that, which I know sounds bad, but just let me explain the thing, is that with obviously an undead build, you generally have a swarm. And so the revive time's a little bit lower, and the assumption that things are dying and reviving more frequently.
Yeah.
Companions should be a bit more... you obviously have 1 or 2, and you have a lot fewer of them. They're more significant, so they should... take longer to revive, and so these like uninvested aura companions, and when they die you should feel that more, like you should be having to invest into them to keep it alive. On the other end, we're making them deal way more damage, so they're more of just an aura bot. And then for the bosses in particular, what we've done is gone through, and for every single one of them we've gone, okay, are you good at stunning? Are you good at freezing? Maybe they have the primed for stun thing. Maybe they have... We're trying to just really give each of them something that can complement your build.
Oh, cool. So it isn't just a question of just taking the boss as it is and being just like... it's like all of them are actually like designed, in terms of like what they can be.
Crazy. So it's even more effort.
Yeah. Because it's more like, it's more like taking a creature that's got existing animations and be like, now we have to completely do AI and everything.
We're adding a bunch of new passives for companions. There's obviously a bunch of uniques. Some of, I think we showed 1 or 2 today. But yeah, playing into that archetype a lot more for sure. It's definitely way more fun to play. Lately, it's just running around with your kind of mini zoo. It's kind of fun. So.
Awesome. On the martial artist, the Fists of Stone that converts gloves, you showed that working with a rare, and that was quite spicy. A lot of uniques don't have like modifiers that are like actual kind of like regular modifiers. So does this work on uniques?
Certainly does.
Crazy.
Why not?
Why not?
Every unique glove from now on, you gotta find some way to convert the modifiers into something else.
Does it affect the mods that go on the runes that are in the item?
I don't think it affects socketed mods, no.
Right.
It's meant to affect every explicit mod. We talked recently about Vile corruptions and whether or not it does or doesn't, so TBD. But yes, it does affect uniques. It is intended to affect all essence mods and alloys and all of that. But like, honestly, you will go as far as we can with these until we run out of time.
You've got the rune modifiers that have their unique modifier pools now. So I guess you're doing those too.
I was just trying to think of some uniques to talk about, but I can't remember a whole lot of specifics.
Yeah,
so it's one of those find out things.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm wondering what happens if there's like a pair of unique gloves like grants a skill or something like that. What are you going to do with that?
We generally don't touch the skills.
Oh, like they'll actually stay there, so you could still use it potentially. Well, that's interesting in its own way too.
Or, like, you know, we're not... Look, having to remake a skill for this is a little bit in the... Okay, I talk about creating work for ourselves. That's like that's not a bang for buck win. So like making a new skill of a skill for this, that's a line that would have to be very special to cross. So maybe in the future, but not right now. Yeah.
Right on. So normally patch notes would be right out of this Q&A, but thankfully we're not holding that hostage today, as that's coming out a week before.
Yeah, so it still needs to be that it's a week before launch, because there's still too much that will change between now and then.
Usually going right up until the end.
If you got them now, that'd be inaccurate, and then you'd get disappointed or even happier. Who knows? But too much would just change, and you know.
But maybe we can speak like on the bigger picture intentions, which to some extent we've already been doing a bit, but. Like a classic, another minutes from previous. You've done some buffs to armor and evasion, added some new mechanics here and there. Is there any additional love for those on the card in some way, or defenses in general discussion?
Defenses. So we looked at a couple of things. Like the first thing we identified, because I'm all about like just reviewing the fundamentals. Is we're like, okay, we at some point in one of our many millions of spreadsheets. We're like, okay, here's obviously you have an expected amount of how much defense does someone have at a certain point in the game. Now that we have obviously enough players, enough statistics, we went and then had a look, and we were like, oh, people are way low, especially at say between interlude, act 4, mid game, early end game. People's defenses are significantly lower than what we had deemed as what we wanted them to have. And you can look at that in a few ways. You can say, well, okay, people aren't upgrading gear as much as we wanted or expected. People aren't upgrading, I wouldn't say expected is definitely more of the thing. People aren't maybe taking as many defensive passives as we had expected, etc. And there are obviously many reasons for that. Some of them are garbage. But at the end of the day, right, we balance the game for people to have this much of a defense or this much EHP, and they don't have it. So let's get them to have that amount is our play. So instead of obviously changing, you could either change monster damage at that point, or we can give people more defenses. So we are generally buffing all of the base types on all of the defensive gear, on all armor and evasion, I should say, up to the end of endgame, because like peak characters, there's a lot. You can get a lot. So like we've taken some of the outliers that are the things that make the end game characters have a lot of those defenses and kind of brought them a bit down. So it shouldn't be worse. It should just be the same. But relative to rares, they could be a little bit worse. But yeah, ultimately
this is mostly from Act 3 onwards, right?
Pretty much, yeah. So more armor and evasion is the start point. We've done a whole bunch of other stuff. Like, I mean, Energy Shield there's a thing where it has too much recovery available, like too easily for recharge, and like we've done a few things. A lot of them are outliers, not necessarily all of them. So we've done a bit of changes to a whole bunch of stuff. But in particular, we're also doing like the deflection equation is honestly kind of not good enough.
Nice.
It's
That thing was
rewarding for very little investment, and then there's like a kind of weird thing in the formula that I was trying to figure out the other day, but and then for investing beyond that, it's kind of like, well, not worth it. The passive tree nodes are too weak. There's all these clusters there no one cares about, well, mostly. There's other things like the armor applies to elemental, like there's a bit of it. Generally it isn't weak, but I wanted 5 clusters for it. I wanted you to be able to actually invest in it if you were in different parts of the tree. Currently, there's only like 3 nodes that granted in the strength section. It's not enough. And then all the way through to like things like the hybrid section of the passive tree, where Normally you have armor in the strength section. Over here you have evasion in the dex section, and then combined you should have both of them on the nodes. And you do for armor and evasion, and then you have I know, big rant here. Then you have things where like, okay, all the armor and evasion notables are like kind of hyper conditional. Some of them don't even grant armor and evasion, and so there's just like a ton of work across the board. And then those secondary defensive defenses don't generally have hybrid nodes, which they should. So if you're now playing hybrid, you have to double invest in the secondary axes, and so there's just all kinds of just like, honestly, what I would establish as fundamental problems going on here that just need to all be addressed. And, you know, when I look at all of them, I'm like, well, they all are just buffing it. So that's great. Awesome. Except for like a little bit of energy shield problems, and I mean, you know, other hybrid going more northeast, like we looked at all pure evasion versus pure evasion with 1,000 energy shield or more kind of thing, as in a Ghost Dance user.
Yep.
And like the differential in power of using Ghost Dance with 1k ES is just out of control. And I know everyone will be like, make everything like that. That's how this works. We're not going to do that. So like Ghost Dance needs some changes, but then playing hybrid without that needs to be brought up. So there's a whole bunch. And then also, I mean, the highest death rate, just to be clear, and by 300%, is armor ES, which I don't have an exact plan for yet, but that needs a lot of love.
There's a missing piece of the puzzle there.
Yes, and it's obvious, right? You look at it and you're like, obviously, but it's I don't exactly know what the solution is yet, but we need to do some more love there. But like generally speaking, yes, there's a couple of OP outliers, but everything should be getting raised up for average player, especially mid game, early end game, without having to. And you don't have to, the only way to play it shouldn't be this one very specific node, to take this very specific skill or use this very specific node or use this very specific unique, and just trying to make it just more broadly, like investing in defenses no matter what feels good. And we're not there yet. So anyway, Giga Rant. Covered a lot of things there, but anyway.
I saw a few questions about it in chat. It does surprise me a little bit. I thought there was more of a consensus that life on the tree was unpopular, as it was kind of in Path of Exile 1, and it was always deemed as like a tax, like, oh, I guess I got to pay my life node tax. But I'm curious how you obviously removed life from the tree in PoE2 effectively. What led to that decision, and how do you feel about it now, kind of like 0.5 of the way in?
Again, I personally prefer it not being there. Mm-hmm. I think it makes the decisions of what I'm taking on the tree more interesting and where I'm pathing.
To not have it.
I think, to not have it. I think that will increase over time. I think I'm less penalized for hunkering down in a certain section, as opposed to having to get this like minimum life percentage threshold by going to certain spots. I think it allows you to be a bit more free, but I also understand why people are asking for it, especially like...
Yeah, so this is a really fine point, right? Like, in PoE 1, if you're playing anything that isn't CI, basically, you need some life, right? So it is a tax, right? There are these nodes that you just have to take, and it is what it is, right? And I think that's a really good point, that it's better to not have it, but you just don't get enough in PoE2 right now. Like, if you want this, then you need to add more life to gear, or more life baseline, right? Like, you need to get more of it from elsewhere if we can't pick it from the talent tree. Also, having it available on the talent tree also means that you had the opportunity to skip it, right? Or skip it on certain items and then invest in it, right? Like, or specifically shore up weaknesses in your build as you were leveling, right? Like, especially with resistances, but also a bit with life and a bit with defenses. So it's not just a win, you are losing something. But I do think if you just look endgame, it's better to not have to spend, I don't know, 15 points into life and whatever pathing, right? But you just gotta give us more then, right?
I see a lot of people comparing life and energy shield, where it's obvious, right? They're both your life pool, but energy shield should be compared to armor and evasion, and obviously they're asymmetric, so I can understand how that can't be so trivial.
This is what I've been saying.
And I can also understand that when people are dying to a thing and they don't necessarily understand why, the answer is, I need more life. And I get it. But that can not, that it can be that the problem and the solution don't have to be the same thing. Like, there's an obvious path to the solution when you're dying, you're running out of life. but it can be that there are other ways to solve that problem. And when I look at the defenses and just identify fundamental problems, how much of that problem will be solved by just fixing those fundamentals?
Want to make those juicy to take and actually.
Yeah, so I'm not ready just yet to but that doesn't say things like these are off the cards for sure.
Yeah, I know you've been discussing.
But if the defenses are bad, then we should fix the defenses first and then see if it's still bad.
Really, I'm just going to go follow the trail of bad until and then we'll see.
It's just that the reason why we don't want to do it is really we just don't want to make it so that if you don't know to pick life, then you're just going to suck. And this is a thing that PoE1 has, right? If you don't know that you have to pick life. Yeah. If you don't know that, you just die. And we wanted to try and remove like noob traps, right? Of just things where the things you just have to know. And so ideally we can get to a situation
which is all fine, but right now they're talking about adding more defensive choices or better defensive choices. So if in PoE1, if you don't know to pick life, you just die. In PoE2, if you don't know to pick defensive, you just die, right? Like you're just making the same issue. I think you have to bring up the baseline. Like there is an issue, right? And bring up the baseline. If you don't want noob traps, and clearly we're still lacking the stuff, right? And I understand making things better and all that, but fundamentally, if you make the nodes on the tree better, you just run into take defensive so you die, rather than take life and you die. And then it just becomes the defensive tax rather than the life tax. So as much as I understand, you shouldn't just be able to just be defensively sound by just leveling up. It sounds like you're just creating the same pitfall with a different name, right? Like instead of it being if you don't know how to take life, you die, it's if you don't know to take defensive, you die, right? So it sounds like you should really just be upping the baseline HP and DR defense, whatever.
We just don't,
Thing is, I'd even rather solve it with the more immediate options. So, for example, if you're dying a lot and you're like, I need more life, here's a cluster 12 passive points away. It's like, okay, so I got to level 12 more times to now feel a bit stronger. I would rather just immediately go, if you need more life, then the way to get that should be itemization solutions. Like you should be doing it on your gear and that should be something that is readily available via things like essences or various crafting systems. Like, I mean, Runic Ward kind of is that in a way. It's like, I'm dying. Okay, let's add some Runic Ward. Now I'm probably going to die less. Like, I understand it's more of like a campaign, newer player problem kind of thing, but I don't like, I need to be tankier now because I'm dying. I can't overcome this boss. It's all good. I'll be able to solve it 2 days from now if they're playing only like an hour or two a day. So I also just make sure there are immediate solutions to these things as well via itemization. So it might be even that we need to look at that more. I mean, okay, I am looking at that more recently. I was like, damn, a lot of these runes that go in your armor, just because we're doing the martial artist and you get these rune slots. And I was like, okay, in game there's some chase stuff, but these ones in the campaign are just kind of sad. Like there's some sad, like obviously resistances are fine. I got no issue with that, but some of these other armor runes, I'm like, well, that's not okay. I put that in and now I'm like I'm 2% tankier. Like what am I even getting out of this? Like I want to make sure that, so I was looking recently and I'm like, we just need to buff all these armor runes. Like those were meant to be problem solvers for holes in your core stats throughout the campaign. And so even just things like that, where it's like, yeah, you should be able to just get a lot more of that just by using defense or armor.
That does sound like what I said, upping the baseline.
As well as adding new ones, because honestly there's kind of a thin selection and it just ends.
You like how I was complaining about PoE2 again as soon as you came in? I've only been... well, to be fair, I don't think I was too much complaining as much as I was just... But the only thing I've been really complaining about is the new Atlas tree. I think that looks dog shit. It's better than the last one, for sure, but it's worse than PoE1. You missed out so much on PoE1? Is it a good league? Which one is it right now? I started playing, but I didn't really get anywhere. I was really excited about it, but I've just had too much shit, man. Like, I've been playing Factorio on stream, obviously. Mirage is legit. Oh, yeah. Dude, that one looked so cool, and I've been playing it off stream, but I just haven't had time because we've... Basically, last weekend was the first weekend I had to myself, with Nina, obviously, but it's the last weekend where we didn't have to do anything it was the first not the last. It was the first weekend where we didn't have to do anything in 2-3 months. Like, we've been visiting family, going to freaking Disneyland and all that shit. You found a Maze Blood week 1? Jesus. I think I definitely have a Mirage character, but I think it's like level 20 or something stupid because I just didn't get to play. And then, like, Factoria was here, and now PoE2 is coming, and what was I doing? Oh, right. I've been playing fucking WoW with some friends, and they've been really active, so I haven't had time to play PoE. Like, I need to, if I want to do these things, I need to make a little bit more room in my stream schedule for it, because counting on doing it just off stream is not cutting it anymore. I have too much other shit to do. Sad. So yeah, I think moving forward, I'm working on a schedule, right? So I think moving forward, we're going to swap games a couple of times a week. And so I can have multiple things running. I think that's going to be fun. It's not the best idea for building, but hopefully people will pop in for it.
Is that being like resistances in most slots?
Yep.
Until endgame again. Well, even still sometimes just resistances there as well. Depends, but yeah, obviously we're adding 160, so that's a big difference. But I wanted to make sure there's a lot more in the campaign, and the campaign ones are buffed as well. So I don't know. There's heaps going on here. It's like hard to nail down to a single problem and a single solution. And I know there's like the easy way out, and we don't like necessarily the easy way out. And I don't want to have to make these kind of compromising.
You're slightly interested in PoE2, mainly the Breach Tree. Yeah, the Breach Tree look cool. I think a lot of the things they're doing here look really cool. You at least play for a bit before going back to PoE1. Yeah, I think a lot of the things they're adding look cool. Like the expedition stuff with the sea looks kind of fun. They add pinnacle bosses, right, for Delirium. That looks fun. They add a pinnacle boss for, well, a proper pinnacle boss for expedition, I guess, right? Like, it looks pretty cool. I like the quest lines and stuff they're putting in. It looks like it's going to be really fun. At least the start of Endgame looks like it's going to be super fun for PoE2. The Atlas tree is really disappointing, but it's still better than the current PoE2 Atlas tree. So it's still a win, but it's kind of shit. Like, basically for Atlas, instead of having the PoE1 Atlas where you can pick and choose, right, we're getting 2 like World of Warcraft Mr. Pandaria talent trees. So a couple of columns with 3 options, and you get to pick 1 option per column, and you get two different systems of that, and that's what you get. That's super shit. And I know one of them takes the shape of a tree, but you get all the fucking nodes, so it isn't a tree. It's just a baseline, right? Like, and then there's a couple of choice nodes, which is what I meant with the columns. That I'm super unhappy with, but hopefully it'll be okay. It'll at least be better than what's in now. It looks like it's going to be fun. It looks like there's a decent amount of good hours in it.
Decisions that I feel like have made a very good upgrade in many ways, when we have just fundamental problems left, right, and center still. So we'll just keep fixing them, and that's part of, again, this lead up. Like, we need to address a lot of these fundamental balance concerns by release, right? This is why we're wanting to do, these intermediary patches, and here on out just like make everything better, plug all the holes, get everything good. Because it's really hard to do that when you're adding 100 new systems and crafting systems at the same time. You're like, okay, we're making holes faster than we can plug them, and it's obviously not that dire.
You don't think you mind the new tree? You still have like the specialized stuff or like breach and abyss stuff? Yeah, you still got those. I would have much preferred if the tree just took Rogue Exiles, Strong Boxers, all of those things, right? Like the things that aren't directly leaks, that are just you can get those boss circles or whatever, right? Like you get wisps but they're kind of tied to No, but they're not, right? You can get Asmeria Wisp and all of that. I wish they'd just build a tree around those and then add it more slowly but surely, right? And you could specialize into those rather than this, where it just, honestly, it just feels like, okay, I start the game out and my maps are 40% worse because I don't have my bonuses yet, right? And I understand that it's sort of the same in PoE 1, but in PoE 1, the fact that you have to specify what you want makes it feel like I'm earning something that there's a point to me earning, right? Whereas now it feels like I'm just, well, why didn't I just have this from the beginning, right? Like, and the answer probably is the same, that it's difficulty adding on, right? But it's just when you have a tree, it should be a talent tree. It shouldn't just be, they could have just made a fill the bar, man. They could have just made like a big, vertical bar, right? And then, oh, you have earned 10 points. You unlock this passive. Yay! Right? Like, and this just go up rather than a tree where you have to, because there's no pathing, you get everything, right? Like, see, I just think it's bad. I would much prefer that they, instead of us getting everything, then they should have spent time making a bunch of points that we would be interested in picking, and then let us have points to pick for it. I understand that they said now we can make things like a stronghold has a 15% chance to be invaded by those from the other one, whereas before then it would have been the right choice to never do a stronghold without that allocated, and then allocate it before you go in and unallocated when you go out, right? But then just make that a baseline thing, because it's clearly fucking cool. Just make that a thing instead of having this like talent point that you get, right? Because it's not even you can pick it, it's that you will get it. It's the exact same as just making it, here it is, go, right? Like, because everybody's gonna have it, so you might as well just make it baseline. There's no point in allocating points into a system where you're gonna get everything, right? Like, there's 0 point to it. Just give it to me instead of me having to allocate a point to get it when I will get all of it.
Like, most of the time it's like pretty, things are pretty comfortable, but so obviously it's my job to make these good, and so I look at them with a lot more self-criticism, but at the end of the day, we will get it pretty damn good, if not perfect. Balance is never perfect.
We were talking about yesterday, how do you make the passive skill tree good for launch? Like, how do you get that? Like, what are the problems with it? Because it's something that, like, you're adding more and more cool stuff to it, but at the same time, there's still people that just kind of like don't like the passive tree for some reason, and it's often a lot of different reasons, like the size of it, the travel nodes, the downside nodes.
It takes a lot of massaging to get the tree into a good kind of state, and it's really, really tricky detail work as well. Mm-hmm. Like the difference of just like one.
I think the tree in PoE 2 is just fundamentally less interesting. It just feels like what I'm getting is worth less, right? It just feels like I'm getting less bang for my buck, and you might not be percentage wise, but it just feels like there's less cool things to add. There's less things that are actually interacting with stuff. It feels like I'm gain 5% damage as extra fire. That feels like what my points are. It's like, ooh, 5% extra damage. Ooh. Whereas whenever I'm playing in PoE 1, it's like, oh, minion damage now applied to you. Or, like, pick the masteries, right? Like, you get an extra projectile. Oh, shit. Like, those sort of things, it just feels like they do more. What league am I starting? I'm probably just going to do standard. Like, fully... What's it called? Is standard the eternal whatever? Like, what I mean is I'm probably just gonna do new league. That's it. Not hardcore, not SSF. Probably just the league, because then I'll self-impose some SSF things. Like, what build? Oh, right. What are you league starting? Not what league are you starting? Right. What are you? I don't know. I'm still looking into it. I haven't read the patch notes. I've deliberately not been doing anything until this week where I'm going balls deep. So today we're watching this. Tomorrow we're watching some more interview or reading the patch notes. And then the day after, we're probably going to look into some interviews and look into all of the things they're releasing, the little things. And then I'll start looking into it. I think I heard something interesting about the Gembling Legionnaire. I like the quality things. Depending on what the quality options are, that could be a thing. I like some of the new uniques, especially the curse wand. That seems super fucking cool to me. So I might do like a wand curse sort of thing. And then there's also the Raven Righteous Fire Staff that seems really cool that I'm thinking about going. But on the other hand, there's also just I really like the slam fisher thing that the warrior can do, or yes, warrior, right? So I'm not sure. The new monk ascendancy also seem cool. There's some I like the twisters for the Asmeri, so they're adding a second quality for the Gembling Legionnaire. That sounds so cool, and I'm hoping that they're going to do some really gnarly stuff with it because it's an ascendancy, so I'm hoping they go insane with it. I hope they get some really cool things. Like, I hope they go nuts with it rather than be a little bit... Some of the qualities feel a little safe, feel a little... I hope because it's an ascendancy, they just go, well, we're going to have to add like 20% damage to the skill, so here we go.
But here, one connection there can like make a huge difference to quite a lot of stuff. So, yeah, it's just...
I've identified, I mean, as I said, issues with defenses, there's issues with lack of interesting mechanics in some, and some of those is just due to the absence of classes. Like you'll notice the parts of the tree that have two classes for the start point have just generally a lot more going on because there's a lot more stat design, mechanics design, and stuff that's happened. So that's the thing that expands, and as you get more ascendancy classes, as I said, we're doing the Spirit Walker, all of a sudden companion stuff's going to be a lot more fleshed out. So this is stuff that's just going to happen over time anyway. But we're going to do a big push to try and fill in all those gaps.
I will say, now he said Spirit Walker, there is a part of me, as much as I don't like minions, I'm actually playing like a pseudo minion. I'm playing a minion build in G4 right now, and it's reminding me why I don't like minions. But I might actually play the boss Spirit Walker. I kind of like the idea of having a massive boss chasing you around. You're glad they didn't add swords? Why? I mean, if it's an argument that you're happy they spent the effort on something else, then that kind of makes sense. But I don't really see why it would be cool that they didn't add more options. Like, saying that it's cool they spend it on something else is fine and dandy, but not getting something is always just in a game at least. Not getting more options is always a loss, right? If it's because you like the fact that there's not new things, right? So that you won't be pigeonholed into the new thing. I mean, they're still adding 2 new ascendancies, right? So most people are still going to be going down that route, right? You'll still sort of get pigeonholed that way, right? I do think that it lacks a class. It does. From what I've seen so far, you personally are more worried about the lack of classes and fixing all the other issues. 2 new ascendancies is better, you think? Personally, you're more worried about the lack of classes. But the lack of classes is the swords, bro. The swords is the duelist. Right? Like, you're gonna get a new weapon type when you get a new class. Those two are intertwined because of Jonathan's idea and like vision, right? Like, you're never getting no duelist means no swords, right? So the lack of classes isn't gonna get fixed until you add swords and axes and daggers, right? Like, I think it lacks a class. I do. I think getting Templar or Duelist or Marauder or something, Shadow's the last one, right? I think that would have been better than the Ascendancies, but because a new class also breathed new life into everything, right? Because when you get a new class, you get a new weapon type. That new weapon type can then be used with all the other Ascendancies. When you get a new Ascendancy, well, you get a new Ascendancy. That's it, right? Like, it doesn't add anything new for everyone else. And it just means that you get a new way to do the same things, right? So yeah, also, adding a new class means that they have to work on, like he just said, with the talent trees, right? Like, if they added the Templar, there would be way more shit in the Templar Druid area. Because now the Templar would have had mechanic and things that needed to be on the passive tree. So that would have been way better and way more options for the Druid. It would be way more options for the Warrior. It would be way more options for the Witch and the Sorcerer. Well, and the rest of it, but you have to path forever. I hope they add the middle thing as they had in PoE 1, because pathing on the tree right now it feels a lot more restrictive in PoE 2 than it is in PoE 1. Scion? Yeah, I mean, Scion in the middle would be fine. The Scion area, yeah. It feels... PoE 1, I feel like I can take any character, any Ascendancy, and build any skill, right? Obviously with some moderation, right? Because some skills, some Ascendancies speak much more directly to some type of skills, right? But generally speaking, it feels a lot like any class, any skill, wherever you want, right? In PoE 2, the Ascendancies might be more generic, right? So they might actually fit any skill better. But the problem is, if I'm playing mace skills, then all of the things I want for mace skills are in the bottom left. So if I want to play a monk with a mace skill, then I have to travel all the way around one of the sides. And it's a bunch of travel nodes, and all of the nodes along the way, not many of them are interesting, right? And also, let's say I want to play a mace skill with evasion energy shield. Well, then I need evasion energy shield up in my side of the tree. Well, over here, right? Up here. Up in my side of the tree, right? This is where my evasion and energy shield, but all my damage is down here. Because the tree is so kind of disjointed in a way. And the problem is, I can't take a bunch of travel around and take a bunch of things here and then also travel down here, because to travel down here I need to go all the way around or all the way around, whereas in PoE 1 I can kind of travel around here and then go through the middle where there's a bunch of good shit and then take some of the things down here. And the middle also has a bunch of everything, so there's things to take in there. But PoE 2 kind of locks you to the side of the tree. So if you want to play Evasion Energy Shield, you kind of have to be monk or sorcerer or ranger, right? Like anything else, kind of hard. And for the, well, I guess duelist can hack it, but anything else, it's kind of difficult, right? And if you want to play armor, you kind of have to be in the bottom left, right? Like, or around it. You thought they said they are going to go... Probably not. But I do think if they don't add the Scion, that's fine. But I do think... And also, when you look at how the UI is handled, it looks very much like they're not going to have the middle tree be anything. Because there's a big, massive ascendancy, like these images here with the penis... or the sorcerer here, they are in the middle, right? Like, so it's like, wow, look at our art. So they'd have to remove that in order to let us go through the middle. But yeah, I do think it's a bit of an issue though.
Apps. Fix there's obviously just like a bunch of just terrible clusters. As I said, there's notable armor and evasion notables with no armor and evasion, and like, yeah, they have a stat, but why can't they have like a, you know, immune to ailment thing, but why can't they also have armor and evasion? Why must it be only one or the other? And you know, there's all kinds of just things like that kind of everywhere, and it does take time. It does take a lot of like really
I hope they fix a lot of it now.
Work of going through and tweaking everything and iteration after iteration after iteration, but it'll be all right.
I think some of us feel like a little lost on what you need to do the passive tree, but we walked away from that conversation with you. You seem pretty confident that you know exactly what you need to do. You're like, oh, give me a day, I'll fix this section. Like
100%. I mean, I did literally say, give me a day and I'll fix one of the slices, and it won't be perfectly fixed because again, but it'll be, you know, twice, 3 times, 4 times as good. But like getting a day is not exactly entirely trivial, but that's all right. We'll get there. I am confident we'll get there, though. I have no doubt in my mind that I see a road to success there. So it's just a matter of getting there. And yeah, it takes time, and I don't want to make things worse in the meanwhile as well.
I think that's a bit of a wrong prioritization right now, that they're not getting there with the talent tree, but I guess they're doing other things.
So obviously knee-jerk reactioning everything in, and sometimes stuff you can't come back from or makes it very hard to come back from can be very dangerous. But I would say that, like, if there's any criticisms after 1.0, which there always will be, like, of course you can't, there's always going to be some finer than others, some broader. You know, it should be significantly less core issues by that point, if hopefully the majority of all of them are addressed. So
yeah,
but yeah, hopefully if we do a couple of cool eventy league economy resets between here and full release, you know, we'll do some substantial passive tree updates as well at the same time. That way we can get a lot of feedback and testing, right? I'm not just going to take a shot in the dark without people being able to get their hands on it. So
yeah.
Which is similar to why we're doing the in-game now is very important, because you need a lot of testing and a lot of eyes on that for quality, for just making sure people really enjoy the end game after 10,000 hours, not just, you know, how it looks at the start. There's a lot of time there, and obviously the player base is capable of testing this at a significantly faster rate than we are. And so that's the joy of being able to try and get all this done before the release and have it be as flawless as possible.
Excellent. On the build meta side of things, one of the ones that came up was fire and ignite builds, but kind of like damage over time builds in general. In particular, there's kind of like absence of the pure damage over time build. Like, it seems to be always better to scale the hit damage and treat things like ignite as an add-on. And there seems to be various other problems with ignite as well in terms of like scaling. It seems to be always correct to go like stacking, or in some cases people are saying like, well, the best way to play ignite is chaos damage. So how do you guys feel about kind of like the state of that sort of thing?
Those keystones are always going to have that level of like, one way is quantifiably better than the other in an interesting way, but yeah, this obviously is not fully fleshed out or fully right, like you can tell while playing this, and we do want to do more. It was number 3 on I had my like top 5, here's the things I want to fix, so like defenses was number 1. Number 2, I think I actually had some stuff to do with some minion stuff, which, I mean, we've done a lot of itemization for, but I didn't get to do as much as I wanted. You know, we had the Ascendancy classes in there, had Chronomancer in there, and I had, you know, there was like some Gemling stuff in there, and we had Chaos hits, and, you know, by correlation, Archon, we had Ignite. Like, these are all in I was saying top 5, this is now a top 10 list,
That's
I guess.
More than 5.
But, you know, like, they're all up there, and so as soon as we actually get to Horlass and start fixing all the balance, more than we, you know, have been able to with this patch, given that it's kind of the same resources, trying to ensure endgame is good, and trying, like, there's quite a bit of overlap there, and with all the crafting systems in the league, like the same resources that are going to be looking at all of these. So as soon as we can get to, you know, as soon as we're like back working on the campaign with our core like content, monsters, pipeline, etc., and, you know, thus doing less systems, we can have those guys come in and just like start fixing all of these balance systems.
Is the intention to get to there being builds that are like the pure dot feel, like where you don't really have the upfront hit damage, so you dual flame blast and then it's just pure ignite, that sort of thing?
Oh, like the whole spreading wildfire ignite fantasy 100% needs to be a thing where you're just doing like, you know, there is the thing where, like, when you take away hits, things can lose a lot of satisfaction, but there is a different kind of satisfaction of just watching the world burn around you or decay around you. So, you know, you trade one for another, and different players have their different preferences, but 100% that is something that we want to support. We had a bunch of keystones in mind for enabling it. We had different supports that we thought we could try to enable it. It's just a matter of being time to execute it. So I would be very, very surprised if it doesn't come in one of these interim patches between here and full release, though, to at least some degree.
With that wanting to get things right,
yeah,
for
that would be really cool.
There's,
it's not for me, but I think it's a
like
cool
1.0 is like where you get to establish, like, here's the baseline of what the game is supposed to look like, and that's what you were saying with Endgame, indeed. So I kind of wonder about, like,
I guess I do like
how you feel about a few things
so
and how close they are to where you want them to be for that game's foundation thing. One of them is the pace of combat, especially in Endgame maps, across the build spectrum. So, like, from the lower end build to the really high end builds that are just currently like 100 move speed through maps.
It's a really tricky question because, like, people get such different experiences here. I mean, like, there are definitely a few like, part of the issue that we have is that people often judge things by watching streamers who are often playing something that's completely cracked and out of control.
Sure.
And so people don't get an understanding of what the average player is actually experiencing, and it can even, like, affect, like, our designers in some ways, because, like, yeah, when you look at people and they're just, like, completely trivializing things, it's easy to forget that the average player isn't, like, you know, is actually taking it longer.
Did I even say thank you for the sub to me? I think I forgot. I think I just got caught up in you talking about me complaining. I appreciate you subbing, man. 9 months, so long. Jesus. It's been 9 months? Holy shit. It's baby time.
And when I say average, like, the true average is, like, way worse than you might expect in terms of the number of minutes that it takes them to kill bosses and so on. Like, you know, like it's easy. Yeah, it's easy to look at it and be like, oh yeah, like, everyone's killing bosses in 5 seconds. But really, there's a lot of people out there who aren't.
So do you feel pretty good about the lower end of things, but less good about the higher end of things?
Well, I mean, there's things that need to come up as well, for sure. But it's more just that, like, okay, like, you know, there's some things that are a bit out of control with, like, you know, on the top end, like, you know, some of the stuff going on with triggering, and, like, is a bit out, you know, it's a bit out of control, and so there's stuff like that, and like, as I said, I think a lot of people judge the pace of combat from things like that. So, you know, yeah, like, I guess that's
ultimately it comes down to, if you have a mage blood or equivalent, you should be cracked.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think I've said before that the ideal situation is the first time you fight a pinnacle, it should be a pretty damn tough fight. But then after that, you're getting more stuff. You, like, the post pinnacle content of getting uniques and, like, pretty, like, leads to, like, craziness, and then you feel like a complete god. Like, you do want to get to that point. It's just that, you know, like, there's just
By the way, I have made a change in that regard, by the way, which I know will be nice for some people. Every boss where you've had to farm for the fragment and go through 60 maps and you finally got there does now have infinite attempts.
Nice.
So once you've earned it, unless you decide to log out and
I thought we did that in 040.
We did it for some things and not for others.
Right, okay.
It's just, it is across the board now.
Nice.
If you've done all that, you can try.
But there is a thing you can take, so you, at least
you can try. You can die 150 times and keep going. But of course, if you just, like, let your instance time out and die, that's a different story. So if you go to bed, you know, sorry, my bad.
Go to bed defeated and failed.
I would still love to be able to do that, so that if you log back in, like, the next day, you're still there and able to do it. But there's a slight technology gap there for maps right now. But I know that's just it's the whole the reason I bring that up is because that whole, like, oh, I don't want to fight the pinnacle yet because I'm
D4 actually has that solved. Like, that specific thing D4 actually has solved. You don't need the key, you don't need the invitation, you don't need anything to fight the boss, but you needed to get the loot. Now, I don't know if that's better, or if that would take away something. It's kind of the same, right? Like, why would you fight the boss if you can't get the loot, right? Like, but then I don't know, are you gonna... Because for a lot of people, it's just fighting, say, defeat all the Ubers, right? You don't really care about what loot drops. Well, I guess you do, but it's not for the loot, at least. For those, it would be different. Like, they would be done much quicker because they don't have to farm the invitation. But for in terms of the economy, it'd be the fucking exact same, right? So I don't know. Like, that is definitely a thing, right? Where, yeah, you can just go fight him, but requires key to open chest. Right, but then again, that has the problem of when he dies, he doesn't explode the loot out. You have to go click a chest, and that fucking sucks. So yeah, I think I prefer the PoE version, but it is you don't lose your shit in D4 because you have to kill the boss and open the chest.
Might fail it, and some or fight
and then what that leads to is that you only do it once you've over prepared.
Yeah, and then, your first encounter is disappointing. I've done that
exactly.
Before,
So that's the reason.
You're like, that was kind of lame.
Yeah.
It's not what you want. You want to go in early and have an uphill battle the first time, don't you?
For sure.
Yeah, exactly.
But I guess what I'm trying to say there is that I think that that the pace of combat is correct in many instances. It's just that there are some things that then lead to that being bananas. But then you still want it to be bananas after the point where you've done that. So it's just a question of the power progression needs to be right. In terms
Sounds like
of
if anything, you just want a wide spectrum and just tuning some certain points of that.
For sure.
There's crazy things you see where even when you go and ask a lot of our designers, you're like, how long do you reckon the average boss fight takes? And you specify a boss. You're like, how long do you reckon the average, I don't know, what's a random boss? That killing the Forsaken Sun takes, let's say. And like, honestly, I would say my experience at this point with understanding how to gear my character and build my build at that point,
15 seconds.
Sometimes it's honestly 8 seconds and sometimes it's 20 seconds. And it's like, is it ever really more than that? Yeah. And then you get that with obviously a lot of our designers play and a bunch of people. And then you go and actually look at the stats and you're like, oh, it's 119 seconds average. That's 2 minutes. That's what we intended for it to be.
Yeah.
And so the average across and that's the average, which means there's some people taking 4 minutes and whatnot. And so it's actually like, the numbers are not as bad, and it turns out if you know what you're doing and you are good and you play a lot, you kind of kill things quickly. I know a lot of people might be like, you should have that be flatter because what the hell, an 8-second fight's not necessarily fun, right? You're not engaging with any mechanics and stuff. And some people are like, nah, if you're that powerful, you're that powerful, and if you know what you're doing, have it be that fast, right? So it's a bit of thing where some people want the way less variance between character power, but also then that feeds into the end game of you want characters that feel like gods among gods, right? Like
I'll be honest, I would like the bosses to take longer, but I don't want to wait. Like, I would like to fight the bosses longer and that be the way it is, but I also know that fighting the boss in the campaign, it's one of those things where it's not a problem for me yet, but it will be eventually, where you just feel like, come on, move on. I need to get to maps. I'm not getting anything here. Come on.
You can do that, but it is again just comes back to who, do you have item X, item Y, item Z of different kinds. So when things are too cheaply OP, as in almost free, and I don't mean economically, I mean like as in your general time to earn, generally that has to come down.
And I think that really is the message overall of like, if it cost you a lot, then you can be a god. If it didn't cost you very much, maybe that's going to be something that we would consider nerfing.
So Leech.
Yeah. And thus triggering the state of recovery, especially because like really fast life recovery tends to lead to situations where in combat the only thing that matters is the thing that kills you instantly. So how do you feel about recovery overall?
So we're definitely unhappy with Leech, and this is one of those things where we attempted to simplify it from PoE 1 because PoE 1 had the most complicated Leech thing in the history of the universe.
So funny.
And so we're like, we're going to simplify it. We're going to try and make it simpler, but unfortunately the simpler thing has not led to a good result, and so now Leech is it's a bit of a problem. So we are changing it drastically. Like, are we fine with telling people how it works now? Like, we could go into it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, all right. So basically, the key thing that we're first changing is we're going to a single source method of doing Leech, which means there's only one Leech buff active. So whatever is the biggest hit that you did, like you're only leeching from one place, and that obviously then means that we need to change all the balance of Leech and everything like that to make that work. But it does mean that. There's a difference between there's more of a thing with like life gain on hit versus Leech is like a thing between like fast hitting and slow hitting builds. Like higher hits are going to lead to more Leech. But the other thing we're changing as well, and this is just kind of to retain the idea. Like, so one thing we liked about what we had was that when you get more Leech percent, you do get more Leech. But the thing is that the way that damage scales, like, it just gets completely cracked at some point, and like it gives you insane amounts. So effectively, what we want to do is add a cap to the amount of damage that Leech will consider.
What?
When calculating how much Leech you get. So I don't know what that number will be. Like, I don't even know what order of magnitude it is, right? But let's just say that it's like 1 million or something, right? Like, I don't know, maybe it's less than that.
Yeah, it's hard to say what the number is. It's more than there's a goal of the kind of expected rate per second you get for various levels.
Effectively, there'll be a number that's like 1 million or 100,000 or some number, right? That'll be like, okay, like after when we go to calculate leech, we're first capping your damage to that. Like, you're still doing the damage, by the way, but like, you know, just for the leech calculation, and then we apply your leech percent to that. And what that will mean is that it's always the case that getting more leech will give you more recovery, right? Like if you double the percent on your character, you get double the recovery. So there's no like capping thing like that, but it just means that
life
yeah, exactly.
The final number is 40k. Okay. I'm not sure if I care. I do think it's cool that they're differentiating life on hit and life leech, because they would be very similar. But then again, it just, if there are more things around you, then you need more leech, right? Like, because you're getting hit more often. But I don't know, it sounds a little, I don't know, we'll have to see. Like, it could just be a nothing burger, right? Where it's just like, yeah, it's just the same kind of, but different. I do get the point, though, that if recovery is insane, which it has been in PoE1, right, then you have to one-shot people. And one-shotting is not fun. It's not fun to get one-shot. You want to lose a fight by slowly getting atrophied out, right? Like, you want to just, oh, crap, I'm down to 60%, and I can't heal it up, and then he hits me, and oh, shit, I can't, right? Like, whenever you're just getting, oh, bam, 100 to 0, dead. That always fucking sucks. But you want it to be like, oh, they're slowly chipping away at you. Like, I can't afford to make a mistake now because I'm down to 60%. I have no more flash charges or whatever, right? Like, and then leeching it up and stuff. Like, that's the way you want it to go. That's the way, like, slow attrition rather than just quick one-shots. Definitely. But it does also sound a little bit like there will be a lot of builds that just can't use leech, which might already be the case, but yeah. You're playing Final Fantasy 14 again? Yeah, I'm playing WoW again, bro. Like, MMOs are the thing. Are you just doing it because, or do you also have friends that roped you back into it? Like, bro, I would so much rather be playing like Warhammer, Total War Warhammer 3 or PoE or Factorio even, but there's so many games. Dude, my list of games that I need to play is massive. I still haven't played Expedition 33 or Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, I know I'm gonna fucking love. There's some things that might not be, but it's like a medieval RPG. It's right down my alley. Expedition 33 is supposedly like the best game released last year or whatever, and I have it. You're interested in the next expansion because they're committing to ultra huge changes? Oh, nice. Cool. And I still haven't... I want to go Terraria as well. They just had a big update like months ago that I didn't get to. Like, there's so many things. Like, my to playlist is absolutely humongous. It's getting kind of silly. Yeah, Claire Obscure, Expedition 33. I want to do another playthrough of Baldur's Gate. They added a bunch of content to it. But I'm looking at that. I know I'm looking at like 100 hours of that as well. There's Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 I haven't played, and then Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. What else do we have? I know there was a couple more. No Man's Sky has been getting a bunch of cool changes since I played it last. Like, I have like 20 hours in the game back when it was a massive disappointment, and then I just never played it again, and they have just absolutely rework that game. There's Terraria that I want to go. There's Subnautica, right? Like I didn't finish Subnautica 1. And there's Subnautica Below Zero that I haven't played, and now they came out with Subnautica 2. Like, there's so much. I haven't finished The Witcher 3 either, and The Witcher 4 is on the horizon. Like, they're basically reworking all the classes, how they play. Oh, that's brave. That sounds brave. Reworking a class is... I feel like reworking a class is almost always a bad thing, right? Like, unless it's that one class that nobody fucking plays, but you're still gonna have the one or two people that fucking loved the shit out of it, and now they don't have a class anymore. That's one of the things with WoW. Whenever they change classes drastically, it's like, but I really liked this, and now it's gone, right? Like, they reworked Demonology Warlock back in Legion and introduced Demon Hunters, and Demon Hunters took Demonology Warlock's cooldown, basically. Well, literally. And now Demonology Warlock is very different. Honestly, I think it's cooler, and it's way more thematic, but there are still people to this day, despite it being like 10 years ago or however long, there are still people to this day that are complaining that they reworked it. They'd reworked Survival Hunter, I think it was around the same time as well. There are still people to this day that miss that Survival Hunter, and they've reworked Survival Hunter another time since then. So now there's people missing the old Survival Hunters and people missing the old Survival Hunter as well. There's like two groups of people unhappy with the reworks to Survival Hunters. Like, when you do that on a grand scale, you just risk alienating people from the classes they like. That is I don't know. I mean, if they do it well, that would be cool, I guess. But a class is more than just a fantasy. A class is also how it plays. Shadow Priest, they reworked in WoW. Like, it used to be this attrition-based thing where you were fighting against the clock. You're trying to... Your resource was permanently draining, and you were trying to keep it up by casting spells. And you'd get more and more haste, and it would drain faster and faster. So it would start sort of slow and then just snowball into faster and faster and faster. And the longer you kept it, the more damage you did, right? That's gone now. Like, that was an entirely different playstyle to everything else, and now it's just a builder spender. It's like, it culminated with a talent where it called Surrender to Madness, which was just insanely buff this, right? Where your drain went faster, but you also got way more haste. But the thing is, whenever you then ran out of your cooldown, you'd fucking die, and you couldn't be resurrected. So it's like this absolute intense, just glory, burn away your life to just do the most damage anything could do. So cool. Gone. Removing the 2-minute buff window? Oh no. Another thing. They're keeping all current jobs the same format, just balanced for the new expansion, and basically 23 new jobs. The 2-minute buff window. I mean, there's some people that like that though, right? Like, I think they just redid Unholy as well. Which is basically just the same, but moderately different. I mean, if there's something called a Black Mage, right? That's like super gear dependent and just mega damage, but doesn't work until you have the gear or something. And like, if that's the same... If it works the same, then it's fine, right? But if they start changing, or blue mage, whatever, like whatever the jobs are called, but like if you take a warrior, right, and it's a 2-handed axe and you're slow and bam, bam, and then all of a sudden you swap it to like 2 one-handers and now it's fast, and you're gonna lose a bunch of the players, right? Because they like the 2-hander, they like the slow style. And I feel like I've seen that a lot with WoW, and it's sad. But now everything's just homogenous. They're shit at their jobs. Like, everything is just a builder spender with a 2-minute cooldown or a 1-minute cooldown or something. Like, it's so boring. Super boring. They completely ruined it. They're getting... mark my words, they're getting ready to release on console. I'm just saying. Mark my words.
But then at some point, like getting more damage isn't increasing your recovery,
right?
And that's like the key thing that we need to
that's what you're trying to disentangle.
So, and I mean, the intention really is to sort of get it so that
you're not explaining this very well. Your brain's melting, kind of hot. I mean, fair. I mean, if it's just balancing, right? That's fine. There's a difference between rework and balance, right? And if you take, depends on what they do, right? Like if they take something that does omega damage every 2 minutes, right? We're talking about the 2 minute buff here, right? They do omega damage every 2 minutes and then they do nothing for like the next 2 minutes, right? Like they have a cooldown that's 2 minutes, and during that cooldown they do giga dam and then they do nothing, right? That is a playstyle that will attract certain people. And if you then make it so that, oh, well, actually now you do like, you don't have this mega 2 minute burst. You have like a small 30-second window of buffing, of bursting. And then it's not that crazy, but like it's a small little up. And then you have like kind of high baseline. Then it's completely different, and it's going to attract different players than before. And the ones that really like the spec will now have nowhere to go and be unhappy, right? So if they're keeping the identity and the playstyle the same, then there's no issue, right? But if they're redoing stuff, that's spicy. That is spicy. If they take something that's like big nuke every X and turn it into like a consistent damage thing, or take something the other way, right? Or if you take something that's traditionally been like the Shadow Priest example with it is a builder spender, but you're racing against the clock rather than just builder spender, right? Like, whereas you're actually not spending anything, you're just permanently building, trying to keep up with a ever increasing drain, right? And you just make that a regular builder spender where now you build up the thing to then spend it on one thing. That's super different and will turn a lot of people away. Like for Survival Hunter from Legion, it was a lot of you had to do your rotation to keep some buffs rolling, right? So you'd constantly try and keep XYZ buff active by doing different things, right? If you just change that to just, oh, well, every 1 minute you press this button, you have the buff, and then you do damage, right? You're taking away the core identity of the spec, and that will turn players off. But if they're keeping the core identity, then reworks are always exciting, right? If it's just like, oh, you get a new spell that does kind of the same thing you're already doing, but in a different way, and it looks cool, right? Like that's nice, right? Like it's like, oh, you have this spec that's like a builder spender, and now you get this extra spender that you can use every X amount of time, right? Like that's cool, right? That's a way to you keep the core identity of the spec, but you just add on to it, right? Or you get this like buff to generation in certain windows or whatever, like,
you know, like a typical character who's like investing in Leech or actually cares. It's like they're able to recover their entire life orb in like 3 seconds or something like that. You know, like that's the kind of thing, right? And you can go further than that with like even more investment, but it's probably like not worthwhile compared to other stuff. And then like other characters who aren't investing are going to get less than that sort of thing. But like you do actually have to, you know, like we don't want it to be so ridiculous that that's the only like source of recovery you would ever need.
Yeah, because it's now capped, we can give a lot more Leech early as well, because that was kind of a bit dead.
Yeah.
If you're not dealing significantly high damage.
So then we get to buff all those values. And that
obviously, some people know about leech resist on monsters. Like, you know, currently you leech less from a white or magic monster than, say, a unique monster. Because the assumption was you're hitting many, you're AoEing. Right. Now now you only get one instance, that's flat.
And then that means that leech will be more consistent between boss fights versus not boss fights, which is another thing, I think, a good thing. Like you kind of can rely on that in some level.
But if you have all the affixes, you know, you got some investment, you could anywhere between 20, maybe up to 40, 50% of your life recovery per second.
That's where you're aiming
which
for.
Is obviously still pretty fast, but and then we're removing some of the instant leech just because obviously that's then bypassing that.
It's funny though, because I remember you coming to me at one point and you were like, either we can nerf like all these skills by 10 times or we can nerf leech. Like that was the thing that you were saying.
It's part of the just like damage begets recovery, which also begets energy triggering, and like it just feeds into itself, and then you have characters getting 3 million% of their life per frame. you know, while triggering.
This is part of the meta skill equation
infinite
as well.
triggering per frame, and it's just like, what are you supposed to do? And hence the 200 million DPS, like infinite comet, infinite recovery, and immortality builds. You know,
the leech explanation sounds like complicated, and it kind of is on the back end, but the player facing side of it is now just that you get a leech percentage, and that's the only affix.
Yep.
And you get more of it, you get more. Like,
for most people, you get a mod, and now your life starts recovering. So it's honestly better than before.
And more importantly, and better than before, but also importantly, doubling it doubles the amount of life you're getting.
Yes.
You know, so like, there's a lot of calculation going on to achieve that. But the one player facing thing that is important to know is that there is a point beyond which getting more single hit damage is not going to increase the amount of recovery you're getting.
Yeah.
So at some point, obviously, getting damage gives you damage, but at some point, getting damage is less valuable than getting more leech investment if you are simply wanting leech investment.
Okay. Interesting. All right. There's obviously going to be some adjustments there for people to.
For sure, it's a big change
with the meta skills and custom crit comets and things like that, and their interactions with these various things.
For sure.
Yep. So that's going in 0.5. This stuff for people to figure out. Yep.
Yeah.
Cool.
Go test it out. It's all fully changed internally. Feel free to go have a look at it.
All right. And with that, so like I mentioned, the part of the core problem ultimately is that you, aside from the meta skill stuff, you're if you're recovering so quickly, then things have to kill you very quickly. Does that allow you to look at things that are killing very quickly? Then, once you start to feel like recovery is getting a bit more under control.
Well, part of that, I mean, that folds into the whole the defenses and everything thing. But like outliers are outliers for sure. I mean, obviously some stuff is intended to mess you up. It's kind of the point. But you know, it all folds into the same, be it recovery, full life, one-shots, characters having significantly lower defenses than we anticipated, tools for getting more life via runes, like all of that folds into the same problem here of, if you're absent of all of these tools and you don't know how to do the like very, you know, I guess the meta strategies, then you sometimes are just going to get obliterated by things. So I'm just hoping like, obviously, that leech is a case of bringing down the top end, but I think more the defense is bringing up the defensive tools, like i.e. body armor runes, etc. Runic ward, everything. All of this is going to help contribute to ideally things feeling more fair. And of course, as expected, though, if anything's just like one-shotting you and you don't think the telegraphing's enough, you just let us know, because like, you know, it might be on our radar, but it might not be on our urgent radar, and maybe we need to do something about it. Like, we have improved a lot of these things, either via increasing telegraphing or lowering damage. Like, we had problems with a whole number of skills, especially early. I'd say the number of those is dwindling, but they're still there, and obviously we might add some new ones on accident. But, you know, just keep telling us about that stuff 100%. It's not the intention. I mean, the important thing is things feel fair, less so than damage one way or the other. So, you know, if you're getting insta-killed by something you couldn't even see coming, that is a problem. We're obviously adding a ton of new pinnacles and all of that, and we're going to do our best to get everything as well telegraphed and as, you know, the correct damage output and everything. But, you know, we miss things, and if things feel unfair, just raise the alarm.
All right. With that, we'll change topic a little bit to endgame, and I've seen it getting asked a lot with Temple going core. Is there any major changes there to how Temple snaking works? Especially,
we had to get rid of the snake strategy. It caused a lot of problems. We actually had a solution for the snake strategy, the proper solution, as it were, that we wanted to do right after the league launched. Like, it was actually this one's actually on holiday, and like, I was like, okay, I need to like fix the snake strategy. But the problem is, the one that we came up with is that we felt like it would be a mid-league nerf if we deployed it. So we made like a few band-aid fixes, but it wasn't really the correct strategy. And ultimately what the snake strategy is it comes about because there are rooms that the game wants to delete, but it can't delete them because it would disconnect the temple. And so what we've got as a solution to that effectively is that if that would happen, then it will just create an empty room there that still connects it up, but isn't the room that you had there before. And that just means that there's no incentive to kind of do those weird strategies anymore, which should result in all of the weird, really broken stuff from happening. Like, you can kind of take it more at face value because you don't have to worry about this like particular way of organizing things to be able to, you know, to be able to do well.
And to be clear, the current like snaking is resulting in what we deem as 1,000% unacceptable levels of item drops.
Yeah,
like,
the item drops are out of control due to that.
Out of control.
But there was just there's always the situation when you've got the stuff where like we would love to nerf it, but you can only nerf something like that if it hasn't gotten too out of containment before you nerf it.
Yeah.
Because the moment that people feel like, oh, like 10% of the player base have like gotten, and then I can't do it, and, like you're pulling the ladder up behind them and that kind of stuff.
Exactly,
like it just doesn't feel good. So
the whole thing.
we just sort of had to let it be. And the thing that sucks about it is that it can make people's perception of what the correct level of item drops is to be incorrect, and that can then mean that like when we don't have the like bananas temple loot going on, that people like might not be as happy with that, but it'll be a thing there, like, you know, 1 league down the line after they've forgotten about that part. it'll be okay. But yeah, like that was it was out of control and we didn't love it. That being said, like there are also some. Did you get the extra reward stuff for the reward rooms? Is that like
we've done some buffs to the reward rooms.
So basically, just like if you play it conventionally, there's some buffs to the rewards when you're like for the stuff that was like pointless to do before. So in particular, the reward rooms that you get for killing the architects, like those weren't good enough. We want to make sure, you know, so people weren't even bothering.
There was a strategy where people were using those to like get quick at Zeri runs and stuff as well, and we fixed that problem. There's a bunch of algorithmic problems with like how rooms get deleted or decide to get deleted or swapped have been changed such that there's not like some of these weird, you know, they got to the point of being honestly a little bit exploitative to the point it's like, oh, I hate that I have to do this thing.
We certainly don't want anything where people feel like I have to do this weird thing that I don't enjoy doing in order to get the most rewards. Like that's the key thing we want to. Yeah, because of course they will do it, right? Because that's the most rewards.
Couple cool things. The Atlas tree now applies to the temple.
Cool.
Right. Whole thing. And we're obviously relevant. There are some cases where obviously there's no summoning circles in there, you know. And obviously it has its own Atlas tree now. Now that it's core, and its own entire quest line on the Atlas, where you can go there and do the thing.
There's a place where it physically is.
It's like you get all the points, and there's parts of the tree that are blocked behind killing the architects. So you're getting like little unlocks and stuff like that.
There's supposed to be little districts in the city where like you kill the architects, and now this district is unlocked, and you can go in there and little things. There's just little things.
Sort of exploring that. Very nice.
Nice.
Production. Could I request a brief intermission for us so we don't have to rush the rest of the end game discussion? We'll be right back, folks.
Okay.
Firstly, I'm very happy to see that the world looks like an actual world now.
Yes.
It's an Atlas, an actual map.
Okay, so they're going into the end game here, and I have to end stream. So this is going to be for tomorrow. I'm excited. It'll be good. We'll continue where we left off tomorrow. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you'll be back tomorrow. Have a good one, guys. Bye-bye.